I am the stone that the builder refused. I am the visual, the inspiration that made ladies sing the blues. I'm the spark that makes your idea bright. The same spark that lights the dark so that you can know your left from your right. I am the ballad in your box, the bullet in the gun, the inner glow that let you know to call your brother son. The story that just begun, the promise of what's to come. And I'ma remain a soldier till the war is won.
Mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. This thing on. Whoops. Mic check. You look like Cake W now. It's the last thing I need to see in the fucking chat. Ouch. What the fuck, dude? I was going to drop some badass shit, but I guess I'm Jesus. Is that his name? Oh, Hassan has this mustache right now? It's only for a video, and then I'm going to shave it off. No, it's not. If it was a German one, it would be cut from here. I wouldn't do that. Does Hassan have this one right now? Okay. Well, I haven't done one for years, so. Yeah, Nokia. Pretty much complete. Yeah. There's nothing left to do. Had my first workout that's serious of 2023 because, I mean, I got here a few days ago and it's not like jet lag or anything. It's like the equipment was hard to do the setting up this PC with all the, I just gave Razor money. I was like, go do it. And really I was supposed to go live yesterday, but something came up and it doesn't matter because you know how it goes. Like if I miss one day, I'll do more hours. And we have big fucking news, dude. We have the biggest update really ever. This is like years overdue. And I'm not even excited for this good news because men who watch me usually like laugh at what I laugh at, get pumped the way I get pumped up. But the guys who watch me, like to like long-term subscribers, I'm going to make sure you move different in 2023. It's a new year, new chatter.
Jon Zherka donated $5. Why are you cosplaying as an illegal alien kek?
So, there's no such thing as illegal aliens, okay? Like we're all born on Earth. I always found that so stupid. It's like, why do countries have borders? I don't get it. Like, why do countries have borders if is it really racist to say countries should have borders? And it's like you're hearing it from a refugee, and a lot of Albanians don't like this, but they're supposed to send me back. Like, that's what I think should have happened. And a lot of people are joking. It's like, you love your life and stuff like that. You must be joking here. Well, I do love my life, but I'm not joking. I really think you got to build up your own country. I really agree with the Dalai Lama that, you don't just, you got to go back to your own country. You got to go enrich your own country. But I'm not doing that. There's just too much fucking money out here, dude. Babylon is crazy. I got cozy here. I'm not doing it. Fuck you. There's things about me that that I just don't care about. Like, if I look like a hypocrite, so be it, dude. So be it. I'm staying. You can't kick me out. I mean, I could stream back home. There's people who do that. I mean, the food's better there. Less GMOs and chemicals. Everyone's better looking. Less Klaus Schwab energy. I think I could go back. Because it's not like I'll be missing this. I mean, I'll be live. Yeah, Jackal stream. I would be happy if I went back, like I always maintain this position. I really believe in the racist diet, like eating the foods your ancestors ate, they're probably better for your gut than eating other people. Like I love a good samosa every now and then, but I mean, if you for thousands of years, you guys, let's say, ate fish, wouldn't your DNA be like adjusted to that pescatarian energy? I don't know. And I think the sun that I get in the West is not the sun that my skin wants. I think it is strange, though. It's like, it's not just about the sun, because I could get good sun going to Mexico, but also the air. I sometimes feel like I need to be breathing, maybe this is cope, but I feel like I need to be breathing Albanian air and getting Albanian distant sun, like what I'm designed to absorb. Because like I'm a solar being, dude. I'm solar powered. But maybe it's cope. Maybe like sun in hot Albania is like hot Mexico, but I doubt the air and vegetation and the photosynthesis of the plants. I doubt it's all the same. I really doubt it. I'm not saying I can't move around the Mediterranean, but I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to leave Middle Earth. You know what I mean? Like, I could see, like, let's say I killed it in Canada, or I killed it in New York, or I killed it in Texas. I will kill it. And let's say I kill it back home. I have a feeling I would have the most energy back home. Is this cope? Are humans nomadic? Am I coping? I don't know. I just feel like I would have the best mood and energy. If I'm failing back home, obviously not good energy, but I'm saying if I'm winning If I'm winning in Canada, I'm winning in New York, I'm winning in Miami, I'm winning in Texas, I think winning in Albania would be my happiest state, because the sun distance is what my DNA is designed for. The oxygen is what I'm designed for. And there's something about soil, you know. I don't want to make it a blood and soil with a mustache channel, but there's something about the soil. When I see the vegetation back home, it screams to me like it's not foreign. And I love tall, deciduous forests as much as the next guy, but I don't feel at home in a very, cold, temperate rainforest. I don't feel that much at home. I feel at home. I feel like it's a second home. I go, I miss this, but it definitely there's no nostalgia to a temperate rainforest for me. There's, like, even if I grew up at a lake house as a kid, the nostalgia is really for me, because you got to remember, the first time I went back to my country, war torn, was 2004, and this was like the most intense thing a child can go through, more than the war actually, is like I went back home and there was 3,000 family members waiting for me. Remember, I'm just used to my brothers. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I was in grade 4. And it was like, whoa, dude, it's really... that level of love I felt made me gay. Because check this out, dude. Going from that kind of like Westerner life where it's just like immediate family to 3,000 people driving into town to meet a fourth grader, a bunch of fourth graders and a sixth grader. It was weird. And it was dreamlike, but it was never awkward. It was never weird. It was never depressing. And it was like, dude, I'm home. But all I know is Canada, right? I love Canada to death. They're beautiful people. Like, genetically, Canadians are way better looking than Americans. Way better looking. Like, Canadians are so fucking good looking. I fucking love them, dude. It's weird how people think it's like a Justin Trudeau place, when it's like, yeah, obviously it's cucked. But there is this weird energy where you cannot... Americans look for awkward moments at parties, and Canadians look for a way to nullify them, neutralize them, and make sure they disappear, even if they hate you, even if they don't like you. There's like this culture with Canadians. No, Canadians have more fun. First of all, if you want to talk about fun, Canadians are way bigger alcoholics than Americans. Like, Americans are drug addicts. Okay? And I'm not a liquor guy, but it's weird when people think Canadians like don't have this American party style culture. They're extremely degenerate. Like, dude, Americans don't drink like Canadians, but I don't think anyone in the world does as much drugs as Americans, because Americans are the only people who, hey, what's in the bag? I don't know. Okay, I'll put it up my nose anyway. And Canadians don't do that. The Canadians are like, what's in the bag? And then the guy will be like, oh, I'm pretty sure it's like ketamine. And then he'll be like this. Yeah, we brought our own. So it's like, it's a classier degen. But you'd be a fool to think Canadians don't party hard and drink and like way worse than people think it's like Nelk Boys. It's way worse than that. It's like hockey energy. So I love Canada, but I left Canada forever. Whoop, 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 whoop. And I'm not going back. I'm not going back to Canada because Canada is a fucking communist shithole. I can't remember any good things about Canada, dude. I tried my best. They're good looking. That's about it. What do I like about Canada? Oh, the beaver. The beaver. It's a get that shit going. Pop that shit off. Let's fucking go. The beaver. Oh, the beaver. It's a beautiful sight to see. He's a happy, furry animal like a teddy bear with teeth. He's never, ever lazy. He works all night and day, building houses. He's got no time to play. I've got Canada in my pocket. A little bit of history. A penny and a nickel and a quarter and a dime mean a lot to you and me. It's more than just pocket money. They're the symbols of our land, these pictures of important things for which this country stands. I've got Canada. Here, let me show you. I'll show you what Canada's about.
I've got Canada in my pocket, a little bit of history. A penny and a nickel and a quarter and a dime mean a lot to you and me. It's more than pocket money, they're the symbols of our land. They're pictures of important things for which this country stands. The maple leaf
on the maple leaf is a beautiful sight to see. It waves hello to us below from the branch of the maple tree. And every year that passes, it grows like you and me. So should we all grow straight and tall like the lovely maple tree. I've got Canada in my pocket, a little bit of history. A penny and a nickel and a quarter and a dime mean a lot to you and me. It's more than pocket money. They're the symbols of our land. They're pictures of important things for which this country stands.
The beaver, oh the beaver, is a beautiful sight to see. He's a happy, furry animal.
Like a teddy bear with teeth. He's never ever lazy. He works all night and day. Houses for his family, he's got no time to pay. But see, here's what I'm saying. That's all I remember about Canada. And it was so multicultural. Which, to be honest, it was fun in the beginning. And now it's cringe. Multiculturalism is cringe. It's like, dude, when I was 6 years old, it was fun seeing the Chinese lion come up to me and scare me as a kid. But when I'm speaking Mandarin at fucking 20 years old, just to work at Steve Nair Sports Club to sell memberships. What the fuck is going on, bro? You know what I mean? I was like, I never learned French. Goddamn. So now check this out. I knew a little Mandarin because there's a lot of. Anyways, here's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Fuck Canada. Because I just spent heaps of money on a whole fucking team. And this team saw my YouTube and they're like, you had a big chance with that last YouTube video, but you shouldn't have edited it yourself. And they showed me what they did. They had like 1K subs and they did 66,000 and 100,000 view videos. And they're like, this is what we can do with no Zherka mascot. So I hired them and I start YouTube this week. I'm quitting Twitch. I'm twitching for fun and for subs, but really a lot of time is going to go into not recording, not team building, not marketing. All of that is being taken care of for big fees. So please subscribe. You want to be in on this early. And I'll be recording like 4 hours. If it's good, I'll keep going. But I'm doing documentary style content, interview style content, behind the scenes stuff with my phone as well. And I think I'm going to spend 2 months in Austin. And don't fucking snipe me. I'm not in the mood. I will knock you out. I don't care if I get departnered. Don't come up to me. None of that shit. Nothing. Can I be in your video? None of that. All right. I'll point at you if I want you in the fucking video. Don't come up to me. Don't fuck with me. I fucking hate stream snipers this year because there's something about me that goes, oh, you watch my videos? Yeah, let's talk for 2 hours. Never, ever wasting my fucking time talking to you fucking retards. Every time I see someone on the street, I'll lose 2 fucking hours if I get sniped. Like, no, dude, I'm not being a nice guy. It's crunch time. And I quit partying. We'll throw parties, but I'm not doing any of that stupid shit. I quit social life. I even quit family life for this, meaning when I see my family, it's going to be at the top of YouTube, or else I'm not even treating myself to family. And they know I'm all in. And the best part about this is like I've only ever had one YouTuber's biggest problem is getting the content. That's not our problem. Our problem is executing, right? The editing, so now that I have a whole team, really we have a beginning, middle, end, kind of like, I don't want to say scripted. I want to say there's going to be a story to every video, whether 10 minutes long or whatever. And we're going to build up to some good documentary style shit. And we're just going to lap every single street channel because we're doing it with Zherka Energy. Like, these channels are fucking nothing. These channels are nothing. I will eat them. I will eat these channels. Yeah, so again, I could do it from Austin, but if I have to spend more money and travel a bit, I might go back and forth there. I think I'm going to get a good discount in this house so I can keep flying back and they'll reserve the spot for me. Because there's something that happens when I live alone, less shit gets done. When I live with a bunch of creators who set up shit for me and stuff, it's great. And I really charge them. And yeah, it's going to be like how I went obsessive 20-hour streams, but now for bigger stuff, YouTube. right? And I'll be organizing it to really, it's just going to be real red pills, but funny. And I think the next video is going to be on Andrew Tate. See if people on the streets think he's innocent or whatever. And I'm going to poke and probe and get all the questions I want. I'm going to get punched in the face. I have a feeling. And leech off Sneeko for a quick start. You know what's funny is I'm the only guy who doesn't need to leech. I need an editing team and a bunch of hours. I don't need friends filming with me. I need, this team I have is like, this is their job. This is what they do. We're not friends. So this is perfect. Because it's really about time management and the energy I put in. If my energy is in, I get a lot of good clips. That last Miami one, I wasn't trying, but I really got some good clips, and we botched it with the editing. But I really edited that video because the one of the guys here that didn't want to work with me, he works with like these big timers. Like he had a thing with Lex Friedman, all that. Like this is a big timer guy. He said I didn't want to work with Zherka until I saw the Miami footage. So it's good you put that out there. Because if he didn't watch that, he'd have been like, this guy's a streamer, fuck this shit. And not just consistent. I'm going to farm a bunch of videos and then start uploading all at once. And then for Twitch streams, I want to do podcasts and like the fun stuff, but quick time. And react. I always want to react. And a lot of people said I'm not doing this. Like, oh, I'm just talking shit, but I'm going to keep farming for gold on Twitch. And it's like, no, big projects. And they're taking a pretty penny from me. So it's like, these guys are going to bust their ass. And I guess the best part is like, the best part is going to be how much I'm going to do on TikTok and YouTube this Monday. I think I'll post first. My first post should be this Monday. And what's cool is I have a resume on the internet already. So, you're not consistent enough. Well, you got to remember the last video is I haven't started YouTube. Just because I'm posting YouTube doesn't mean I'm being consistent. I said when I move, I'll be consistent. So this week you're going to see some crazy shit because I talk quick, so I can get 1,000 interviews in like an hour. So I might have like 5 videos in one day. And yeah, I'm stoked for this because I'm going to miss you guys. Like, I'm going to bigger, better things. And yeah, this is going to be, we'll see. Because if my team is really good, I can stream more. But I swear to God, dedicating a whole year to a channel that already grew without trying. I mean, this is the first professional video I'm posting this Monday. And I worked my ass off during COVID, so I have money. It's not like I worry about money. Just makes you lazy. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather work with a broke creator than a creator who saved 300,000, 200,000, because there's something lazy about that person. So I'd rather work with someone in debt and shit. So really, it's like farming money and shit. And I don't want no fucking simple life. I don't want marriage. I don't want none of that right now. I want to be number one. I will be number one. And yeah, I mean, it's
and Dad.
Ghost Father. Let me tell you something, dude. You're about to see 100,000 viewer YouTube video this Monday posted. I guarantee it. And TikToks. I'm going to get someone to run there. I have this whole team. I just need extra people for this TikTok. But Yeah, this is not something I would have done from Canada. Just do 10 phone calls with people. But here, the team is like one phone call, and he talks to everyone else for me. So it's cool. I just go fishing and go to war with this shit. And really, it's like, shout out Dead Hexer for keeping the YouTube channel something. Because now we have, it's really now just, I'm going to fuck the shit out of that algorithm. And we're going to war with Logan Paul and all KSI. Everyone can get it because I'm clout starving. I took a break for a few years, and I'm starving for clout. I'm starving, dude. I don't want money. I don't want this. I want money from you guys. But really, I want these clips. And that merch is also coming within mid-February. So I'm going to set up some merch. And I'm going to actually get an ebook out there for you guys. Because I don't know why I just don't react to me. There's a lot, heaps of videos of me like picking up chicks for like 10 seconds. And I didn't think it's a big deal because I'm like, oh, people do this. But apparently, no, they don't. They edit it to make it look like they're studs. But nobody does these in 10 seconds. So I'm like, if I just break it down, I think I'm going to have an ebook out as I'm growing. So I can get paid from that too. I'm going to have a Patreon. I'm going to have a TikTok. The backup stuff will be Rumble. And then it's just the plan of attack, like really what I'm trying to do here. So I guess imagine if Andrew, what's that guy's who's being canceled right now? It's not, for me, it's not about losing focus. For me, it's about being very selectively pumped up. Meaning, I know people who watch me understand because they're like ADHD and they got my energy problems. But have you noticed you went your whole life getting pumped up for shit and you realize you burn a lot of energy getting pumped up for it and you're left high and dry during the work? And you're like, oh, I just got a wave of fatigue because I've been pumped for this video all day. And it really reminds me of Goku when he's like, why are we wasting so much time transforming and getting pumped up? Why don't we stay transformed? That's why I don't get excited. You do 1 million views. I don't really give a fuck. Just do the work. And really, casually winning is the only way to learn how to win. Winning when you're pumped up is like you're only going to win when you're pumped. That's like a fighter who can only beat your ass when he has a nice song that pumped him up. Or Mizkif can only bench press a lot because there's a certain song playing. But no, you want to consistently hit that content bench. You hear what I'm saying? And there's something about me that I like really love to get pumped up. But I'm not doing the pumped up shit. I'm casually walking through this whole barrage. And the best part is for 2023, and I've learned this works for me, you got to casually go through problems. Meaning, like, if your computer crashes or this guy gets fired or this guy quits the job, or you have to casually go through. Bitching, moaning, and complaining is killing the actual farming part of your content. It's so dangerous if you don't have your emotions in check. If you have your emotions in check, you can make a pretty penny on Twitch. But if you have your emotions in check when you're growing on YouTube, this is like, yeah. So every morning, I have my big workout today, and then I spend a lot of time in silence, focusing on what I want. Before I even write it down, I'm visualizing it exactly, and I'm visualizing me not being excited getting 100,000, 200,000 views, because really, that's fucking peanuts to someone like me. I don't really give a fuck, right? That's peanuts. It's collabs I want. It's Joe Rogan's head I want.
Is it really this complicated?
I mean, is it really this complicated? It's probably the most simple thing. Control your emotions. But every creator fails. Like, a lot of people go like, whoa, Joe Rogan is really good at what he does. But is he? Don't you think people in his shoes could farm more viewers? Is he really in control, or is he high? Is he high on weed? Can he do better? Or are we looking at the top guy and saying that's the best he can do? Another thing, it's like this sexual perversion with that Andrew, the Channel 5 news guy. whether Andrew Tate or him, it's like, dude, being around women is stupid. Yeah, do it on camera, but offline, these guys are always going, whether they're guilty or not, they're going down. And I give that creep, libtard Andrew Callig, Channel 5 News Andrew, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because I'm like, I'll do it for my side too. But then he just said it's true, didn't he? And it's not even complicated like that. It's complicated like this. Ghosted, listen. Every time you do the correct video or stream or podcast, the next one is not as good. That's the world telling you you're a fucking retard. Do you know why? There's only one formula to the game of content, and it's the Mr. Beast formula. There's only one formula. The next video is better than the last, which is probably the hardest thing to do. But yeah, that's the only formula. And you think of someone like Mr. Beast and you go, what is he doing right? There's been a lot of times he wasted a heaps of money on a failed project and stuff. But it's not like he's moping. He's on to the next project. And
What if it's just for fun?
What if it's just for fun? Okay, Ghosted, you are 1,000 times funnier than those fucking retard Minecrafters. Like when I've had you on and I said, why is there a fly in the spacesuit? And you're like, oh, it's a hitchhiker. My dude, you're losing to boring people. How can it be for fun if you're losing to... You and I are losing to boring people. That's our fault. That's not their fault. And it's like, no, this can't be for fun. No. Content creation is for fun if you don't have potential. That's the truth. Right? Not if you're like if anyone was in my shoes, they'd be like, you're not doing enough. That's why I'm going balls to the wall. And I'm going to show you what I do. All right? Yeah.
True.
I mean, that burnout shit is real. You can get burnt out not from being tired, but from being bored. That's how dangerous burnout is. You can get bored of Twitch and YouTube and really burn out. That's not good. You want your brain plastic. And there's just nothing going on too. Like when shout out Andrew Tate, he's funny and all, but part of me feels like he's extra big, not for the psyop and stuff like that. I'm thinking like there's nothing else. Drama Alert, Keemstar, his channel, he quit. There's no content. You and I click on 200 videos a day. There's no content on we all know the same fuck Cody Co and blah, blah, blah. There's not content. This is the greatest time to strike, to go balls to the wall. There's never been a better time, actually, because...
Should we team up?
It's going to be raw content. So, Ghosted, if you're in Austin, people are going to try and punch you in the face. Like, we're asking some crazy questions downtown. We're going balls to the wall. Like, the guy I'm filming with, he's like 6'7". Like, we're not fucking around. So, guard up. And, yeah, we could team up. I mean, really, everyone's invited. Because if you guys are dog shit, I'm just editing you guys out of the video. I want performers, though. I want, like, mascots. I want characters. I want that. And I'm down to put a few plants, too, from Twitch. Yeah, so 2023, I'm in perfect control. The one thing you guys should probably do is that no one really talks about. Instead of thinking 2023 is this new lifestyle, go right your wrongs. There's a lot of wrongs in 2023. You better right your wrongs, or that shit's baggage for this year. And don't write them like to get it over with. Go, if you have to miss a day of work, go right all your wrongs, all your family problems, all that, so you can have a clear mind. And yeah, there's this anger you'll have if you don't.
I'm 100 East Coast.
You're East Coast. I don't even get why you're on Twitch unless you're in Austin or, now I can say this finally, but Austin or maybe LA. But really the goal is Miami. You know, like if I get that kind of sunlight year round, I'll be really happy. But first I want to get the high rise apartment, and I could do something nice right now with the money I have, but it is going to be like my HP going down, you know, because I already spend a lot. So I'm like, I'd rather do it after I pop off YouTube. And I'm not really worried about YouTube monetization. I'm not even worried about being demonetized on YouTube or any of that. I just want the views, like old Zherka. And I just want the spotlight. And I said, I'm like, you give me these teeth, it's game over. I'm gonna be in spotlight. Whether you like it or not, I'll be in your face. Taking over TikTok as well. And the best part is I get to go to war with a bunch of people. You know, get to go to war with like Logan Paul and shit. Like, they gave me a check mark on Twitter. I got the check mark, right? And every single comment Logan sees, like every single comment is like 2,000 likes. So it's like I'm I had no idea I'm that funny, but they can't stop me now. Like Kim Kardashian, every time Kim Kardashian posts something, I say, "Where's the father of the kids?" And it gets like a bunch of likes. Dude, that check mark, obviously it doesn't work if you're like a boring guy, but if you're a funny guy, that shit's overpowered. It's like 400 followers in a day. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Just from trolling around and shit. So yeah, and I feel like God designed this perfectly for me, where it's like the check mark on Twitter came, you know, like that Twitter legitimacy came at the exact time Elon opened the floodgates, exact time there's no content on the internet, exact time for me to take over and really shift. As soon as I take over, I'm going to go into podcasts and collab with everyone. I'm going to start cloud biting. And I know me, I'm going to come back to just fucking, I love long streams and shit and reacting, and honestly, my dream is to be a React Andy. That's the dream. But I don't want to be a supercharged React Andy. I want to have like 10,000 viewers. And look, man, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. I'm fucking hilarious, bro. Like, this is such an easy takeover. This is like, I feel like I captured lightning in a bottle. Anytime I look in the mirror, I go, there it is. This is such an easy takeover. Like I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna lap Mizzy bad. I'm gonna lap everyone, and I'm really glad I grew up in the Raj era where I know to pump the brakes before I get some bans and stuff. When I have a good team around me that's completely opposite to me, right? Like, I only hire liberals, believe it or not, because I can't be around like people like me. It's like that could get really bad for me. And yeah, I only hire people who are very, very opposite of me, and then that's been saving my ass. Am I excited for all this success? Not really, because even at 250,000 subs on YouTube, 1 million subs on YouTube, this shit's long overdue. I mean, this shit's long overdue. And the best part is, these influencers, they run their mouths so much. And they get cocky in person. And they think just because I'm going to be like this big time YouTuber, right? Just going to be the best content. People will be like, yo, this guy has got the best content in the game. And you learn with Zherka, you know. This Zherka brings you closer to God, right? Right? Because you just film atheists. They're ugly. You know, they bring people to God anyway. So anyways, one thing I am sad about is I spent a lot of time last year reading books that are kind of not related to business, which I have to stop now. So I got sad about that. I read a lot, dude. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, dude. It's like, I always found it stupid when people read books that don't make them money. But I needed to know some of that stuff, you know. I'm sure I'll bring it in podcasts, but I think last year I read easily over 30 books. And most of them I read twice, 3 times. So I was blazing through. That was the first time in my life I ever started reading was last year. There was like this surge of God flowing through me, God's spirit. And yeah, I don't know. It was like reading became like, again, I want to say because there's no content online, reading became like, oh shit, I'm getting content that no one has. You know, like if you're that bored, you eventually go to books, you know something's fucked up with the website. I feel like COVID assassinated everyone's mental health, so nobody's creating shit. And really, they're creating dog shit before. You know, I kind of miss the competition. So I'm going to take over this bitch, and sucks that I don't have hobby reading time because, like, dude, I'm not going to lie to you, man. Some of the best alone time I've ever had in my life. Imagine me of years ago saying this. I was reading kind of close to the same stuff, but not really. Dude, the best alone time I had 2022 was reading all that Masonic literature, right? Because these guys will go out their way to prove God. It's not like this whole Sam Harris debate against some fucking theist. These guys, you will never, it's like using the devil to prove God. It's unreal what I was doing. And yeah, some of those arguments were like, you know, there's always like this doubt. You know, you struggle with faith. You're like, oh, maybe atheists have a point, like maybe 2%. And then you read all that demonic shit and you go, man, these fucking demons break down God into like, you can't debate it. So I guess it was good for my faith that I read that stuff. But I also read a lot of satanic shit. And I'm not going to lie. There was this guy in chat saying, if you read all this shit, Zherka, does it pour into your life? I actually think it does. Not you, but someone who's an angry guy, wrathful guy like me. There was like a lot of moments where it's like the stuff I was reading, it started happening to me. It was like, whoa. And yeah, it was just insane. It was like conjuring shit. But it strengthened my resolve. Like, I know what I'm at war with. And it's so addictive to read those kind of books. But again, if it's not for my YouTube channel, I'm not doing it this year. And I'm not sure that stuff will come to play in podcasts. You know, it's always an interesting topic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the books I recommend, Mystic Masonry, anything Manny P. Hall, which is scary because I got messages saying, Yo, Zherka, I'm kind of troubled how much I agree with Freemasons. And I'm like, yeah, most of it is common sense. You're going to agree with 80% of it. But there are times where they say, I'm intentionally misleading you. And then they say, brotherhood over truth. They say stuff that you know is like God doesn't like. But a lot of the stuff you're going to just be like shook with how much, like, you read. Anytime a human reads Masonic literature, it's literally stuff that you nod along with 99%. Like, it's scary how much you agree with. Dude, you could be an atheist, agree with them. You could be a spiritual guy, agree with them. They don't leave room for you to argue. It's terrifying how smart these guys are. It's like, but then again, they do give you like ways out where you're like, you know what? Truth is more important than Masonic brotherhood. What the fuck? You know, but yeah, reading that stuff really made me start to think about the gayest shit in the world. Force fields. Did you know there's electromagnetic force fields that these guys would write 1,000 pages on? And then you're like, who are they? These are like the biggest names in history writing about this. Why the fuck are they writing thousands of pages of electromagnetic auras? And it's like, why are they talking about that if it's old science, like Destiny would say? It's like mind-boggling, this stuff they talk about. And I spent way too much time last year. Like, I even ditched a lot of streams just to read about this stuff because there's some weird thing I have where I can't read a book if it's not from the ruling class. You know what I mean? Like, I will never read a useful book that is not from the ruling class. You read a mainstream book and you go, oh, it's in the algorithm, it's programming. It's like, you know, they're programming you with this book. But you read a dusty book you find in a library, there's no programming there. There's a lot of truth there. And I had a lot of Christians message me. They're like, yo, this sounds satanic and stuff. Dude, it actually gets you, if you're smart, you have half a brain, it gets you closer to Christ. Okay? But some people are like, damn, you read more about that stuff than the fucking Bible or Zohar, or, right? And it's true, I did, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was obsessed last year. Every vacation I took, I was reading these books. Every time I had alone time. It was like anytime someone would leave the room, instead of me go watch porn, I would read these books. Because I was like, if I read it in front of someone, I start talking their ear off. Right? But yeah. I do regret how much time I spent with these books, though. Because it's like, you know, I was acting like I did the work already. You know what I mean? Like, well, I can do that when my library is built. But it is weird because I'm not going to lie to you. I've never read books. I used to like, a few here and there, but it's like never. If I finish this one, I can go to this one. And like some obsessive, it's like a cokehead with books. And I thought it was useless until I realized, oh shit, you know, like I don't really talk about what Alex Jones talks about. You know, I talk about some stuff you're not going to find online. That is your 2023 prescription, my dude. If you want to be a millionaire, go repackage a book into your content. Don't do what I did. Like, go for content that people click on. But you have a monopoly in a book, right? Do not repackage YouTube videos. You have a monopoly. Nobody reads books. You'll be the first. Oh, yeah. Hey, I appreciate that. Keep that coming, because I'm still streaming my ass off, but streaming's light work for me, so I don't count it. Yeah, books are great. The problem is that there's a lot of business books I'd recommend, but there's no point to recommending a book if you don't have interest. Like, I'm not reading these kind of books. I'm reading about Freemasons because it's obsessive in my head. I'm like, wait a minute. So all those base channels, there's Jackson Hinkle, who finally changed his tone and mentions Freemasons in his new YouTube video. Finally. It fucking took him years. But I was like, I can't watch Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate has no idea what the fuck a Freemason is. Even if he's a part of them, he doesn't really get it. No one can define what a Freemason is in this fucking chat. Even if you Google it, you're going to get it wrong. And I'm like, dude, if I can't, how the fuck is the only variable of the ruling class that they're all Masons, Bonesmen, Rosicrucians? How is that the only missing variable that no fucking channel talks about? Not Alex Jones, not Jackson Hinkle, not Haas, Infrared Show, no channel, not Andrew Tate, no channel talks about that shit. And then I realized, oh, you have to read to know about this shit, and nobody wants to actually fucking read. And then I was like curious, so I opened these books. Dude, these books are easy to consume. Not Albert Pike, but even Albert Pike's, what's that other book series he has? That one's better, but these books are very easy to digest. I think everyone should start with Manny P. Hall and first watch his audio biography or whatever, some documentary on his lifestyle. Dude, I'll show you this fat bitch talking about him. He would have arguments with like Harry Houdini, and Houdini would be a materialist, and he'd be like, no, there's no demons in this world. There's no demons in this world. It's just illusions. And then Manny P. Hall, who's the genius, right, in town, like the super genius, when you go look at his accomplishments, he's like, no, I believe that there is something about conjuring spirits and all that, and I'm going to keep investigating. And then he fucking writes books about demonology and shit. Are you fucking telling me this genius, that this is like one of the greatest authors of all time, he has books on demonology, and he has like weird shit he says too, like you'll be agreeing with everything he says, and then he goes, we know how to cure a common cold. You just put a piece of fur in your left pocket. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't buy that shit. So sometimes I would be reading these books like every now and then. I'd be like, okay, that's enough for me to stop reading. But 99% of it is shit you cannot debate. Like, it's genius level shit. And yeah, Manny P. Hall is a good start. But what a weird life he lived. And he died through a satanic ritual. Like, nobody knows he got killed. How come nobody talks about the fact that he got fucking sacrificed? Like, you start running with demons and they just fucking sacrifice your shit. Also, another thing. Is it Jack Parsons for Scientology? Dude. There's no movies on this. Very few books on this. But every single dude obsessed with demons runs $1 billion industry. So how the fuck are you blaming me for not running Great Podcast 2022 because I'm too busy reading this stuff? I need to know. I'm thinking to myself, like, there's nothing fucking... Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm talking. Bro, come on.
Freemason is a man who dedicates himself to a craft or further themselves on finding the truth, correct?
Wrong.
We dove into the fall of Metatron/Enoch.
Wrong. That's not what a Freemason is. Freemasonry is... This is Albert Pike. This is not my opinion. It's a religion based on old esoteric teachings, hermetic teachings, which means sealed. And they all line up perfectly with Manny P. Hall, who said, the saving powers of Lucifer are in your hands. Then he says, applying energy. You become a true Mason when you can apply energy through the hands. It's called dynamo, like that famous occultist Houdini type dude that we saw. And then they talk about Lucifer, and everyone and their mom is saying, John, they mean a secular atheist world. And there is some truth to it, because I think in page like 853, there's like 1,000 pages to that one. He says that, and this was interesting to me, because the first commandment is you shall not have any gods before me, correct? One in the chat if that's correct. Okay, so no idolatry. So the Grand Wizard, the Pope of Masonry, Albert Pike, in page 800 and something, he says, what was I saying? The fuck was I saying before that? Yeah, that's what he said. Oh, right. Right. So, ye shall have no gods before me, right? Albert Pike says on page 800 something, he says, Satan is not a black god. It's not like a horned god. It's not like on par with God. He says, Satan... And I can get you the quote. He says, Satan is the negation of God, which leads people to nihilism and idol worship. Meaning the human psyche has two options. There's no third. Like, there's destiny types who think there's a third. There is no third, dude. This is why having God in your life is so important. Dude, even if you have to pretend to believe in God, it's so important, right? Trust me on that. Trust me on that. Pretenders do better than the non-pretenders, right? Eventually it starts to like synchronize. But check this out. He says that the negation of God is what Satan is. And really what he's saying is, and he goes into it deeper, I'm not like interpreting it, he actually says this, if you don't have God in your life, it's not a blank slate. You're not Andrew Callahan, five News Network guy. If you don't have God in your mind, you have idol worship. That's why the first commandment is you will not have no gods before me. Now check this out. What this fucking genius who's like achieving psychic states to like even give us this message, right? Here's what he's saying. All my life I thought you can have God and some middle ground and then atheism, right? There is no fucking middle ground. There's no middle ground. Like this guy writes down in his book, there's no middle ground. That's fucking terrifying news to agnostics in chat. That means you don't even know who you're idol worshiping, but you're doing it. And one thing nobody talks about, like pastors are fucking retarded. And, you know, a lot of spiritual leaders are fucking retarded because they don't talk about this. But idol worship isn't, oh, I really like Dwayne Johnson. You switch idols depending on your mood. Meaning you're sinning hard, bro. You were like switching it up all the time. They're running a train on you. That's what nobody talks about, is like you can have 1,000 of them. So in this book, he says that Satan worshipers would be those nihilists who don't have God. And I'm like, is that a stretch? Well, you look at an atheist life, it's kind of rare you see them married with kids in a functional home. And then you go, oh, maybe there is something to this. You understand? Anyways, I thought that was interesting because, I've done a lot of reading last year, and it all stuck in my head. All the reading I did stuck in my head for the first time in my life, because it's not liberal propaganda and it's not conservative propaganda, which there's heaps. It's actually a diagnosis on the human condition, and it's mind-blowing. I'm coping hard because I'm really thinking I wasted a lot of time. Like my brother's like, you finished 1,000 pages book 5 times? That doesn't make you money, John? And I was like, yeah, but it really strengthens my God argument. And he's like, for who? Who do you debate? I'm like, nobody. For me. And he's like, oh, and that's going to help you? I'm like, fuck yeah, it's going to help me. What the fuck? But he's really mad at me because he's like, you're a smart guy and you're kind of wandering. So yeah, I got to prove some shit to him, I guess. And I guess I'm going to sneak in some books here and there. But I love, dude, every morning I wake up and someone DMs me a better book, dude. And it's like wild because they'll send me one page and I might be the only human on earth who reverse engineered Freemasonry to God. The greatest argument for God is reading these satanic fucking people's work. It's the greatest argument. They're not even shy about it, dude. Like they make the argument perfect, crystal clear for you. So I did a bunch of cocaine. And I read a lot of books. I didn't know you can use cocaine like that. I always thought it was like, yeah, let's fucking go to the club and shit. It was weird. I had a weird year. But man, I learned so much. Like, there's something Manny P. Hall said that stuck with me. And some good psychologists understand this. Yo, it's 2023, chat. And let me tell you something. You spent your whole life experiencing resistance to what you want to do, whether gym, work, whatever. Dude, resistance means you have to change your angle of attack. That's why you're 30 years old and still miserable. You have to tweak something. You got to be a tweaker. And these books, these Freemasons talk about resistance being a universal stopping force. Meaning, dude, if you're spinning your tires and you're not getting your shit done, I almost guarantee you my life, you know what to do. You're just not doing it. I don't know why we have to. I know this channel too. I'm like, if you watch Zherka, you're stubborn and you deal with my sins and you're probably a wrathful person, all that. But dude, it's 2023, meaning when you clean up your room, stop pouting like a whore. Just clean it up casually. Matter of fact, smile. Because all that pouting energy is taking money away from you. It's taking success away from you. And you have no idea that willpower is finite, meaning you start with this much every day. And your best goal is to keep your bar full by 6 p.m. where you can really start going in. If you don't start managing your emotions, man, you could be a millionaire, but your potential was 10. That's a bigger loser than a non-millionaire, in my opinion. Now check this out. If you're experiencing resistance, I want to go to the gym, but I can't do it. Follow the greats. The greatest boxer of all time is Floyd Mayweather. And he said something that stuck with me. This is 2023 shit. One in the chat for 2023. This is going to pump you up. He said, I don't give a fuck what jeans I'm wearing. I'm a professional boxer. If I feel like going for a jog in jeans, I will never go upstairs and change and lose out on that energy. Because I might change my mind up there. So he just starts fucking running in his denim jeans. And I'm like, that's what a fucking champion is. He milks every fucking... He's going to run anyway, but he milks those moments. And I'm like, dude, make working out as easy as possible for you. Don't drag feet. I'm not going to lie to you, man. Those people who say just go to the gym and wait in the parking lot till you feel like you're in the mood, I don't like that. And those people who are like, just be disciplined, I don't like that either. Because here's the truth. One good workout a week is better than 3 bad ones. Calorie-wise, afterburn-wise, metabolic-wise, even the tears you cause to your muscle fibers, everything is bigger. So if you start seeing workouts 5 days a week as dots on the calendar, you failed. Because some are giant dots, some are circles, some are spheres, some workouts are huge, some workouts are the biggest ever, right? So you got to kind of like, if you have a huge workout, you can kind of set up for a break day strategically. And I used to tell my clients this, I'm like, I would never tell you how to bench press unless I'm sitting next to you, because biomechanically everyone's different. But why are you thinking psychoactively everyone's the same? Psychoactively, everyone is different. And if you're like, oh, I hate going to the gym, blah, blah, blah. Look, sometimes you want to drag feet, but if you are ever experiencing resistance where it's weeks and weeks and weeks of dragging feet, my dude, you're a fucking retard. Like, one in the chat if you're a retard. You're 25, 35, 45. You've been doing everything wrong your whole life. It's 2023. You've been doing everything. How the fuck are you 30 years old and still a fat dude experiencing resistance from diet, from training? How's that possible? Are you serious? It's always a different angle of attack. That's always the mindset. Another thing is, look at the greatest of all time. Their work is actually play. Whether boxers, fighters, businessmen, there's this weird thing at the top of successful people where they're not grinding. They're playing. You see, even YouTube creators at their peak, it looks like play to them. It's not forced. And if it is forced, it's not their top viewers.
Skar donated $44.
Definitely
In the name
not.
of God bless this brother. Allahu Akbar.
So every day there's a stream, like a river. We'll call that river flow. And you can only get on that canoe if you have a good mindset. If you're not emotional. Or if you have forward emotion. Like, I don't think emotion's bad if it's forward, if it takes you to the gym and stuff, right? But I really think it's always, drowning you instead. Now check this out. Every day there's this river stream you're supposed to get on, this flow state. You've been missing out on this river your whole life, and you only remember the moments you were having fun on it. You're like, oh, my life was so great in 2012, 2015. Success is a science, dude. Success is a science. And here's what it is. If you write down all of, let's say, your streams or whatever, what you did right, what you did wrong, logged them. If you write down everything you ate, you logged what you ate, all your activity levels throughout the week, you can see your failure weeks and what the habits were. You can see that it's like, hey, I missed the gym, which spoiled my mood, and you can see the after effects of one failure. And dude, if there's such thing as one failure, we'd all be billionaires. But there's no such thing as one. One failure means 30 in one day. That shit snowballs fast. I think most of us can deal with a failure. We can't deal with the snowballing effect. Yeah. Another thing for 2023 that's going to help you guys. Never fucking multitask. That is the fucking retard's work ethic. Multitasking, you've done it your whole life and you're a loser. Did it really work, bro? Be honest. Did it work for you? Or did it just leave a billion tabs open and you never got anything done? You're a fucking retard. I don't even care if it's a non-important issue, it still comes before the important issue just because chronologically you're on that issue. Close the fucking drawers in your life and then get to the bigger drawers. Don't leave every drawer open thinking you're going to slam them shut at the same time. I'm telling you, dude, the system is designed to make you ADHD. Don't feed into that. That's a beast system. Multitasking does not work for anything. It doesn't work at the gym, drop sets, supersets, none of it. Okay? The best shape my clients got into was just hitting their fucking lifts. It wasn't fucking supersetting and doing dunkel jumping rope shit. So don't multitask. Multitasking is, nobody talks about multitasking because they assume you're doing it. No, it's a bad thing. It's ruining you. And you've been multitasking your whole life because it's easy. It's the easy thing to do. There's nothing easier than multitasking, right? Multitasking is half wins and failures. There's no real wins. And if there is a win, you're supposed to have 30 that week, not one. So I'm telling you, one at a time. And that goes to my next point. You need a checklist, bro. You need a checklist. You are designed to be a soldier of God. You need a checklist. If you don't have a checklist, dude, you are a failure. You will be a failure if you don't have a checklist. You need a checklist, and the checklist cannot get dull. It needs to update every 2 days. It can't be just a paper on the wall. That's fucking retarded. You need to interact with it. You need to write down shit on it. You need to circle shit. You need to change it. Even if it's perfect and you're doing it right, you need to change it. It has to be something that you talk to. It has to be animated. Because, dude, if you don't have a checklist, you're not going to war without a checklist, dude. No one does that. If you're the kind of guy who can just wing it, I could just wing it and get an A+. Here's what you're really saying. Anyone who looks you in the eye and says, I could just wing it and get an A+, John. What you're really saying is, John, I was supposed to go to Harvard by now, but I'm winging shit. Just because you're winning doesn't really mean you're at the top. There could be a bigger top for you. You know, you're a bottom. Another thing is, you need to start taking notes as drawings. Humans are designed to interpret symbols. It's a lost language, but your notes are supposed to be for you. No one else can read them. Take notes. I'm not saying for school, okay? If you want to take notes for school, you can have a couple 100,000. If you take notes for your life, you'll be a millionaire. Take notes and make them into schizo scribbles. You need to have symbols, okay? Another thing is, check this out. Every time you write down on a notebook something you're supposed to do, it reinforces it in your brain like a muscle, like an elastic kind of muscle. My dude, the last time your brain worked was when you took notes in grade school, and you took notes for no money. Now you have money in your life. Like, now if you take notes, you have serious money. Like, why did you take notes for free? You took notes on topics that are not for you. Another thing, probably the biggest one, stop psyching yourself out when you learn something. Every time you learn something new, you say to yourself, people understand this better than me. No, they don't. Most people don't fucking understand it better than how you just learned it, you fucking retard. You undercut yourself every time. My dude, every time you say, yeah, so I learned this software, but there's people who know it better than me, and maybe I don't really understand it and stuff. Dude, pay the fuck attention, okay? Chances are you're probably in the top 1% who knows that shit. And you just put a little more focus, and that's it. Another thing, stop thinking there's knowledge outside of your grasp. Like, oh, this is genius level stuff. I can't learn this. My dude. Yes, there might be like a lot of stuff you cannot learn. But when you take a crack at it, you go, like, for example, I was like, I'm not reading this kind of fucking Masonic literature, and I'm not a reader. I've never read. And then it turns out it's not that I'm a smart guy that I remember everything I read. It's that, oh shit, my brain's open to it. My brain wants this. Oh, my brain's open to it. Fuck it. And it just poured the fuck in. It poured the fuck in. I was like, holy shit. Why didn't it pour in when I was in school? That would have been nice. So sometimes your brain is like has a hole, right? And it's ready for new information. But because you think you're a retard, you don't even click. You don't open the book. You don't do it. It's like, dude, some days, for example, morning time. There's something about men in morning time. You can learn so much in the morning. Even if you go back to bed, you turn on something, you learn it so much better in the morning. Right? So every morning I'm like, oh, finally, I open my eyes. I get to absorb something. Even in your subconscious, it's insane, dude. Not going to lie. Middle of the day, I can't learn shit. So I just use it for work. Can't do it. So you should know your times. Yeah. Also, another thing from that Masonic literature, I read that humans are solar beings, and not just for the sun, for the stars and the moon as well. So apparently you function better if you get sunlight, not on some hippie shit. Not on some, I got some vitamin D. On some, like, bro, some electromagnetic shit. So get some fucking sun, dude. Like, sun is big. I'm saying like 2 hours a day. And another thing you don't do is, your brain automatically goes to, oh, I got to be in front of my computer. Bro, just turn your fucking data on. It's worth the money, and go for a walk in the sun and do whatever you're doing on your computer walking. It's worth the money, bro. It is worth it because it's building momentum in your life. Another thing about momentum is, right? Would you make a good student if you went back to uni for something? No, I doubt it. No. No. Imagine the topics, right? I doubt it. But I would do a much better than last time. But yeah, the topics are just too boring. Yeah, I don't think so. Now check this out though, right? The topics you find interesting, your brain it has a monopoly on that shit. So if you find NBA interesting and you open up a YouTube channel talking about the NBA, dude, you have a monopoly to millions of dollars right there. So people think, oh, I find stuff interesting, it's a distraction. Not really. It's your calling, bro. It's like you got to be so stupid to have a passion that's not monetized. Not the passion, the one, not all of them. So yeah. The things you watch all day are actually kind of like poking at you to be successful. You got to like pay attention to that. Another thing, okay? Just cut out your fucking friends, bro. Like, I don't care. Just cut them out. I'd rather you be lonely than have fucking loser friends, man. I don't give a fuck about this take. I know it's like post-COVID, everyone's lonely and shit. Just cut them out, okay? That's, you know, your friends will Snapchat you a dead body type shit. Like, they're not going where you're going. They're not even trying, dude. What about your brothers? Look, man. Brothers are good, goated and all that, but anything giving you comfort is taking away from that pressure that makes you successful. Success doesn't follow the slob. And if you're around your parents, brothers, stuff like that, you become slob-like. You become like a I'll get it done tomorrow kind of guy. Because what you don't understand is like your parents and brothers and stuff, they're projecting a lot of their traumas onto you by accident. And you're doing it to them. And it's like, be careful with that shit. You know, like, for example, a lot of people don't understand that, you know, most students don't actually have ADHD. For example, if you have an acute delayed ADHD at 4 p.m., it's actually been proven, nobody talks about this, but it's been proven that a lot of students don't finish grade school and high school and then get triggered at 4 p.m. for no reason. It's because their parents are being abusive at 4 p.m. And by abusive, I mean they're like talking to each other with language that penetrates the child. Because the child starts thinking, whether you like to admit it or not, you start to think about the worst. And that's why a lot of people don't have ADHD, but they have a 4 p.m. trigger of ADHD because they're used to 4 p.m. their mom and dad fighting when they came home from high school, right? Or whatever. A lot of those kids, when they move out, right? Could be your brothers that you argue with, could be whatever. A lot of those kids, when they move out, they kind of dominate the world. And I would have a couple days where when I go see my parents, there was like this you've done enough energy. Yeah. It's weird. When I talk to my parents, it's always you've done enough. You know what I mean? And I don't remember them being like that. I remember them being like, go out and get the world and grab the world by its fucking throat. But, you know, they get older. They got that you've done enough energy. And whether you want to admit it or not, that shit is like, I'll even skip some FaceTime calls if I get that energy. Like, I'll just turn off the thing. I'll be like, I can't talk. My phone died. Because, dude, for us conservatives, or whatever we call ourselves now, dude, our parents can penetrate our thoughts. You know, you could be I was at a Christmas party and they just could be some negative shit. So I'm not shit talking about them. Like I love being close to them and stuff. I love being close to my brothers and stuff. But man, this pressure I feel where it's like there's this ambience, there's this silence. It was really sad these last few days. Horribly sad, like horrifically sad. Because I had to like face some demons. And there's nothing worse than facing a familiar one, you know, where it's like, that's yours. You know, that's your demon. And I was like, whoa, I don't think I'm going to call my brother. Great therapist and all, but I'm not going to call my brother. I'm not going to call anyone. What if I just suffer in silence for an answer? Right? And the answer never came. And I was like, damn. But before, I'd walk into my brother's room and I'd be like, you know, I have this issue, and yeah, there was this coddle energy. There's just this, like, don't go out and kill yourself, guys, but there's this loneliness is poetic, dude. This loneliness is like, I like it. I like that I can't open a door and be like, hey, Dustin, I need help. And I like that. Yeah, because it's like it squeezes your brain to find an answer. I think if you have a twin brother, you understand what I'm saying. Like a lot of twins can get lost in the, you know. But my twin literally kicked me out of the house. He packed everything for me. He's like, get the fuck out. You're wasting your life on Twitch. Go. You're supposed to be bigger than Logan Paul. These people are fucking boring. And he kicked me out. I was like, what the fuck? Threw all my shit. My dad called and he started screaming at him. He's like, why are you fucking kicking him out? He's like, this guy has all the potential in the world. He's fucking streaming about Freemasonry. And, yeah, it became a whole group chat thing. And he threw all my shit out. And he's like, get the fuck out. I don't want to see you till you're at the top. And, I couldn't argue it. I was like, you're right. Yeah. I was planning on leaving. Like, let me grab my stuff. You know, you don't have to scratch up my PC, but he like bubble wrapped it. He put everything in the luggage. Like this guy did everything. And and then he turned my room into like this studio. So I was like, what the fuck? Like, cause my room's the big one with the bathroom and balcony. So that was kind of weird. Like, I guess him and his girlfriend are I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, no, that was good because He did this once before to me, but COVID hit. So, you know what I mean? And, yeah, I was supposed to be here a year ago, to be honest. You know, I fucked that up. But, yeah, I mean, like, all my cousins, stuff like that, they want me back. They're like, don't leave, bro. You can do it from anywhere and stuff like that. But it's kind of cool having no one. I got no one, and I'm like, this place is so quiet. I fucking love it. So, yeah. But will I miss Vancouver? I will miss the food, and I will miss. What will I miss? The get-togethers with the bros. New Year's was fun, stuff like that. That was some good parties. Yeah. And it is weird to be like out of your country and like never going back. Because if I go back, I'm a failure, you know? And if I just bring him 100,000 viewer videos on YouTube, he's going to be mad at me. I'll be mad at myself. So I really need to like supercharge. But I guess everything went according to plan. I saved up enough money. Kind of wish I didn't spend so much, but whatever. And you're acting like USA is so different from Canada. Bro, I'm not going to lie. I don't fuck with the US. This is a big deal for me, dude. Like, Austin's a shithole. You know, like I can make anything fun, but it's a shithole. there's no beauty to this place. Like, my city is so... I used to go for drives just for fun. Middle of the night. Like, I love my city. Yeah, Austin's a shithole. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Yeah. And then Miami, I would have my team on Zoom calls, so I can't do that. It's better in person for the beginning and build a good team. And then, yeah. But yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, the COVID really fucked shit up. Those lockdowns fucked shit up for me. You know what I mean? But you adapt, you overcome, and here we are. So far for 2023, I've done everything. The workouts, the everything I'm supposed to do. And yeah, I'm on top of my shit. Laundry, everything. Yo, Eden, do my laundry for me. I kind of miss having a house, bitch. What else? Why do people say you're bald, you got good hair? Because I'm like a narcissist, so it's like never good enough, actually, you know? But I'm not going to lie, dude. Like, I'm a really attractive dude, you know? Keep hitting the gym and shit. We got to keep this up. I'm a really attractive dude when I think about it, because there's something about me where it's like, you're never going to see a human being like me ever again, right? Like, you guys are disposable. You guys are NPCs, whatever. Me, dude, my brain is like on overdrive, you know? Like, what kind of Chad reads a 1,000-page book? That's kind of badass. You know, that's like a genius. And, you know, the teeth and shit, like, I'm kind of like, I'm peaking, dude. Like, I look better than when I was 20 years old. Like, that's unreal. I'm getting hot, bro. I'm getting really sexy. I think I'm the only person who gets sexy for me. You know, I don't get sexy to go out and show people. I get sexy for me, right? Even when if I'm fucking myself. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm getting sexy for myself. You know how a man focuses on the girl when they're fucking them? I'm not joking right now. If I don't feel like her and I are both like, whoa, Zherka's in the room and he's going in. If we're not both on that kind of mental plane, I just can't get hard. And that's where I'm at. You know, like, yeah. Autosexual, I think it's called. You think of Freemasonry when you're smashing? Dude, I read that it opens portals, so sometimes I've been like, you know, I've read that it's bad. But yeah, I'm a good-looking guy, and I'm just haven't been trying that much, so I'm gonna have like, I guess, a skincare routine and whatever the fuck, and start trying again, and gym and all that. And gym is really to breathe good, so I can punch hard. I need to punch hard. I haven't had a cigarette in almost like 7 days. I'm lying. It's been 5 days. I think it's been 5, and really because I'm not allowed to smoke here, so I prepared myself. And quitting cigarettes is like the easiest shit in the world. It's getting back on them that's tough, but I haven't thought of a cigarette in like 5 days. I mean, the only reason I smoke cigarettes is because if I don't, I bite my nails. And that's a nasty habit. So I've been doing that more, but yeah, I feel good in 2023. I feel like I shook off a lot of the baggage, meaning like negative thoughts. And honestly, I'm not going to be negative unless I knock someone out. Like, I'm not going to spend the whole day angry. I'm just going to knock them out. So I'm going to do it like the good old days, where I just be like always happy-go-lucky. And then if something's trying to ruin my day, I put it in the back of my head, wait till it confronts me, and then just knock them the fuck out. Also, this year, I don't really mind going to prison and shit. I don't mind none of that, okay? So if you talk shit to my face, I'll easily go to prison by knocking you out. There's something about me that's like, I've been holding it in on Twitch for so long, you know? And I've been holding it in. And it's gone to the point where I'm like, am I like a fake tough guy, or am I knocking someone the fuck out? Am I going to reclaim who I was? Like at some point, it's like, I've been holding it in for years. I made money on Twitch. I'm done here. It's over. I'm going to YouTube. Right? So the last time I wanted to be hurt someone, it was when I was in Austin. There's a guy on my podcast who talks shit about me, Clint1717, and he was with his girlfriend, and they met me at Omni Hotel, and I just freaked out and ran up into his like nose to nose, and I said, "Say it now, bitch, say it now." And his girlfriend freaked the fuck out and got in between us, and it became like this whole thing, and I was so close to fucking cracking him, and he's like, "I'm sorry, John," and then I could tell he's like, people like that usually meme it and shit, but I could tell he was like, it was genuine. It was nice, you know? And I've been drunk where I say dumb shit on a podcast or whatever. I've been tired and stuff. So I'm like, I understood that. But that's the last time I had a problem with someone that I freaked out on them. And, yeah, he's a nice guy. And we're going to do stuff together, me and Clint. I heard he wants to see me, so I'm down. But other than that, well, back then I was holding it in. Like I was in a hotel room quiet for hours waiting for him to come, angry. And why? You know, just handle it. You don't have to be plotting and shit. But yeah, so this year is really about winning with no resistance. And I don't mind slowing down if it's for something I believe in, you know? And because I really lost myself as a fucking creator. Like I forgot, holding it in is unhealthy, bro. It's aging me, you know? Some people need to get knocked the fuck out, and then I'll make the apology video. But yeah, and I'm saying that because Austin, Texas is filled with like assholes. It's just people who get drunk and cocky and stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah. Anyways, that's that. I guess what I was giving such good advice. Why did you decelerate me? Personal 3 top most influential philosophers, thinkers. Plato. Really, Christ first. Plato. Unless you're one of those guys who think, oh, they got Neoplatonic ideas and then they put it into the Bible, whatever. So Christ, Plato, and who else? Foucault. No. Jordan Peterson. Marx. Look, I'm not going to lie. Karl Marx was not that smart. Okay, it's not that smart to break down that whoever owns the machinery owns the system. Like it's not that genius of a revelation, dude. I don't think Marx was that great. Yeah. Plus, here's why Marxism's fucking retarded, okay? Here's why, okay? And this is going to ruin every single kind of system you could think of. But Marxism is defeated when you ask people how they feel about McDonald's workers who try and get you an ice cream cone. You know what I mean by that? Like the whole argument ends right there. When, like, Marx will never ever talk about the average worker as fucking retard IQ. They're literally cattle. They're the dumbest people on earth. And dude, I failed every class and I'm a fucking genius compared to the fucking average guy. Are you kidding? Yeah, like Marx doesn't touch on the topic of retardation in society. Like humans are stupid. They're literally fucking retarded. Like it's so weird that you think when people say, you know, the working class, they mean what they mean by the working class is they mean the people who must be led by a greater mind or they kill themselves and their neighbors. They burn shit down, they pitchfork. Like they're animals. And I fight for the working class man, but I'm not stupid. They're fucking animals. Like if they're confused, they run up and start killing everyone. You know, like that's why the capitalist I have a little more respect for, because when the capitalist is confused, he doesn't kill people. He kills people for profit. But when the working class is confused, oh, the power went out. They just start fucking, before there's even a food shortage, they start killing each other for toilet paper and shit. And like Marx doesn't ever want to talk about how fucking stupid people are and how, yeah, it's just, it's political though, you know? Like Marx knows how stupid the average person is, but you know, his is a political movement. Appreciate you, Canute. Oh, we're just shitting on Marxists right now. And are you in Austin, Canute? Yo, Canute, you see fucking Miskiff try to bench press 3 plates? Well, he did it once, right? So that's impressive. But then he almost dies. No, I have this mustache because I'm a fascist. Yeah. You don't like it? Like I just one day realized fusing nationalism with something as collective as socialism. What's more collective than nationalism and what's more collective than socialism? This is like the perfect fusion, dude. That's the perfect system, right? That's how humans are designed to live. And then I realized I'm joking. Like I'm totally joking. Yeah. Wait, did he host me? Oh, thank you. But Nazis weren't socialists, John. No, they were socialists on steroids. That's socialism on steroids. Right? When you had a supercharger to like the Ubermensch nationalism, the Superman. Did I say it right? I don't know, because here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. Okay, and this is kind of weird to talk about online because I don't want to die. But like a lot of the media we grew up with as children was based on World War II. And it's like, bro, I'm Albanian, dude. You know, I'm half Chinese. I want to see some Chinese movies as well. And so anyways, yeah. But how do I feel about Germans? Don't they say Merkel is like the granddaughter of Hitler? Like Google her face. I'm starting to believe in this shit because they're all like ruling class royalty who marries into each other and pretends that they're like stakeholder capitalists, but really they're royalty. Can you believe that? Yeah, no, the interesting thing about World War II is when you realize it's like funded by American industrialists, Wall Street, and royal families of Europe. And then you're like, wait, so what are they afraid of? Like, what do they all have in common? What they all have in common is that they're fucking royalty and they're afraid of us, you know, pitchfork mobsters. Like, it's not really Was it really? There's movies that talk about it being like a anyways, yeah, I don't know. Anytime someone says World War II, like, that has a special place in my heart. Because, listen, if you want to be happy in life, just buy World War II models of tanks and shit and paint them. I got a buddy who does that, and I was like, dude, I'm thinking of living on an island and doing this shit full time. Because World War II was the one time war was not that digitalized back then. It was very mobilized, right? And so it was the one time it looked like Warhammer. Let me know if I'm getting canceled, but it looked like Warhammer, World War II. There's a lot of horses too. It's like World War One, but it looked like Warhammer with how much equipment there was back then. Nowadays, it's like what? Ideological subversion and some air superiority. Like, nowadays, war is, let's make your children gay. Now that's yeah. So, anyways, but back then it was like, you know, it was crazy, and so yeah. Which, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The reason why you see LGBT everywhere, right? And I think I can say this since I have enough gay friends where I have enough cover. I have enough cover to look like I'm not homophobic, you know? I've got just enough dense trees around me, right? That's what I call gay people. I call them trees because I'm homophobic. So now check this out, okay? This is hardwood. Gay people rule the world, okay? As a minority Albanian refugee, I'm a real minority. Gay people like literally rule the fucking world. Why are we pretending like they're a bigger minority than Zherka? Are you kidding me? There's people who want my fucking head. Like, they got their flag everywhere. They won. Okay? That's domination. You know what no one ever talks about is gay people don't really care about having their flag everywhere. Like, they don't really care. Like, you can't just judge them on a whole pride parade, you know? Like, most of them don't give a fuck. Have you noticed that? Like, most of them don't really give a fuck. I don't know. Yeah, but what I think of gay people, I love my chat. Next. 2023 is going great for me, and it's going to go bad for you because you're doing the same things. That's not good, chat. You know, that's not good. I want you to go hungry in 2023. I want you to remember what it's like to be hungry. You know, I don't think your stomach should always have food in it. Because it's really what's happening when you're digesting food. You're in an inflammatory state and you're aging, you know. A lot of people don't understand that aging is digesting food. It's not actually time passing. It has nothing to do with time. That's why everyone ages so differently and everyone looks so different going through the years. It has nothing to do with years passing. It's all about like what you're consuming and how much stress it's putting on your body. Some people can get away with some junk food and stuff, but a lot of you guys are aging. Like, especially these guys who in my chat will be like, oh, I got a high metabolism so I can get away with shit foods. Bro, you look old. Like, you're aging from these foods. Like, it's not all about how you're digesting it. Like, bro, you're getting old because of these disgusting foods. And you got to clean this shit up, right? Because the one thing you miss the most is the clearness. If you're feeling fogged, you're probably digesting some nasty shit. I feel clear in my mind. I feel so fucking clear. I feel like my skin is clear. And I feel like I can get away with anything right now. Like, I can just drop the N-word and I can get away with it. chat's a bunch of, I eat an entire ginger and, okay, I don't know anything about ginger, but it's not about what foods you put into your body. It's about what foods you take out. Because if you're just eating good, but you still have these bad habits, it's the same as smoking, really. And I'm going to smoke a lot less this year. Right? Did Slicker go live? I'll check that out soon. I'm just not done saying why I'm better than everyone here. One in the chat if you're going to have a strong year. And one if you're not just saying it. You know what I mean? That's the cool thing about going live is you have to do it or else people clown you. You know? Even for the small stuff. And you got to remember, guys. Okay? If failure doesn't come with an amnesia pill, you're fucking retarded. Like if you failed today, you didn't go to the gym, you didn't do anything, amnesia. Just forget about it, and then you restart tomorrow. Just wind back the calendar, and who gives a fuck? And that's how you win. Okay, that's what I tell my clients when I was training them, and they hit their goals. Sometimes you just gotta take an amnesia pill and pretend it didn't happen. What is your opinion on faith and works? What do you think you are saved by? Thought, meditation, and prayer are talked about in Masonic literature, in Morals and Dogma. The ruling class of billionaires who print money, the guys who have billions from even Scientology, they all talk about thought, meditation, and prayer. And if you really want to take it far, write it down. But dude, the word, even in your head, if you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. But you're going to see it in your mind for a few seconds. An obsessed person never stops seeing it. And as gay as it sounds, manifestation's too real, bro. If I say you manifest what you think about, nobody believes me. But if I say every fucking misery and depression you have is because you're thinking about it, you go, holy shit, I did bring that to myself. The moment you realize most humans wish for things to harm them is the moment you go, oh, that shit is real. Yeah, you can manifest. Because when I say manifest, people are like, I'm thinking of a Ferrari. No, you're a fucking alcoholic. You think of fucking liquor, you fucking retard. And so when you realize 99% of your thoughts are to damage you, it's the devil. Okay? That's why there's you who you are when you wake up, and then these impulses you have to ruin your life. I don't need a cigarette. I need liquor. I need this. I need an argument. I need those impulses. They're foreign. You could have those impulses till you're 40 years old and they still feel foreign. Why do they feel foreign? Because they're from demons, and these demons are talked about in these books. They're from the invisible world, a world we can't see. That's why you feel bad when you do something wrong. And here's something that's really underrated for 2023. You know, doing the right thing is really underrated. Because everyone thinks doing the right thing is doing the right thing for you. Like, doing the right thing doesn't mean your life got better from it. You have to delete that from your mind. You have to delete from your mind that doing the right thing is something that pluses you. Okay? A lot of times it's not going to plus you, right? It might buff you, but no one's going to know about it. If you did the right thing, nobody knows but you. Very few know. Sometimes one other person knows, and you have an intimate connection where you know, you guys go, oh shit, I'm on the right path. But do the right thing. Don't do the right thing because I'm telling you. Do the right thing because it's actually hard. It's nothing harder than that. Doing the right thing is really hard, actually. Because here's how your mind works. You do one right thing and 10 wrong things. Like, you always try and balance it out because you're a fucking pedophile. And it's like, you spent your whole life trying to learn things, and you watch successful people, they're really just unlearning. The scariest thing is realizing a genius is more primitive. A 15-year-old scores more goals usually than an adult male because he's more primitive in his thinking. Being more primitive is not a bad thing at all. At all. Being more primitive is good. You have all this knowledge, right? You watch TikTok all day and interesting stuff. You have all this knowledge and you're a fucking loser. So how is knowledge good for you? And knowledge is only good if you have space to really absorb it. But you don't. You have liberal propaganda you need to unprogram. You have to rewire your brain. And you're going to be like, yo, I don't know, because when I rewire it, I sound like a grandpa, John. Dude, that primitive mind is actually the real you. Like, you're going there whether you like it or not. You know, if you have this thought where you're like, man, I really believe in this fucking shit, you can fucking resist for years, but you're headed there anyway. So get a head start. The primitive mind is like so OP, right? There is, when you watch an MMA fighter win every single fight, you see them at their more primitive state where they're just kind of doing the basics. And you're like, huh. It's not the spinning back kick that they learned. It's not everything they learned. When you're primitive, you're kind of remastering the basics in front of the world. Right? Because in Masonry, they actually talk about God being so genius, it's actually primitive. Meaning you can't get, for example, look at this. Before evil and good, yin and yang, sad and happy, there's just being. Meaning no suffering, no highs and lows at all. That's a more primitive state. Yours is a more divided state. That's why you have all those thoughts that give you anxiety and stuff. Are those thoughts really making you smarter? No. You know, that's why reprogramming and unlearning. Oh, when you unlearn, you feel weightless, dude. You feel so weightless. I guess the best argument for this would be, is a college student who knows, like, you know, they just finished their, let's say, bachelor's. Are they smart people? Or are they in debt? Are they fucking losers? Yeah, they're fucking losers. They're fucking losers, man. And it's like, I don't think they went to school to be, I don't think they started off as losers, to be honest. But you see a more primitive YouTuber, sometimes even, you know, plumber, electrician, their lives are kind of awesome. They make money. And you're like, I valued knowledge my whole life, even when it destroyed my life. How the fuck are you doing? You mean you respect knowledge so much that even if it destroys your life, you go, oh, at least I learned something? What the fuck, bro? You get one life. What are you doing? So when I say being more primitive doesn't mean you're a caveman. It just means sharper with your basics. You know, your basics that make you happy, make you money, make you this, right? You don't see mastery without the basics. Basics are everything. And I've spent so much time trying to find a different way, you know. Like, what if I read the book like this? What if I just read the fucking book, bro? Mm-hmm. How do I get the triangle people to stop following me? Kaz, nobody's following you because nobody knows who the fuck you are. The ruling class, if they followed you, then we won. Okay? Because they're about to die of boredom. We won. That's it. That's it. That's game over for them. Because Kaz, let me tell you something, okay? You're like triple vaxxed and you look like you don't look healthy to me. You're like triple vaxxed, and that's what you get for believing in aliens and whatever the fuck. Okay? You're like, you got a lot of hey you guys action in chat right now. It's like a lot of hey you guys. That's a lot of triple vax. You really think there's no ruling class? You think it's triangle people? You got a lot of hey you guys energy in chat. And you should get a booster though. You should get a booster so you can put me out of my fucking misery from listening to your fucking retard claims. Cause you got like woman IQ, bro. And that's how I feel. And shout out Gorilla Mind. Use code John, get 10% off Gorilla Mind products. And thus Gross Score remind you of yourself. Kaz, isn't Gross Score the guy who rejected you when you DM'd him? When you messaged him, hey bruv, I want to suck you off, isn't he the one who said, no, I'm busy? Or did I leak that? I leaked that? Oops, I leaked that bad. So I'm glad you brought up Gross Score, right? But guys, I understand your anger of the triangle people, but I'm not here to like make you feel better. I think you should get another vaccine and then you'll start feeling much better. Because you can call them triangle people, but you know what you're really saying in this chat when you say that? You know what you're really saying? You're saying to a bunch of people in chat who've had their lives ruined by these people, you're saying they don't exist. Like there's people in chat who lost their children to these people, to these systems, the beast system. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's really satanic what you're doing. It's the wrong chat to do this to, because there's no one in this chat who has not been traumatized by your gay ass system. But you can call it fake. Kaz, you're the type to work at Balenciaga because you're a fucking pedophile. And I'm done. Why am I letting you get to me right now? Like, what the fuck? John, the triangles are the ones that made your girl cheat. Okay, my girl never cheated, bro. I think we were broken up 2 months. And then I filmed some Miami stuff that was inappropriate. But it's like, I don't know why people root on for like an e-boy and e-girl relationship. When people root on this relationship to exist forever, I find it so weird. It's like, did you watch everything? And Kaz, what you gotta realize is I'm afraid to give advice now. You're writing notes. Kaz, you gotta leave before I start giving advice again. No, I didn't have a threesome with Destiny. Why is this meme still going? I've never had a threesome in my life. I've been invited to some, but not with that guy. don't know why people believe in this shit. Like, I don't think I would get hard if Destiny was in the room, bro. No, I'm sure about that. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. The most degenerate shit I've ever done, I think I fucked someone's wife or something. I don't remember, but it wasn't a threesome. It was definitely not a threesome. It was like definitely something way less extreme for me. How old was she? She was younger than me, a few years younger. But I'm pretty sure she was married. I was like 22. I was young. Out of towner. I think she was 20. Anyways, yeah, that's definitely... I didn't ask. What are you supposed to ask everyone if they're fucking married when you're fucking... I didn't ask. Home wrecker L. She's a whore. How the fuck am I the whore? Oh, what? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? There's only one person who ever made me feel bad. It was this girl called Megan. And she said, John, what you don't realize is, you know, a hoe is going to cheat on her husband with anyone, not just you. But that's not true because there's not many Zherka replacements. So if you fuck someone's wife, they could have just had like a lapse in judgment one time to make an exception for a guy like you because it's rare. So you could be a home wrecker. I was like, oh shit, that makes sense. But yeah. Have you ever had an abortion? I don't have a uterus, bro. I'm born in the right gender. No, I haven't. I've asked for one when I was like trolled when I was younger. She was like trolling me. And then I thought about it when I was older. I was like, oof, that's bad. What? You know something I don't, Kaz? I feel like you're going to spring it on me. Like, actually, you did have an abortion. Why are you asking that? Something's weird here, bro. Are you guys trolling me? Yeah, I've never had an abortion, but it's not because I'm a righteous guy. I think I got lucky. Like, I never got a girl to, like... I've never nutted, very rarely nutted inside humans. Yeah. You're creeping me out, though. Why are you asking about abortion? Like, that is a downer topic. First of all, abortion is fucking murder. Abortion's fucking murder, bro. I don't care how you look at, bro. Even if you've had abortions, I could be your friend, but like, let's call a spade, dude. If I had an abortion today, if I was like, yo, fuck it, I made a mistake, I'd just go live and say I'm a murderer. That's what I'd say. Because there's no way I'm living with the guilt of like, actually, it's just like some cells and shit. Yeah, I'm not living that guilt, bro. Plus, if someone as dumb as me never got knocked up by accident, I'm pretty sure like anyone can live a clean life if I can do it. You know what I mean? No, in my opinion, banning abortion is probably the most base thing you can do. It's not about saving lives. It's about like, here's the truth. If you ban contraceptives, think about who takes am I saying it right? Concentration? No, not that one. Contraceptives. If you ban contraceptives, what you're really banning is smart people from using it. That's the only people in society who uses contraception. The only smart, the people you want having babies are using the fucking contraceptives. That's why low IQ people always have babies. It's like the one people you want to start fucking popping out babies is the people planning ahead not to have them. We should fucking poke holes in their shit. Yeah. Yeah, anyone who plans ahead to not get pregnant should secretly get pregnant. Okay, that sounds like rape. I'm not talking about rape. I've never talked about rape. Yeah. But, do you forgive Slicker? Listen, man, if he murdered someone, I would forgive him. That's how I'm raised. Okay, I'd still say he's going to hell, but you never, ever hold a grudge on a brother. Because what happens when the world turns your back on you? Okay? When the world turns your back on you and your brothers do too, there's no greater evil. I think Slicker ending up alone in life is worse than him scamming people, in my opinion. Right? If the whole world turned their back on Slicker, including his one cope, Zherka, I think that's high-level evil. Because it's like, I don't really see the world. I'm going to react to Slicker soon, but I see the world as in, when you start seeing demons for what they are, you realize that there's no bad humans. There's demonically charged humans. Right? That's why Ted Bundy and these people can love a puppy. They love their puppy and they murder people. Because they're actually good people, but they're very heavily infected. Usually it's like some government shit, or military, whatever. But we're not going to talk about that live. What I'm saying is like, when you give up on someone, here, look at this, okay? Most people in the world would say, hey, John, I got to take care of my grandma, right? Let's say you got to take care of your grandma, chat, and you can never live your dreams because you have to take care of your grandma. She's sick. And you waste your whole youth taking care of your grandma. Most liberal society, even conservatives actually, most people would actually say, hey, man, just put her in a home and go live your dreams, bro. But what people don't understand is there's nothing more noble than wasting your whole life on a family member. There's nothing more noble than that, because life is about dealing the cards you're dealt. That's really what it's about. It's not really, people have control obsession where they're like, I want to deal the cards. That's not how it works. Okay? That's not how, you're not a perfect being. You're actually very flawed. You're a sinner. So you don't get to deal your own cards, my dude. You're a disgusting animal. Matter of fact, most people on earth who bought Bad Baby's OnlyFans when she turned legal age, most men on earth are pedophiles. So there's nothing better than dealing the cards you're dealt. But trying to like obsess over dealing your own, no, dude. Whatever you're dealt, go make the most of it. That's most people on earth are pedophiles, sinners. I'll go this far. Most humans are murderers that just don't murder, but they're very capable of it. Oh yeah. Oh, when you could just turn a blind eye to abortion, just like, fuck it, I did it. That's like turning a blind eye into running someone over. Okay? It's very easy. If you give me enough programming, I'll just think of it as some cells and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, God damn. So, yeah. You say that, but you don't follow your own advice. One in the chat if I follow my own advice. See, what you don't understand, chatter, is nobody comes to this channel because nobody comes to this channel to see a sinless streamer. Like, nobody sees it. Like, if I talk about God, it's not me saying I'm sinless, right? It's about watching how much fat I've cut. Okay? From like being on Granville Street and a serious drug dealer to whatever the fuck this is. This is a lot of baggage I've cut out of my life. So when people click on me, they're not clicking for a perfect dude. Kind of close, but they're clicking because they're like, oh, this guy cut a lot of baggage out of his life and it worked out for him, and, you know, his life's not that bad. And, you know, I don't say be sinless. I say reduce it, right? It's kind of like chocolate cake, because being sinless is like the most retarded goal ever. Some Gnostic shit. No. I think it's important to sin around your compassions and not passion. If you sin around your passions, you're in trouble. You're hurting society. But if you sin around if you're more strategic with your sins and it's, you know, somehow it's helping someone, it's not that bad. If it's you know. But again, it's like, it never ends, dude. Every day you wake up with a new card you've been dealt, new sins, blah, blah, blah. And really, it's like, if you clean up your old mistakes, it's so much easier to cope with new ones. But if you most people don't clear out their closet. That's bad shit, dude. That's some excusey shit. I don't know. I don't feel I have a mastery on life, but I feel like I got a mastery on mental health. Yeah. I really do. Yo, I'm streaming. I can't talk right now. That's your brother. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about on Twitch. And my brother's better than me, but I shouldn't have done that to him. But my brother's better than me, but he's not on Twitch. If he was on Twitch, I'd say he's number one. But yeah, I feel like, you know, I've been through so much in my life, dude. I've been through so much in my life when I think about it, that it's like, the only reason I don't flex it and say, oh, I've been through more shit than you, is that whether you've been through a little shit or a lot of shit, it feels the exact same way for every human. So it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter at all. That's what's crazy, is like, whoa. That sinking feeling there's no levels to that. Yeah. Like, for example, the greatest depression a guy could be in is really when he has no job. It's not when he has 3 jobs and hates his life. And then you think about it, you're like, shouldn't the guy with 3 jobs hate his life more? That's never the case. That's rare, dude. And so it's like, you got to see it like how you're interpreting your damage. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like, hey, man, I'm going through a rough patch. Motherfucker, we all are. You know? We all are. The difference from people who go through shit and come out of it versus the people who are always stuck in the mud, the only difference is one dude remembered to clean up his past. That's it. It's the only difference. That's the only difference from the winner and the loser. Is the loser, he's got the new problems on him, and he's holding the old ones. That's a bad mindset. When people go on those like spiritual journeys of self-discovery, they're just unpacking their past traumas. Sometimes it makes them feel better and stuff, but I think the best thing to do in 2023 is realize you're a phony. Like a lot of things you're into, you're not even into it. It's like a trend. It's not even the real you, dude. Like, let go. Be harder on yourself. It depends, right? If being hard on yourself is stagnating you, chill the fuck out, bro. It's not that bad. But if you need to be whipped into shape, then be harder on yourself. But it's like, it's not one size fits all. And those red pill channels piss me off when then they give like advice that fits everyone the exact same way. And I'm like, no, there's like levels to misery. But we all experience level 10. Level 1, 2, 3, 4. Like we take turns hitting 10. So I'm like, if you're on a different level, you're not going to be hard on yourself. Like a lot of people kill themselves like that. So yeah, you got to know where you're at. And it's about self-reflecting and a little bit of narcissism. Because narcissism was bad in the past. But now that there's a lack of it, you know, I'm pretty sure you guys do better being... When you're a narcissist, you know how fast you're suffering and why you're suffering. And you kind of get it. Because you know yourself. And people are like, no, you only know the mask you wear. Some people don't even know the mask. You better fucking know that mask, bitch. The fuck? There's nothing scarier than not even understanding the mask you put on. It's like, oh, I'm Spider-Man, but I don't know if I'm Spider-Man. It's fucking retarded. So sprinkle some narcissism in your life. And really everything works out at the end. You know what I mean? Like, God will leave nothing in your life unanswered when you die. So that's kind of like, you're going to have every answer you've ever hoped for. If that doesn't calm you down, I don't know what the fuck does, bro. Like, it's not, a lot of people, you know, most people think you die and then that's it. You just never find out why that dude spit in your face. No. God's going to show you why that guy spat in your face. Sometimes it's your fault too. You know what I mean? Oh, God is great, man. You know why God is great? Is because God gives us struggles to distract us from depression. Because depression is a lack of struggle, lack of stimulation. Depression is self-aggression. Once you define terms correct, you start to work on your problems better. So my therapist, which is my brother, but like I call him a therapist because like this guy charges a lot of money. Not to me, but I'm saying he's like got his own office. He's like, he's fucking the game up. Like he's high paid motherfucker. And yeah, he's like, if you define terms better than the average person, you'll do better than the average person. So some people will be like, oh, depression's just kind of like you don't want to do anything and your lack of stimulate. No, depression is self-aggression. And you know what's sad about depression is 80% of the time you don't even fucking deserve it. Like there's a lot of fucking pseudo depression phases in your life where it's like, that's when you're being hard on yourself, right? Yeah. Another thing is, most depressed people are little bitches. I'm not going to lie to you. Most depressed people are little bitches because it takes listen, man. Okay. I'm going to go there. I don't give a fuck. Most depressed people on earth are little bitches. And I'll tell you why, and I'll explain it. The only thing worse than lying to people is lying to yourself. To lie is a crime against the soul. That's why it hurts. That's why it comes with baggage, right? It's not in the material world, but it's something internal. And when you lie to yourself that you deserve this level of misery and blah, 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 Motherfucker, it's been years. I'm pretty sure you're done suffering, okay? And let me tell you something, dude. The thing about depression is it's not prison to where you can check out. Hey, I've been sad for months and now I can check out of this misery. Dude, you can check out on day one. But you hate yourself. You hate yourself. And as soon as you check out of depression, you never go unpack what you hate. You just go back to your same old routine. And it's like, dude, how the fuck are you ever going to enjoy today if you're not going to unpack the past? And there's relief to unpacking, dude. There's a lot of relief to unpacking the past, because it'll be like the first time in your life where you look at yourself in the mirror and you go like this. Huh. I'm really not that guy. I spent my whole life thinking I'm that guy. I'm really not that guy. Bro, those epiphanies are so great, man. They last forever, too. You know, the golden nugget lasts forever, you know. The only thing better than finding out what you are is finding out what you're not. And, dude, you are not 99% of the things you say you are. You know, I'm not saying like you say you're the shit. I'm saying like you say you're a bitch. Now there's real bitches out there. You're not a little bitch, right? But you're looping bad. You're stuck in a spell. And turning on that TV is not helping you, bro. It's been years and you're failing. Like, try a different approach. That TV is not helping. Self-help channels aren't going to help you either. That's like if I gave everyone the same diet plan in this chat. Am I really getting people fit? You know what I mean? It's fucking retarded. What the fuck are you so angry about? Because let me tell you something. Whatever you hate yourself about is what your ancestors hated about themselves as well. Like sin is passed down through DNA. So you're not coping with a battle. You're coping with a war, like ancestral war, which feels cozy. You're like, oh, there's others. Like, it's hard to imagine your great-great-great-grandfather is coping with the same shit. But if you cope with jealousy, if you cope with sloth, you cope with envy, your ancestors were coping with the same shit. That's why breaking spells makes people so successful. Like, oh, I came from like Floyd Mayweather will come from a loser family and he'll break the spell and be a billionaire. And you got to break those ancestral spells. And I don't like to say go to the gym to be healthy, because I think sunlight needs to be involved. Fuck the gym, dude. The gym ain't going to do shit for you. Get the gym on the road. Get the sunlight. You're a solar being, dude. You read Masonic literature and it talks about you being a solar being. You need some soul. You're solar powered, bro. John, you have fake teeth. Everything that comes from your mouth is fake. No, I have teeth. This is the teeth of Adam and Eve, bro. This is how teeth are supposed to look before fluoride. Like your ugly ass teeth. I'm trying to replicate my ancestors. Okay? Another thing, okay? All your failures, and you don't hear the demons laughing at you in your room. Like, all your fucking failures, you don't hear them laughing and snickering. Doesn't that piss you off? Why are you angry at yourself? They're in the room. Shinigami's laughing at you. You're just sitting there taking it like a bitch. Whew. That's like me taking my high school buddies saying I'm going to be nothing. And now they're nothing. You know what I mean? So I'm like, dude, you're in a room filled with demons laughing at you, invisible demons, and you'd rather just fucking hate on yourself? I'll give you all one reason to love yourselves, okay? the biggest reason to love yourself is not the gay hippie shit they tell you. It's because it's a motor to success. You know what I mean? You should love yourself to succeed. Not because you're a great guy. You're actually a piece of shit. But it's a huge boost. It's a supercharger to success. You're not that great of a person, bro. And Jon Zherka, can you be a cokehead and still mentally healthy? Well, if you're cokehead, alcoholic, whatever, you just lower your vibration, not in like the LA horror style vibration. Like you lower your electromagnetic field so demons enter you. When you see someone fiending for heroin, they don't want the heroin. Something is inside them asking for it. That's Manny P. Hall. That's genius level author. That's what he said. I stole it from him. So I want value to my stream. I don't just make shit up. I repeat what genius has said so I get viewers. So people go, oh shit, this guy's... I'm not like Logan Paul who just makes up fortune cookie quotes on my fucking stream, you know? I literally copy paste what genius is right because there's no way these guys are wrong. The scariest thing is to think vodka is just a bottle. That's a terrifying way to see the world. It's like that's like you swim with sharks and you don't feel them, you know? You don't see them. They're invisible to you. That's stupid as fuck. Yeah, so you guys got to stop hating yourselves 2023, and it really comes back to doing what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to get sun. You're supposed to get tired, have a real workout. And you're supposed to have 4 to 6 hours of intensive work and a shit ton of leisure time that's not leisure for the sake of it. Dude, if you're chilling out time, here's the scariest thing. Most people's fucking chill out time doesn't even recharge their fucking batteries. You should be consciously recharging your battery when you're chilling with your nephew and your cousins and your blah, blah, blah. You should be knowing you're recharging. Most of you finish chilling and going to the movies and you're not recharged. Then what the fuck did you take a break for, you fucking retard? So it's got to serve a purpose. You can't just chill for no reason. And that comes with being in the moment, right? If you focus on your past, you have depression. If you focus on your future, you have anxiety. If you focus on the gift of the present, you have knockout power. And dude, your goals are being held hostage by demons. Sloth, greed, envy. This has been written in scripture, dude. Okay? All modern psychology comes from scripture. Okay? They literally hijacked everything. That's why they actually use different words than greed and envy. Because they like, come on, bro. We know what therapists are. These are as old as fucking time itself. Because check this out. Highest purchasing power, yet the highest depression and anxiety in decades. Yeah, that progressive shit doesn't work and you're going to fucking kill yourself being a fucking retard, dumbass, liberal. You go look at an alcoholic. Before science, the first step is to accept a higher power. And you guys are like, well, John, I'm not an alcoholic. Yes, you are. You probably have a Cheetos problem. You probably have a laziness problem. But it's no difference. There's no difference from a cokehead and a fat ass obese person eating Cheetos till they have a heart attack. There's no fucking difference. There's literally no fucking difference. It's a fucking dopamine problem. I don't like to go into the chemicals because you are not just chemicals. That's fucking retarded. Also, another thing. You can change your mood at will. Right now it feels impossible because you're suffering. But when you're feeling good, you can do it. And at will. A lot of people think changing your mood, it means like you're more invincible, you take more damage, and it's not really like that. You become more slippery. You know what I mean? So whoop, whoop. Problems start to slip, and you're, oh shit, I could use a break. That was nice. So that's the good part of like willing it, right? Because will is everything, right? Everything in this world is will. And you guys have been coping your whole lives, watching Twitch and YouTube and stuff. My dude, the guys you watch with million subs, they have bad mental health. So that means even if you follow their formula, it's a dead end, even if you succeed. So you need a different formula, and just look at what is the PSYOP really. When I realized the PSYOP is the sexual revolution, I stopped fucking watching porn and weird shit. I just fixed my life. I was like, okay. That's the PSYOP. You guys like look at fucking COVID and, oh, the government's pushing this and they want you to get vaccinated. Dude, they want you to watch porn. And you're still watching that shit. Like, there's so many people who are anti-vaccines here, but they're like addicted to porn. And it's like, dude, all porn is gay porn. All porn is gay porn. It's conditioning you to getting used to a man's asshole. Psychologically, you're not supposed to see that much of a man's asshole in your life. You're not supposed to see more than a few seconds, but you've had like, what you had, months? Not hours. You guys are at months and shit. All porn is gay porn. Also, being a like ladies man is gay as fuck. Okay, if you're a ladies man and a player, what you're addicted to is being a bad boy. And there's nothing more bad than sucking a little cock, especially if you're conservative. So you're on your way to becoming gay, dude. You're gay. If you're a player, you're literally gay. Okay? If you're fucking a lot of bitches, you're gay. And you're transforming. You're blossoming. Okay? When I had heaps of girls in my life, I was like, this is gay. Like, oh, baby, I feel so, baby, suck my dick, baby, oh, baby. I was always in like some fucking, what is this baby? Get the fuck off my dick, bitch. Gotta go make $1 million, waste my time with women. Bro, is there anything gayer than that? Come on, bro. Stop being a player 2023, bro. I ain't playing, bro. It's gay. It's weird. It's dude. Being a player, I wish everyone in chat could be a player for a year just to see how much it steals from you. That you go your whole life. How do I stop? How do I stop watching porn, John? After I fucked 100 girls, I'm addicted to porn. Yeah, no shit. You're done. It's over. What did you think? The 100 girls are going to fix that? It's over. You're done. That's it. You're addicted for life. Like, at least the fucking incel's got a hope. The fucking player ain't got a shot in hell. That guy's burning in hell. So don't be a player this year. And by the way, most players, why their numbers are so high with women is because the women are ugly. You know, I could show like a bunch of nice ones that want me, but deep down, I'm hotter than them. So technically, I'm fucking uglies. So being a player, it's like admitting you fuck uglies. Because if you're doing it because you're hotter than them, that's why you're winning. Plus, you're always covered in nut with strangers. For thousands of years, they try to... Dude, they succeeded in dismantling marriage. And no conservatives talking about... Marriage is the only thing on your mind 2023, chat. Okay? You don't have to, like, meet the girl, but you definitely have to build the habits for that shit. And that means quitting porn. Right? Because your girl ain't gonna... She's not going to do any of that. Okay? Your girl's going to do this. My neck is tired. Okay. Oh. Pet. Okay? That's real life, bitch. Is that depressing? I hate those clips, bro. I hate those clips, but they got to be said. You know what I mean? Like, if you really think... By the way, if your wife is sucking crazy dick, like she's talented, that's not your wife, dude. That's not your wife. So you're focused on marriage this year. Well, no, I'm kind of like a spiritual warrior. You're just a chatter. You should focus on, like, regular life. I'm on a mission from God. You know, like before I'm done on earth, I will instill confidence in 1 million young men, not because I like them, not because I know what it's like, but because it makes me fucking rich, bitch. I want to take all their fucking money. They're gonna be like, so much value in this channel. This guy's like Logan Paul if Logan Paul had a brain. You know what I mean? I'm going to take all your fucking money. I'm going to give you guys some... Listen. Provide value and shut the fuck up. Nothing else matters. So don't be a player 2023. Don't spin your tires. You've been spinning your tires your whole life. You're a fucking loser, bro. Okay? If you've been spinning your tires, I just want to make it to the gym. But by the way, hold on. So you want to be Andrew Tate? I don't think Andrew Tate has gotten anyone married, bro. I cannot believe we don't have one person in our movement talking about marriage when it's the only end game. You know what end game is in video games? How do I explain end game to people? End game for me would be like all the quests are done, and you know what I mean? Like you kind of just flex your Dragonite at that point. How do I explain end game to this guy? GG. You know what I'm saying? End game for you guys is marriage. Make no mistake about that. Like, you really only have a career for your family. It's not really a individualistic thing. I hope not. So end game for you guys is marriage, and it's scary that like our red pill side is afraid of marriage. What are you afraid of? Fucking doing what God wants, you fucking loser. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's like this is as old. This is thousands of years old, and first of all, none of you getting married because you're addicted to porn. You need to cut that off. Yeah. Would you get married? Bro, I got bitches, bro. I can't live that chatter lifestyle, bro. I pay a lot for those teeth, man. I got mad bitches, bro. No, listen, having bitches is gay as fuck. And, yeah, marriage is great. What marriage and family is a bubble of healing. You know, when you're in bad, like you see a liberal when they're going through a bad mental health phase in their life. Bro, they hate their parents. So, like, where do they heal? Are they going to shoot me? You know what I mean? Like, that's real suffering. That's why liberals need to get married and have some kids, but they're addicted to porn. Yeah. How can you have a God complex but believe in a higher power at the same time? I don't think anyone in this chat actually thinks I have a God complex. Like, nobody thinks I RP God. I think it's a meme. If you do, then you're going to hell, bro. That's retarded. See, what you got to understand is, just like Plato said, infinity is not beginning to end, forever revolving. That would drive you insane. It's rather the timeline of your life, or a human's life, your whole existence, is just an image. It's just an image outside of infinity. You understand? Infinity doesn't go and go and go. It's just there. You get it? Does that calm you down? And that's what afterlife is. But for most of you are going to hell because you watch porn. Also, for these guys who don't believe in hell, what do you think your depressed times are? Aren't you kind of just simulating your misery? Your loathing? Or is it just chemicals in your brain, bro? You're getting a taste of it. And there's no worse thing you can do. There's nothing worse you can do than inflict more pain on yourself. Like, dude, you spent 20 years hating yourself. You've clocked in overtime hours. Like, you're going to have to spend 20 at least neutral or love yourself, bro. And loving yourself is so easy because you just do the right thing and you start to fall in love with yourself. Broop, broop, broop. Hey, Dad. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Boop. You start fucking loving yourself when you do the right thing. You know what I mean? And your dad's like, oh shit, he's growing up. This guy actually apologized first time in 28 years. You do enough good things, you start to love you start to lick the mirror. You start to love yourself. And you look at me like, John, have you ever hated yourself? Bro, I put rat poison in myself and felt the highest temperature a human can feel before I went to the emergency room. Pretty sure I've hated myself, bro. And I went and did it again weeks later because, like, I felt like hell level of temperature. Like hot. And I've done so much dumb shit to I've hated myself. And I still hate myself. But not right now. And guess what? I am going to milk this for maybe a year. Right? Like, if I'm in a good mood, I know how to stretch this motherfucker. I know how to not get off this horse. But when I'm off, it could be tricky. I want to say it could be really difficult and hard, but I'm using weaker words. I'm saying tricky. You know what I mean? I'm being cockier with myself. Zherka, you follow the Christian Bible. Let me tell you something about the Bible, dude. Based as fuck. Bro, sometimes therapy don't even work for some people, but that Bible shit is so fucking... I've never met someone who took the Bible serious and said to me, you know, John, it didn't really help me. I've never met that person. And I think they lie if they say that. You know what I mean? There's some really good shit. There's some timeless shit there. Like, no wonder it built 1 billion civilizations. You know what I mean? No wonder it, like, built the world. John, what do you think about Muslims? Honestly, dude, when I watch this degenerate shit in my city or Austin, I want to join ISIS, man. Kidding. I'm good. I come from like a soft-core Muslim background. So I'm like a cultural Muslim. You know what I mean? But not hardcore or anything. And honestly, listen, if you're religious and not hardcore, just quit. Okay? If you're not a hardcore religious guy, just quit. Or you should be getting more hardcore as time goes on, at least. You think the Bible has been altered at some point where it's compromised in certain parts? You know, I'd be lying if I said there's holy books that haven't been fucked with by the devil, right? Because, like, people are like, oh, you can't fuck with God's word. Yeah, but when God's word is given, what about the pages? Can't you fuck with those? Because, like, the word's already given. And I really don't think you can, like, let's say your holy book has been touched and tampered with. I'm pretty sure the good parts are still there because it built fucking civilization. You know what I mean? And what you got to remember about evil is it needs innocence for its rituals. That's why they don't want to eradicate everyone. They just want to get a bunch of people. Right? Like a lot of witchcraft sounds gay, sounds like Harry Potter, but you got to ask yourself why they spend billions on Harry Potter, right? And why they do it is because Go look into witchcraft. Witchcraft. It used to be called the royal art. What is the royal art? It's Freemasonry. And it's just earth, fire, air, and water, and bending the universe through your will, right? Through your will. It's insane, right? But those Hillary Clinton emails made me look into this stuff deeper, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, who the fuck believes in witchcraft? This shit's so fucking stupid. Balenciaga, $1 billion industry, believes in it. Hillary Clinton believes in it. Epstein Island people believe in it. The people in the Federal Reserve believe in it. The Treasury believes in it. Fuck, the only people who don't believe in witchcraft is you and me and the common folk, bro. The fucking retard class. So it's like spirit cooking. Yeah, exactly. And they even admit it. They're like, this is not just art. Yeah. Because, like, you really got to ask yourself, did humans really think about it? You're convinced humans are... Man, I'm rambling. Do you enjoy this? I'm going to get into the stream, but I'm fucking rambling. I missed this. You're convinced. Listen to how stupid you are. You're convinced we're the smartest we've ever been because you heard Sam Harris's gay little talk or Jordan Peterson. But these people study Plato. Like, dude, humans were way smarter back in the day. Like, I'd say 1,000-fold. We don't study Jordan Peterson. He repackages Plato and Jung and everyone. So you got to ask yourself, is evolution real or are we de-evolving? Or are we getting dumber? Are they hurting us like cattle and making us breed with retards? And that's what they're doing. All the smart people, Malcolm X types, they get cut down. So you got to ask yourself, you really believe there's humans who didn't figure out the world? Thousands of years on Earth and nobody figured out the world or how to bend reality? That it's just a material world? Oh, yeah, loving your mom is just chemicals in your brain. It's nothing spiritual. I don't know. That's fucking retarded, dude. These Gnostics and these people figured it out. And then they started really abusing it. And that's where we're at. And I feel like the people who don't believe me, just wait a few more years. I'm going to show you. Like, you're going to keep turning on your TV and you're going to be like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? This guy says, so religion is the answer. Well, ask yourself, is the answer watching a 1 million follower influencer who's trying to kill himself? Is that the answer? The successful guy is fucking losing it? You know what I mean, bro? That, like, the people you idol worship are doing very bad in their head. And you ask yourself, what do they all have in common? They're all so distant from God. That's why they're coping. Like, look at... These people will make 20 million and still keep going like freak shows. Dude, they're owned by one eye, money. Tomorrow I wake up and I'm owned as well. You know what I mean? I have to remind myself. When you're depressed, was it because you're far from God? Yeah, being far from God, and you're not going to hear any other channel say this, so this is going to like be life-changing for you because I'm a genius. Being far from God, focus again on definitions. Like, depression is self-aggression, so you got to ask yourself what you hate about yourself, like what needs to change. When you're away from God, let's break down the word God. You're away from good. That's it. You're lying, you're cheating, you're stealing, and you're a fucking degenerate. You really think you'd feel like this if you were a good person? Have you ever tried being good? The closer you get to good, the closer you get to God. Are you a genius or did you just read? Well, that's Plato too. Plato talks about the good. I just steal shit so I sound like, well, you get your money's worth. I'm not actually always going to say, hey, Plato said this. I'm going to steal it for myself. I don't really give a fuck about that fucking Plato's in hell, bro. I'd rather give you guys value and pretend I'm a genius, okay? Or let me do a Mike Malek impression. Just, hey, chat, if you're trying to kill yourself, just live and let live. I swear he said that on his podcast. Not the kill yourself part, but he said, just live and let live. I was watching with my twin brother, right? And he's not the most religious guy. He's a therapist. He loves religion, but he's not a religious guy. And I look at him, he looks at me, and I go, yo, bro, let's write it on lambskin. Just live and let live. Let's put that on lambskin, bro. That's profound. And it's like, bro, you got to be careful with fortune cutter advice. Fortune cookie cutter, fortune cookie type shit. Could you imagine if you're about to kill yourself and you turn on that channel and just live and let live? And you're like, what the fuck? Let me tell you something, dude. You lied last year and more than you've ever lied before. I know that's a fact. You guys are compulsive liars. You know, I know you're compulsive liars is truth tellers who are like nice guys and tell the truth. They don't do it to themselves. You know what I mean? You gotta ask yourself, like, why you lie to yourself so much, bro? You're so alpha. Well, Lucky Palm, the thing about me is I spit in your whore mom's face after I'm done fucking her and I repent that I fucked your ugly ass mom. Your whore ugly mother. The woman that gave birth to you is an ugly bitch. How's that? And, anyways, I'm not going to dwell. It's 2023. I don't get angry. I'm here to give good advice and follow my advice. And my advice is just live and let live and just focus on the good. And I'm focusing on the good because when you focus on the good, you start drowning. There's so much good in your life. You don't even know. You don't know until you have shrapnel flying into you in a war zone and you're dying and shit. You have a lot of good in your life. Okay? You guys have a lot of good in your life. Like, you guys get to chill and just watch a stream. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. You guys are having a good life. Am I rambling? Wow. I like these intros, man. I like these intros because I'm so terrified of saying cliche shit that I say pretty badass shit, you know? Like, I'm really afraid of sounding like those podcaster retards because I make fun of them all day. So it's just the good stuff coming out. Yeah, we're going to have a big stream today. I need to see a lot of subs. If there's value in these streams, you should sub. If not, teach me a lesson. Did you sell your soul when you got to Texas? I spit on Satan. Bro, Satan is literally pathetic. These words damage Satan. Did you know that? Like, a lot of people think Satan's powerful. He's not powerful. He's just habitual. Like, he's there every morning. Like, he's got a habit of fucking with you. But he's not powerful. He's just there all the time. He doesn't give up. And, by the way, Satan, like, here's a message to Satan. Adversary to who? Who the fuck do you think you're the adversary of? Your creator? You're like actually the liberal mind. I hate you, Father. You're fucking pathetic, dude. You know, when you realize Satan's a liberal, it's not that scary. The only thing worse than upsetting God, because God doesn't get upset, God cringes, right? Like God is always cringing at you. God sends you 1,000 blessings a day and you're like, bro, that one curse, man, I really value Satan's curse. Why? Like, why are you so addicted to Satan's package, his gay-ass Amazon package, bro? Why are you so fixated on that fucking one bad thing? Are you stupid? Yeah. Yeah. $33 to Remfan says, your worship Lucifer in the name of Jesus. That's not even English. And bro, you listen, the star of Remfan is the gayest shit on earth, bro. Like your star is the gayest shit on earth. Okay? That's all I gotta say. Your east, south, west, as above, so below, material world star, pointed star, is gay as fuck, bro. It's lame as fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, bro, for thousands of years, you're coping, bro. You're coping. How do you answer the problem of evil? Well, it's simple, okay? When you realize most evil is inflicted man on man, you try and cope and talk about, like, hurricanes and shit like that. But then go deeper in hurricanes. Like, we have the technology to avoid them, but, you know, the ruling class sometimes just wants to let Katrina fuck us up. And they want to buy up all the property cheap. And so it's still human on human. Then you look at, like, being born with genetic defects. It's still human on human. Like, we have so many cures that are suppressed from big pharma. Like, we figured out things thousands of years ago. And then we just keep degenerating, having gyno, getting shorter, balder, uglier, fatter. Humans used to live to 250 years old, the good ones. Humans used to be powerful. They de-evolved, actually. That's what you're not realizing. Humans used to have perfect teeth. Thousands of years ago, they drink iodine water. And yeah, there's some cope saying people are taller now. Have you seen giant bones? Have you seen images of the 1800s? Bro, people were really fucking tall. The fuck are you? They look like a different species. Like, oh, we're taller now since World War II, John. Yeah, okay, bro. Apparently all of history disagrees with you. Right? Go back to believing in dinosaurs that were found in the fucking 17 to late 1900s, only in the West, by white dudes selling $1 million a bone. Never, ever in history. Just when this fucking Nietzsche and evolution popped off, that's when dinosaurs started bandwagoning. And it all points away from a creator. It's actually pathetic. If they mixed it up, right? If they mixed it up a bit, they'd get away with it. Yeah, no processed sugars, none of that. Yeah. True. I mean, like, when you realize, dude, you've gone through thousands of years of retard diets and retard programming. You look at the news and you go, oh, there's so much fake news. Well, what do you think history is, bro? You don't think there's fake news in history? And now the Bible starts to sound more realistic, or do you really think the earth is 64 billion years old? Bro, the Earth is like 5,700 years old according to the people who have all the money on Earth, lol. I think I'm going with those guys. I don't think I'm going with the fucking retards saying the opposite. Like, that's some... Here's the scary thing, okay? When you Google average IQ, that's a dinosaur believer. When you look at like the greatest scholars throughout history or some of the greatest philosophers, dude, they were religious. Fairy tales, bro. I thought religion is fairy tales. The biggest brains throughout history were all spiritual, right? But you're stuck with Nietzsche. They only feed you Nietzsche and gay ass shit. So a fallen angel is an angel who fell. Yes, 1/3 of the angels fell. And they're actually in our stars and solar bodies. And some people draw energy from them, actually. Yeah. That's 33%. That's a Masonic number. Sadhguru is a world economic puppet and a retard serpent worshiper. By the way, a lot of Indian religions are not the ones you see today. Like, these are subversions of their original culture. Like, trust me when I say, you can go to old people in India who will tell you what the real religions were. There's a lot of stuff that just whoop. It's kind of like old Buddhism was a lot different than the teachings now, or practiced differently. But it's all bad, dude. Because, like, listen, it's all about... That's New Ageism. Yeah. And you're like, John, I don't know. I believe in New Age. And, you know, you believe New Age like Aleister Crowley. Okay? This guy got knighted by the Queen for... he shat down his girlfriend's mouth and drank the piss and vomit. That's what he got knighted for. Google if I'm lying. Nobody knows why the fuck he got knighted, but he says he's into that shit. He did some like weird sexual practices in the desert. Yeah, that's New Ageism. That's that Eastern yoga shit that he was into. Also, another thing, the Masonic magazine, when it changed its name to New Age magazine, and it would push yoga and all this shit. Bro, it was called Masonic magazine. They changed it to New Age. That's like all the connections with rappers and masonry. It's like, you're not going to ignore that, are you? So I'm not into it. Anyways, am I done being schizo for the day? Says the fake Christian. Just wait for the new crusades when we come after you. I'm kidding. All right, listen, guys. Am I done rambling? Well, give me a few more questions and then let's start the stream, because I've done slaughtered this stream, bro. I fucked it up. This is the best stream I've ever done. Keep preaching and deceiving with demiurge tricks. Okay, the demiurge. Let me break it down. Some of the greatest minds like Plato and these guys broke down God as, if you believe God made a world with this much misery, you think God is inferior. So this yin and yang, dark and good, suffering and happiness, this could only be made by a weaker God. So that's what the demiurge is pretty much. There's an infinite God, according to these geniuses, and then there's a second God that created our world that we blame. That's what this guy's talking about, really. Right? I think that's what he's trying to get at. And some Gnostics believe that that's the Abrahamic God and blah, blah, blah. What's wrong with yoga? It's a part of tantric sex magic. Look into Aleister Crowley. And I like meditation when I'm doing sports and shit, but really it's about prayer. Because the prayer is meditation with gratitude. It's like the real version. I like that better. But I know meditation works. I know thought works, and I know prayer works because it's in morals and dogmas, like being the biggest shit to bending reality. So I guess why would they say that? So no sex till marriage. All of our problems come from that, actually. Every societal problem comes from sex before marriage. It's really deviancy, eating from the apple before you're ready, right? It's bad. It's really like when you were more primitive and close to God, you were a child before sexuality. You understand? And then now, like, children don't kill themselves. Teens and adults do because they bite from the fruit of sexuality. Right? It's evil, and you need to harness it within the confines of a marriage. And why are we pretending like I'm saying new shit? We've been saying the same shit for thousands of years, bro. I've tried the other side, and it's fucking retarded. Yeah. But anyways, damn, this got preachy, dude. When did I turn into a preacher? How come there's so many people listening to preach? We're supposed to be focused today, bro. We're supposed to be laughing 2023, but for some reason I can't laugh because I know for a fact when this year started, you guys were suffering. I know it. Because I'm like, if I'm invincible and I started off rocky, these guys are fucking done. You know what I mean? Like, I know for a fact you guys started off like, whoa. Explain manifestation. It's simple. You get what you think about. And you can't just, I'm going to think of a Ferrari, because you hate yourself and you're depressed and you spend 99% of your day thinking of suffering, like the suffering you think you deserve. And you've been getting it. You're being spoon-fed that suffering. Now, it's not weird that people are coping because liberals are disgusting pieces of shit that will not admit that COVID lockdowns destroyed everyone's mental health and got people to kill themselves. It's all their fault. I hate getting political, but dude, call a spade a spade. You were wrong. Okay? Yes, locking up already antisocial people was the worst thing you could do. Like, that was the most retarded shit. And we all predicted this. You're living with libs. I've never not lived with people way more lib than me. I'm like an old man, dude. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Old. I'm old. But you're never too old to win in life. Albert Pike in his book even talks about everyone at 65 years old is filled with regret because they go, wow, I had so much time to master a lot of things. That's a scary place to be. Like, if you're 65, you didn't master shit, then it means you're not teaching shit. And teaching shit, that's the butter of life, is teaching shit. You know what I mean? Right, Turnip? Yeah, fuck Canada, man. It's time to win. Those lockdowns slow me down so bad. Why does all the Masons talk about incarnating? Yeah, it comes from that kind of Plato thinking of a lot of these Gnostics would believe if you fail, you're reborn as a woman. It's like a punishment. Then you're reborn as a dog. Then you keep getting reborn into a lower soul. I think even Rocks and Minerals, I forgot. It was so blurry. It's been like a year since I read that. But you go down that chain of rebirth, according to these people. I don't believe in that. I believe in karma in this world, but I believe in Judgment Day after, when I'm done with this world. Judgment Day, or else, because infinite regression is retarded. I'm never gonna believe in that. So yeah, I believe in Judgment Day, but I do think you feel all the evil. You like if you do evil on a girl, it comes back, dude. Or maybe I'm just unlucky, but it comes back hard. You know what I mean? Why do you get veneers over Invisalign? There's something about Trump's smile that I always, like that's not a real smile. I always want to, like Trump, when he smiled, I'd be like, oh, there's my prophet. I knock on wood. Did God intend for us to use the law of attraction and manifestation? Yeah, I mean, there's two paths, compassion and passion. If you use it for passion, it's pretty satanic. If you use it for, like, good, that's good. Anything good, dude, why do people pretend they don't know what's good? You know what I mean? It's in your DNA. And if not, refer to the fucking book. It's not rocket science, bro. Yeah, I'll upload this VOD. This is one of my best VODs. I totally fucking slayed this stream, bro. Like, so much value in this stream. These streams always disappear forever, and I don't really repeat myself for the good stuff. I gotta get in that habit. But I knew I gotta give a pep talk this year, because there's something about post-COVID lockdowns where people's depression is like twin turbo Toyota Supra. You know what I mean? It's people's depression is twin turboed. I even feel waves of it myself. I'm like, shit. Those lockdowns really fucked my mind up. Yeah, this stream is good. I'm trying to be more good. I'm trying to spread more good. Because I can be wrathful. I can be an angry guy. I got to be more good. And then if I slip up and hit someone, then oops. Another thing I've been thinking about is like, I understand why they used to hit women. Because I'm trying to understand evil, right? Hitting a woman is evil. But I'm like, now being demonically charged makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, people who Dana White moments turning into Dana Pink and then striking her as Dana Red. Dana White, who does drugs and alcohol, allegedly. Bro, I literally stream all the fights. Like, I steal so much from you, Dana. Kidding. So now Dana White, Dana struck his wife and hit her after she hit him. And every dude in my fucking Twitter comments was like tagging me and saying, yo, Zherka, she got what she asked for. She want to act like a man. She gets hit like a man. And I was like, this is not a base take at all, because if you're a true sexist, women are weaker than the man. So you wouldn't hit a child because they're weaker. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I really don't get. But a lot of the guys who said on Twitter that they'd hit their wife, that's demonically charged thinking, dude. Right? That's crazy talk, man. I'm not saying it to look cool, like, oh, I'm so politically correct. I don't give a fuck, bro. Really. It's the Jews. Jews are doing it. I'm kidding. But you know what I'm saying? Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it to look politically correct. I don't think that Dana White moment on Twitter, I don't think that's red pill at all, actually. And I'm an evil guy. Like, I'm the type of guy that's like, if you abuse me, I'll just fuck your best friend and then I'll repent. Well, I used to be that guy. And I wasn't even that guy, but I would like do weird shit. Yeah, anyways. Because I was like, I'm going to attack your heart. I can't physically hit you. And which is bad. The people kill themselves when you play those kind of games. Don't do that. But here's what I'm saying is, I didn't get to go live since the Dana hit his wife thing. And there was a bunch of people on the red side saying it was based. Does anyone actually believe that? And you could just say like what you, but out of the Zoomers, I gotta hear from them. But I don't know if that's my guys. I don't think that's my guys, right? I hope not. I'm not punishing you if you say it. I just want to know. It seems womanly to hit a woman back, you know. What if she's like 100 pounds over you? Then can you hit her? If she's Moby Dick and she's fucking drowning you and killing you, can you hit a cow? What? Ronda Rousey, yeah. Have you read about astrology? Yeah, I actually know some stuff about it. Who wants some Masonic takes of astrology? It's going to blow your mind. Dude, I spent so much time reading about shit that never got me paid, so someone gift subs when I drop this shit. Okay, check this out. In one book I read, time doesn't actually move. It's the constellations moving. And that blew my mind. That our cosmology is the clock. And flat earthers get what I'm saying, but if you have a flat earth oversoul, this makes a lot more sense. But basically, if the above doesn't move, your time reality stops. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? And these ancient Gnostics and geniuses, they used to follow planetary or star patterns to make sacred geometric shapes that would reveal the universe to them. Remember, when these people enter psychic trances to like obtain knowledge, just gnosis you can't have, these people said the stars fall into you. And what's a fallen star, right? These are fallen angels, right? Angels of light, Luciferian. See, what you got to realize is, right? Everything you read, why do you have a cube when you graduate college? Why? You have a cube over your head for a reason. You understand me? You have a square over your head for a reason. It's Saturnian, Saturn worship. That's why you dress like a Freemason when you graduate college or high school. Like, did you really never look at your gown and go, what tradition is this from? They're everywhere, dude. Everywhere. Sports, media, everything. Yeah, it's bad. It's not that these evil spirits feed off of your misery. It's that if you're miserable enough, they can enter your body. Like, they want to walk around in the material world. And it's really soul contract, right? Because your soul is actually separate from spirit, right? The world soul would be like God's spirit, right? And it's separate from spirit, but it's given to you. You understand? Like spirit, God's spirit pours through you. That's why sometimes you're just in the zone. But you got to remember, it's like most content creators you see have sold their souls. They'll wear a dress. They'll wear a dress for money on live easily. Most of them wear a dress so they get invited by other ones, right? There's like a liberal competition, I guess. And they don't know that the Zoomers watching Carlo, appreciate that. The Zoomers watching them wear these dresses, right? These like straight boys wearing dresses. They don't know the bullying that comes with that, and it's bad. Humiliation rituals. Or maybe I'm coping. Maybe I'll be wrong about this, but since I was right about everything, maybe I'll just become Alex Jones and just say weird shit. I don't know. Is there a beef with Hassan Piker? I feel Hassan Piker is... I'm not going to lie. The guy's satanic, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, every time he has a chance to win me over, he chooses Satan. And it's getting kind of blatant. I'm not saying he's not... Like, anyone can be redeemed, but high-level Satanist. You know what I mean? And I want you to study the tone of my voice and see if it's coming from jealousy or is it coming from, oh, maybe I think the guy's getting fucking satanic as fuck. Where is my tone of voice coming from? And my dude, every chance he gets to, like, this is one guy who has not once critiqued the World Economic Forum. How's that even possible? Stakeholder capitalists, you're not going to critique? How's that possible that it just slips your mind every day? Especially if you see your opposition talking about it. Zherka, can you give your true thoughts on Coke? Yeah, it's an overpriced loser drug for like a 10-minute high. And recently I lost a buddy because it was actually fentanyl. And it's like, the side effect is death, dude. Like, you don't even know what you're getting. And it's probably like the worst drug ever made. And yeah, I don't know what do you want me to fucking stand Coke? Coke sucks. Also, nothing makes a man, especially in Vancouver, nothing makes a man more violent than alcohol or cocaine or the mixture, which it's always mixed for some reason. Like, nobody can just do Coke and not have a vodka. It's weird. And, dude, there's this high level stimulation you have with amphetamines where you could accidentally punch a cop and go to prison for 30 years. It'll happen in a second, bro. The devil will spend 30 years laughing with you in that cell. Oh, he'll get cozy there. And, dude, if a drug can get you to split second ruin your life like that, yeah. I've used it before. Yeah, he supports the corporatization of food. Yeah, I saw all that. Yeah. But I don't want to talk about Hassan because then that looks like I'm jealous and all that. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Dude, drugs are just weak, man. Drugs are for weak men. And like, it shouldn't even be called drugs. It should be called cope. That's all it is you're coping. Fucking dopehead retard. Battle rapper, yeah. Coping is pretty much when you revert to an infant-like state where I need mommy's titty. I need a cigarette. I need cocaine. I need alcohol. I need a bottle. I need my baby bottle. I need to feel good. I need anime. You need to go shut the fuck up and go to the gym, bro. You need to go pick up some heavy shit and say, oh, fuck, that was heavy. You gotta go do some man shit. Also, be careful with nostalgia. You know, why you guys are addicted to nostalgia and why your parents weren't into it. It's because they didn't have the technology to, go back that much. But nostalgia, as beautiful as it is, I mean, it is poetic. Bro, nostalgia is really just never growing up. It's so bad, dude. It's a huge cope. It's nothing uglier. What did JP say? Nothing uglier than a grown child. Have you gotten more religious as you got older? Oh, 100%, dude. Because all my life I said the garden and Adam and Eve is fucking retarded. And then now that I know it's their astral beings before they fell from grace, like they weren't like you and I. Now it makes way more sense. Or the whole de-evolution. Like you can't understand the Bible unless you believe in de-evolution, like people becoming dumber over time, which you believe. You're just afraid to say it out loud, but everyone believes that. And then when you start looking at it like that, or when you start looking at all the fucking research that points away from such an old 200,000 years since the fucking caveman and blah, blah, blah. When you start looking at all the bullshit there, you know, the earth becomes very young fast. And then the Bible starts to become real. Then you ask yourself about like Greek gods, Egyptian gods, and you realize these are why they're named after planets and stars is because they're just fallen angels bringing gnosis to people, knowledge. And, like, check this out. Here's the difference. What people don't understand is here's the difference from a Greek god and Christ. When Greek gods were at the top, let's say the history is right and they came before, whatever. Because I don't believe anything anymore, but maybe they're right. Who knows? You know, whatever. But check this out. I'm going somewhere with this. This is gonna blow your mind. The difference from worshiping Greek gods in the sky and Christ is that the shame used to live with the gods. So this god was jealous of Athena and killed her son and blah, blah, blah. The shame was with the gods. You understand? And so the people on earth, they had an example of these beings being jealous and weird like that and creepy. And so they would act very weird where they're fucking little boys on pagan hill steps and, you know, the steps to the fucking temples and all this fucking weird shit. Like they were smart, but there was some fucking weirdness going on. And then you look at the example of Christ where it's like, dude, the shame comes to you. You don't have a God to blame. Oh, this guy's jealous. This guy's... You know, the shame comes right to you. And so you start bettering your life, which is a way healthier psyche because you're starting in negative. You're starting like as a fucked up sinner. And so you look at why they were so fucking disgusting back then and look at the examples they had, right? So Christ really brought divinity to man, and not divinity as in you're a god, but the goodness of God, like the spark. And those Greek gods did not bring anything to those people. Those Greek gods did not bring anything to better their lives. Matter of fact, they were degenerates. Why they tell you the dark ages and blah, blah, blah were the worst times is because they're lying, dude. How the fuck do you have perfect society like 1800s? Right? Look at the 1800s. They had all this shit, right? They had like such a perfect society. Bro, that came from Christianity. Like, how the fuck you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of dark ages and then boom, oh wow, we have electricity and everything's great. And are you fucking retarded? Do you really think it like curveballed? Are you fucking stupid? It's because they tell you it's the dark ages because they don't want to tell you the best times to live was in theocratic times. That's why they tell you, oh bro, they used to like move cow manure all day. It was bad to be a knight. Being a knight, you would die from the plague. Blah, blah, blah. Bro, they're lying to you. Bro, you're afraid to go outside because of the fucking common cold. You're born in the worst times, you fucking retard. And isn't it funny how it's never been a better time to live than now? Bro, they said that in the 70s. They said that in the 80s. They said that in the 90s. They said that now of all times that people kill themselves out of despair, grief, depression, and anxiety. How the fuck is it the best time to live? Someone got to be lying to you. Like, snap out of it. You're getting lied to, bro. Like every fucking year is the best time to live. You're a fucking retard if you believe Hassan Piker's shit. The best time to live was before the sexual revolution, 1950s. Yeah. And really, it's not even living a godly life, bro. It's like common sense, bro. Just get people married and they're good. Then they have kids and they have stuff to actually fight for instead of just, you know. And, you know, look at me, bro. I don't have kids, so I guess I can't talk. But, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I've got nostalgia for 1950s because I used to watch Twilight Zone a lot. And I'm like, why is everyone sounding so intelligent? And why is everyone chilling? Like, why is everyone so chill? Like, it's not like when you talk to a Zoomer now, they do this to you. Hi, I don't feel good. I have fucking anxiety right now, John. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I can't be babysitting. This guy's fucking one joke. If I crack one more joke, that's it. He's toast. Right? And in 1950s, they'd be like, yo, this guy's about to, you know, he's on the edge, John. But they keep bullying him because they'd be like, you want to make an omelet? You got to crack a few eggs. And people are just resilient. Now it's like, hey, I don't like your Minecraft skin. And then, okay, I'm going to kill myself. And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? That's why I don't babysit anymore. I was like, whoa, what the fuck happened to kids? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, the Zoomer lingo of Avatar 2. I liked Avatar 2 in a like visual sense. It was okay. I like the violence of the movie, right? Because I'm not one of these guys where it's like don't show violence and people stop being violent. No, people tell stories. What the fuck? So I like the violence. It was a very gay movie. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, I like a shit plot more than just rehashing another superhero movie. Bro, if I go to listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. Marvel Cinematic Universe fucking sucks. Marvel Cinematic Universe is so overplayed and cringe and just like, bro, it's idol worship and it's like, why don't they just give that budget to like Revelations in the Bible? Just give us that big fat budget. Why they give us the shittiest movie of all time? Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ is the shittiest movie I've ever seen in my life. Like, we get it. The Jewish people are beating up Christ. Like, we get it. We get it, bro. But like, and I know the next one comes out this year or some shit, but God damn, is that the worst? I'm like, dude, you know the Bible has like locusts and all this crazy shit. Like, if they took an Avatar budget movie, they can turn everyone into a Christian in like one movie, and then people stop being disgusting. Because even if you don't like Christians, bro, the alternative is what you have when you go to Walmart, and that's terrifying. And so it makes you wonder. It's like, how come there's never been a big budget movie about the Bible? You know what I mean? What about Islam? Well, you're not allowed. You guys aren't allowed to motion picture it. Yeah, I always wonder. I'm like, why didn't they do that? What the fuck? I think it's illegal in Hollywood. Yeah. Anyway, so this year I dedicate to winning and glorifying God. I'm going to show you guys some shit. And I still remember my first stream when there's this streamer trying to convince me to stop talking about God. And you should see where they're at now. Their life sucks. And it's like, bro, when better to talk about God than the start of, January 2023? Like, you guys are coping. Everyone's coping. When is it better to talk about the Creator? You know what's crazy is we have another. If you're healthy, we have another 60 years of suffering left. And if you're here, why I appreciate you is you're kind of choosing, like, of all waiting rooms to die, you're choosing Zherka stream, so it's like a huge compliment. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're coping too? Come cope with us. Was that too negative to, like, word it like that? Because I always found, like, if a girl ever liked me, I'd always be like, wow, you see me as long term, as in, like, you want to die with me? That's so sweet. It's kind of like your audience. Like, oh, you guys want to grow with me? That's so sweet. Like, but we're really just coping before. Like, what is success really? Why am I chasing success? To cope with death anxiety. You know, nobody actually believes in their own mortality, and nobody thinks they're ever going to die. Or if they ever processed it, they would lose their fucking minds. Like, most people think they're immortal. And, yeah. You know what's scarier than fearing death? Is forgetting to live. You gotta live your life, man. You gotta enjoy the bad and the good. And let's fucking start the stream. All right, so do you guys like that intro? That was way too long, but since I missed the stream yesterday, I realized value. 2023 is about value. I get paid more. I get more gifted subs when I focus on that. And because the funny always comes. Like, funny is the easy part. And since I've got a lot of YouTube stuff I'm doing, I really need to focus on value. Cut the fat out of my words. And, you know, I'm not, what if I die tomorrow? You know, what if I die next year? What if I die? You know, I better cut the fat out of my language. And, yeah, just give people what the fuck they paid for. And I'm so immature that, like, you know, it's good to get serious sometimes, because life is a serious fucking, bro. Like, let me tell you something, okay? I'm tired, man. You know what I mean? I'm mentally fatigued. It's I feel like I've been waiting for Trump, you know, and it's just I gotta do it without him. But I'm tired, you know. I mean, like, I had a hard life. And you know what it is? It's like, I love being tired. You know what I mean? This is the butter of life. Is getting it done when you're tired. I always get it done. Like, let's fucking go. Okay, what did you want? Slicker first? Yeah, we do whatever the fuck you want. Slicker. So what happened? Slicker went live and talked about what? Is this a rough transition? He talked about scamming? Again? What the fuck? What is this?
I'm so tired of like paying $150 for a first date and then you just ghost me. And the next week I'm like hurting for cash. I'm like, I could have really used that $150. Like, why did I have to?
Also, the trade-off of like going on a date and as the man being like, oh, this sucks, I have to pay, or as the woman being like, oh, this sucks, I might get murdered, is like a pretty big imbalance.
How you guys doing? My name's Krishna. Thank you all for being here and talking through masculinity, what it means to be a man, etc. Obviously,
I'll bet you anything the traditionalists are going to be weak. It's always a psyop with these fucking big channels. It's always a psyop on our side. Jeez, 43 minutes. Is this worth it? Sorry, I'm using one monitor, so.
we couldn't fit every man in the country into this room. We tried to get a diverse perspective, but of course, that caveat, we're not everyone.
Bro, fuck diversity, bro. You don't always have to go with the diversity quota. It's getting cringe, bro. It looks forced. It looks like, I don't want to look racist, so I better hit this quota. Bro, you can miss some quotas, bro, okay? I'm tired of this shit.
I wanted to start by telling you why this is something that I'm interested in. I have an 8-year-old son, and I'm seeing him absorb what manliness might mean. I'm thinking to myself, what does it mean to be a man? To start, maybe we could just introduce each other to each other, and if you were to describe what it means to be a man or to be masculine.
To be a man is to follow God, which is following the good and taking care of your tribe, because that's the ultimate good. That's why you have a career. That's why you do anything in life. It's for that end game. And really, it's like, why are we complicating it? For thousands of years, we haven't complicated it. We have unique problems complicating it. We don't have the same problems. We have weird, unique problems. And it's like unique problems because this progressive ideology is unique. No one tried it for this long. Oh, I don't think they have. Wait, I'm lying. Oh my God, yeah. Holy,
my name is
whoa,
Tom.
whoa. That's weird to just realize. It's the most progressive. We're the most progressive we've ever been in our life. This is not just a wheel going back and forth. Whoa. If that's not end times. Yikes.
Oh, I'm a black man from the hood. When I was young, being a man, you had to be tough.
No, you're not a black guy. Sorry. Let me tell you something, okay? As a half black guy, I'll tell you what's a black man, okay? You're not a black guy. You're mixed. That's truth. You're like me. You're mixed. You can identify.
You had to be hard. And now, to me, being a man is a lot different. Now, to me, being a man is knowing.
You know what I love about the hood? Last pause, okay? Here's what I love about the hood, right? There's nothing more conservative than a gangster, bro. Right? If you talk to their woman, they're very pro-gun. Fucking shoot you up. I mean, they protect their woman and shit. They're the most hardcore conservatives ever, dude. Yeah. Hold on.
On when to be soft. knowing that you don't always have to run the charge. You can actually listen. You know what I mean? So things have changed a lot over the course of the years for me.
I'm Griffin, and I don't identify as a man. I'm non-binary. I still have elements of, you know, my identity that are masculine, elements that are feminine, elements that don't fall within that range.
Is the cross upside down really? Like that's equivalent to just going and burning down an LGBT flag. Like, come on, dude. How's that? Come on, dude. That's crazy. That's like people don't like that.
And I personally just don't feel tied to like the norms or the confines of gender at all.
Well, welcome.
Right, but when we look at the Kabbalion, right? I'm not even being a hater, but look at this. Look at this audiobook from was it Hermes Trismegistus? I can't say the name. Kabbalion Principles. Right? Let's look at these ancient principles. The principle of gender is one of them. This book explains the universe. The principle, great book. The principle of cause and effect. The principle of rhythm, ocean rhythm. The principle of polarity, meaning hot and cold is the same thing, just different degrees. The principle of vibration, you need to get out of that depressing vibration, right? You can tune that with practice. The principle of correspondence, but gender is like in everything, the solar and the lunar, the male and the female. So I'm like, bro, if these fucking geniuses who wrote about this shit wrote about gender, how is gender a social construct if it's in every part of reality? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Chat, do you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, these people before science are explaining reality accurately, right? These guys were no slouches. And they're talking about gender. So when people are like, oh, gender is a social construct, I go, yeah, according to fucking geniuses that we study about to this day. We don't study about Jordan Peterson. We study about these geniuses. Yeah, I read this whole book, and believe it or not, no one will believe me. The easiest fucking book you'll ever read. You think it's hardcore and stuff. It's made for you to digest easy. It's so fucking easy to finish. You can finish this book in a couple hours, bro. This book is so easy to go through. It's like made for you. They want you to understand these concepts. Yeah, but I know this looks intimidating, but it's really not. You know, most of the time, if it looks intimidating, it actually is. But this one, like, was a great read, and it made me think of, like, you know, our breath in and out, the ocean in and out, right? Now think of your good times, your bad times, right? There's like a rhythm to it. Yeah. Anyways, and cause and effect really helps me with sin. Like understanding that one, right? It's like I'm doing it to myself. But yeah, I'm saying these guys, these ancient geniuses that they talk about on the new Joe Rogan, they talked about that book. And I read it like a year ago, or 6 months ago. But yeah, it's weird to me when people are like, gender is not a thing. I'm like, actually, they've been talking about it for thousands of years. And they're talking about it in between two blades of grass. They're talking about it, sun and moon has a gender. They're talking about everything has a gender, right? Even if you chill with your best friend, one of you is masculine, one of you is feminine. Like you split down like that. But what's crazy is everyone has both, meaning that intuitive, creative side is your feminine energy. That can make you a shit ton of money. You know what I mean? Like, don't sleep on that. That marketing side. But I think we lack masculine because, like, they really don't like us masculine. Anyways.
My name is Dylan, and I think that the notion of masculinity is just something that can be possessed by man or woman. Man, woman, non-gender conforming person. What it means to be masculine is just like, you know, changing and like very fluid. But I think that, you know, masculinity is something that just, you know, like you embody based off of just like how you show up in this world as a man and just like, you know, how you go about being your day-to-day.
How you show up. Interesting.
Yes.
What's up, guys? My name is Paul. I'm a fitness entrepreneur.
He's fucking and it's a great way to stay in shape. It's like the Chad from Family Guy with the bike.
I'm an immigrant. I came here when I was 4 years old with my family. It's kind of funny how we're talking about it. My take on masculinity is not about talking as much as doing. I think at its core, a man has to be efficient, competent, and be willing to do what it takes for themselves and their loved ones.
I was not always a good man. I was not always what you would call a healthy masculine man. And so as my life has changed, I've identified 5 points that I think make a truly masculine man.
Here we go.
Masculine.
Okay.
I think point number 1 is a man who walks with God.
Based.
Is a man who stands on principle. Point number 3,
Based.
which is a masculine man, is self-sacrificing. So someone who is willing to sacrifice for point 4, the people that he leads. A true man is a leader.
There's true based leader. Yeah. There's nothing more masculine than, like, think about when your dad, right? Like, anyone can just go to their dad, right? Like, chat, think of your father right now, right? Hearts in the chat. 2023, we're thinking about your daddy. But check this out. Anyone in this chat, right? Unless you don't have a father, then you're kind of a weirdo. Like, you don't have a dad. Fucking loser. Right? If you don't have a dad, like, what the fuck, bro? Where's your dad, chat? Imagine not having... All right, anyways. No, I'm not doing this. I'm kidding. I have a sick sense of... Anyways. I've done worse, bro. I've blasphemed for jokes. Like, I've done way worse. Don't hold me to that. I've done way worse than that. Check this out. Anyone's dad in this chat. If you go up to anyone's dad in this chat and you say, if a criminal entered the house with a machine gun, before you even finish the scenario, this is what dads do. They go, I sacrifice myself. Let him kill me. I sacrifice myself. Let him kill me. Every bullet, I sacrifice myself for you guys. You guys who treat me like shit. I just do it. And then you're like, wait, what the fuck? Bro, Dad, you've been saying this for like 20 years. Like, shut the fuck up, man. This is getting fucking old. Like, I want the Christ example of sacrifice, you know? I want to do it for once. Your dad won't let you do it. He needs that, you know? And so that's what he means by dad's real men sacrifices. Like, every dad's wet dream is like, I choose to give everything for my... That's like every dad's wet dream for some reason, right? And I don't fuck with my dad because anytime he says stuff like that, I go, no, like, he didn't want you. The criminal wanted me. He shot me, and I ruined the scenario. And my dad goes, no, you know, he starts tripping. But yeah, to sacrifice is being a man. That's what it is, right? And yeah, being a man is suffering in silence. So shut the fuck up and gift subs, bitch.
And number 5, a masculine man is never a coward.
That's a lot there.
Yeah.
Let's get into that as we go on.
I think what it means to be a man is responsibility. As a man, it can come with a lot of power. And with great power comes great responsibility.
Everyone is thinking of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, but nobody is saying it. Nobody's saying it out loud, but everyone's thinking of, like, yeah, that was a good year, bro. 2001 was fucking sick. I love that movie too, bro. Uncle Ben. That scene fucking crushed my soul, though.
In short words.
Never trust a very well-dressed man. A well-dressed man is fine, but very, very well, like, that's a salesman.
That's it.
That's from Spider-Man, I think.
Yeah,
right?
that's what's
there.
Ben.
James.
Well, my name is James Killen, former United States Marine turned Air Force officer. Got a couple combat tours, but I'm also...
Thank you for your service. Look, I come from military family. I don't give a fuck, bro. Nothing is cringier than thank you for your service. Right? Like there's nothing. I don't do it. I've been to ceremonies, all that. I don't do it. I don't give a fuck. I don't do it, bro. Right? Because I was joining the fucking military, bro. You know? Why are we pretending like people join the military to keep us safe? They join for a fucking paycheck. Look, conservatives hate me when I say this, but come on, dude. Why are we pretending like it's not a paycheck thing? If I joined for a paycheck, how the fuck did they not join for a paycheck? You know what I mean? Like, most of them are there as a job, okay? I feel bad for some of them, but like,
So a father of 3 girls who mellowed me out. The idea of masculinity is something that I find interesting because it is changing, and I can actually see those changes in myself. And I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this panel.
Thanks for your service. Andre.
Hey, bro, this channel is about shitting on brain surgeons as well. Like, I don't give anyone except Ben Carson can get it. I don't really give a fuck, bro.
What's up?
It would be weird if I didn't come from a military home, but I can relate to you, bro. It's just I'm not sensitive like you.
Yeah, men. I think
this guy listens to Dumbfounded and Timothy De La Ghetto.
My idea of a real man is someone that gets the job done, and provides and all that. I don't even know what that means anymore, but yeah, I don't know. It's changing every day.
How do you think it's changing?
No, it just seems like everything's changing every day. It's like a new world order, So
holy shit!
I have a hard time keeping up with stuff, so I feel like tomorrow it's gonna be something else, and people are gonna comment and be like, "You're wrong. It's this now."
It is hard to talk about some of this stuff because you feel like
this guy's a perfect example of not that man. I like him, but not that manly, because a man is certain, right? And a man's not certain like he's correct. He's certain like he certainly knows what the fuck he has to do, right? He has a checklist. But anytime I see a guy who's not certain, like it's kind of like when I go out with a buddy and he goes, "Hey, let's get McDonald's." Actually, no, Burger King. Actually, no, Wendy's or McDonald's. Or I'm like, bro, you're a woman, bro. Just suck my cock already. You're clearly a woman, right? Like, a man is certain. Like, pick your fucking poison already. And yeah, a man is certain. Like, a man, even when they're wrong, they're certain they want to be wrong about something.
You might say the wrong thing.
I'm not really masculine myself, so I feel like I'm like the wrong person to ask.
Maybe the right person to ask. Christian.
What it means to be a man is to be
this is a goblin.
A adult human.
What is this, bro?
Male.
That's
the fucking contacts.
A very formal definition, but I think that might be a good place to kick off because there's a lot of talk, of writing, of research these days that says there's a crisis in masculinity. Is there a crisis in
Bro, there's research that says if you put a plastic divider in the swimming pool, you're safer from COVID. And they're like, trust the science. You know what's scary about them repeating it? At some point, I started believing it. I'm like, man, that plastic divider got to do something. It was like they kept repeating it for long enough. I was like, fuck, they're getting my ass too, man. And I'm like the flat earth retard. They're fucking, you repeat something long enough. Who said that?
Masculinity, and if so, like, what is that crisis?
The thing that I see is a lot of deconstructing generational trauma. The be a man, boys don't cry, this, that, and the other thing. And I think that's actually one of the reasons why we see it as a crisis, because we're actually trying to redefine what it means to be a man, and none of us have any idea because we're just out here trying to be whoever we are.
That's right. I think
being a man, the simplest way I'm going to define it, and I'm not even going to change, I could define it in a million ways, but this is the best way, right? I'll go with the biblical version, okay? Letting your yeses mean yes and your nos mean no. That is the most masculine way to live your life. That is the hardest way to fucking live your life, because it's always you coping and changing something and tweaking.
That historically, being a man was rooted in patriarchy and misogyny. And now we realize how harmful that has been over the years. And so we don't really know how to define where we're supposed to be. And I think the reason that they're saying there's a crisis is because...
You know what's weird? It's like in history, they were beating up women. And then we're all born, our generation of men, we're just chilling. We're nice guys. We never hit a woman. And they just turn around. They're like, bro, you fucking people beat us up for fucking centuries. And we're getting blamed. We're like, bro, I didn't even get to hit you. I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking to myself, how the fuck are we... Bro, I'll never feel guilty about what men did in the past because I've never hit a woman. And women can't even say that. Women hit women all the time. So I don't really give a fuck. I'm not ever going to feel the patriarchy and the shit they want to shove down my throat because I've done pretty good 28 years. Turn 29 soon, right? In February. And yeah, I don't need to feel guilty. I got enough things to feel guilty for. I'm not feeling guilty for fake news. Get the fuck out of here. Who's the straightest guy there? The guy that didn't show up. The guy that said, fuck this shit. The guy playing Mario Kart who never went. That's the most masculine.
The box has gotten so small.
Don't eat it.
For just being, say, straight. Just being a hetero, right? Because if you do anything, women judge you.
What do you mean anything?
If I dance a certain way, or if I wear my hair a certain way, if I dress a certain way.
You don't have hair!
They go, real men don't do that. Real men don't do that. And so you get scared to move a certain way because you don't want to get judged or outed out of the accepted part of your community.
Yeah, first of all, if you're a real man, you don't get to dance. There's nothing fucking less manly than dancing. Because what you're doing, here's what you're doing when you're dancing in public or a nightclub. You're signaling to all violent men in the bar that you're the weakest link. That if someone wants to get their girl wet, they can knock you the fuck out, zero consequences. Now, there could be a weaker guy next to you who's just at the bar like this. And nobody's fucking with him. Because they're like, well, I'm just unsure. And there's nothing scarier than, you know, the unknown. But if I'm fucking like having a great time and stuff, dude, you're getting scoped out and you're going to be someone's like, what's that called? Right? What's that called when it's like... Yeah, you're going to be the bridge to someone getting pussy. I worked at clubs and I saw it, right? I used to tell my boys, right? I'd be like, you're having too much fun. And they're like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, you can have fun at clubs. You can't come to a fucking Knife Central club and have fun. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking retarded? That's how you get stabbed. They never forget. They remember your face for life.
And I think that kind of has us in an uproar and we don't know where to be. Like, where's the safe place to be for men now? You know what I mean? And
Reddit.
It's kind of disturbing.
You know, I was what you would call a toxic masculine male growing up. And I had good men that sewed into me, you know, they gave me good advice, but I never found manhood and or never understood my place as a man until one day I humbled myself and I gave my life to the Lord Jesus Christ. And I'm telling you right now, walking with God changed my life forever.
Can you define toxic masculinity? Like,
I would say toxic masculinity is like what he was just saying, where you're using that leadership role or that aggressive nature in a harmful way to harm other people.
Toxic masculinity doesn't exist because the only toxic masculine guys in society are actually already behind bars. Like, you don't really got to worry about them. Okay? What you got to worry about is like femme boys who are like fucking rapists and drugging you and shit. That's what you got to worry about, not the fucking loud Chad. Every once in a while, there's like a loud Chad that's like a rapist, but it's so rare compared to those creepy... Who's that guy getting canceled right now? I'm not saying he's a rapist. He's like getting canceled for... He admit to sexual... like Channel 5 guy.
get your way. So the biblical structure for manhood is very humble. It's self-sacrifice. It's not self-motivated, but it is motivated by principle and standing on what's right. So there is a clear-cut vision for manhood in the Bible that I live by, and I think our culture used to live by, and I think our culture has lost its way.
I think everybody sort of has a different definition of toxic masculinity. I don't find masculinity toxic in and of itself, but I do believe in bad men, and bad men exist. But does that mean every man is toxically masculine? No.
When you're talking about a crisis on masculinity, I think that there's a lack of understanding there. So it's like masculinity, being masculine isn't toxic. It's just like there are portions of it that you can dive into that make it toxic.
Because I think a lot of what we think of masculinity is tied into patriarchy, right? Which is to say, like, for the longest period of human history, like, men dominated women and got the lion's share of stuff.
I think a lot of times some people make masculinity into a caricature, like it has to be this alpha bro tough guy.
Exactly.
And I find the low-key guy who, you know, is a really great father and a great husband and maybe not like drinking raw eggs every day to be a lot more masculine than the alpha bro who's going and like banging 20 women per weekend and not a responsible man. I find it more masculine to be a good guy.
I think the background of this is that we are saying that gender is this like real thing that has real ideas and implications. And Griffin, I'm wondering, as someone who identifies as non-binary, how does this conversation strike you?
Well, I think that it kind of becomes like irrelevant whether or not we attribute like having like a good ethical compass to being like masculine. Attributing that to like the gender constructs which we have made up, which are like somewhat pointless, like kind of just feed into needless roles that uphold the patriarchy without even knowing it. A lot of those things are just things that people should be doing because they're like morally right. Like if you're in a family, you should probably support your family. And I really don't think that it has to do with like your manhood.
These characteristics that we're talking about are baked into an old system of domestic life.
I think that's actually where we get toxic masculinity. Like, none of us can really describe what it is, but we can see it when it happens.
So we learn it, right?
Yeah.
This is something we learn from the world. It's something we learn from, like, TV and shit, and it's maybe something we learn from our dads, too. Tell me about your dad.
I'm a first-generation kid. My dad is from Guyana. Grew up in very humble beginnings, poor family. First time I remember my dad telling me he loved me was when I was 17. And he was like saying like he was proud of me because I was about to graduate high school and things like that, you know. I'm appreciative of all the other things, you know, being present as a provider, but in terms of like, you know, the conversation piece and like, oh, I want to talk to my dad about, you know, sex or something, or I want to talk to my dad about, oh, this person broke up with me and I'm feeling pretty sad about it.
Who in this chat spoke to their dad about sex? It's kind of weird. It's kind of creepy, dude. What are you? Is your dad a pedophile? Is your dad a pedophile, chat? Your dad talking? If your dad talked to you about sex, your dad's literally a pedophile. He wants to fuck you. He wants to incestuously have sex with his son. That's you. If he spoke to you about sexual intercourse, that's your dad, chat. Not mine, yours. Your dad is a little pedo. And guys, let's get some gifted subs for this thing. What the fuck? This bitch got me fucked up, man. This bitch got me fucked up. What food are we ordering before it closes? Fuck, man. It's nothing good. Okay, I'll get something quick. Okay, some chicken, some beef. Placing order. And okay. West, keep that up. Hey guys, if you don't give subs, you're gonna have a bad year this year. Let's get some good energy. One in the chat. And let's keep pushing. What did you want me to watch this? We'll watch some of this. And Slicker, and then what? There's some other stuff. Andrew Tate we have to go over. And there's one more thing. Golden Globes.
I didn't have those conversations.
So like emotional language as part of like how you talk to your dad.
Yeah.
My definition of manhood came solely from my relationship with God. It didn't come from my father. It didn't come from the good influences around me.
Is God a man?
Yeah, and God is a man.
He is.
God is a father, and he's a good father. He's a perfect father. And so I think there is a clear definition of manhood where I guess that's where I diverge from everyone else in the room. I believe manhood is clearly defined by God. It is the perfect example of what a man should be.
Christian, I see you nodding your head.
I grew up in a divorced home. When you do grow up in a broken home and you don't have a father in the home, you recognize how important sort of both males and females are in raising a child and being in the home.
There's a balance between, masculine energy and feminine energy.
Absolutely.
And I feel like there's both within everybody. And so there's a balance that with masculine energy in itself that I think a lot of people have trouble trying to like reconcile within themselves. Like, yes, being a man, you work hard, you take care of your people.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but the dude in the pink, yeah? That guy in the pink hates Jews. Like, I'm getting real high level hating Jewish people energy from this guy. I don't know if do I hear voices in my head, or I see someone's face and I go, I know you have a problem with the Semitic. There's, you know what I mean? Like, I just sense things like that. That right now he's thinking Star of Remphan. Right now he's angry. You can see he's like coping hard. This guy's angry, dude. Right? This guy's thinking of tabernacles and imposter. He's thinking of the word imposter. This guy I don't know what it is, but when I can see, sometimes I look at someone and I go, this guy hates black people. I'm always right. Have you ever looked at someone's face and you go, holy fuck, I nailed it? I'm always right about this stuff. How can he be anti-Semitic? He's an original Hebrew Jew. Okay, you're missing the whole. I'm saying that. Listen, okay, these three guys in the front are not racist, but they all have mommy issues, and that guy in the back has no mommy issues, right? But he's got a Jewish aunt. All right, let's go.
But you got to be able to have that emotional side too, which is where the feminine energy comes in.
Y'all just like triggered something in my head when y'all was speaking about having both in the home. To me, I didn't really have it there. And it made me feel a way, but I think that I always wanted one. And so I wound up at a certain age going outside and trying to find what masculinity was outside. And so I went on the corner, and there were 20 of us on the corner, and none of us had dads. We were all messed up, and so we all taught each other the wrong way to love, to be loved. And then I think in society, there's way more people like that.
And a lot of kids who don't have fathers in the home, look for that father in the world or in a different way.
You know what's crazy? No one tells you this, right? But even if you had a good dad, you still look for other father figures. You know, like a lot of Jordan Peterson's fans see him as a father, even if they had okay or good father figures. So it's like, and I always wonder, I'm like, if you're always coping to replace that, why not just fill it with God? Because, you know, your dad's not going to be your superhero forever when you're an adult, right?
Well, first I think that attributing proper family values to a heterosexual couple with children is just not effective. Like I think that it's obviously like a heteronormative take to be like man and woman and then a child, and that's how you create like a good family. And whether it's like a single mother, single father, or like a queer couple, like I don't think that it's necessary to like attribute men and women to like certain roles in the household. I think that it's only due to nurture those gender norms that we follow.
Male and female matters. God gives you one of those identities, you take on that role. And now you're responsible for not or for fulfilling that role. There's a masculine crisis because men are not taking responsibilities for the God-given roles that they have in society. And so when you take away the need to say, God made you this or God made you this, now you don't have to take responsibility for not fulfilling what you were called to do.
When you do that, you also take away other things that somebody else may do. If I have a woman or a partner that wants to take on certain roles and I say, hey, those are my roles that God gave me in society, now I'm suppressing that person. Like at the end of the day, we're all human beings. You define who you are and how you.
Okay, this is just a lie. No woman is ever going to take your roles. Imagine your girlfriend turn around, hey, I'm going to take your masculine roles, John. Okay, yeah, sure. What the fuck are you talking about? The problem is not her taking on my roles. That's not the fucking problem. When the fuck has a woman ever taken on, hey, John, just stay home. I'm gonna earn the money. I'm gonna do everything. Just take care of the fucking kitchen and shit. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what we're worried about, right? That's what I'm terrified. I'm terrified one day a woman will turn around and take all my responsibility from me. That just happens all the time. Women just can't stop stealing responsibility from men, right? Like, I can't tell you how many times I see bricklayers, garbage men, people who build bridges, and they're interrupted by a woman. And the woman goes, I want to do that. Yeah, stop doing that shit. It's my turn. And you're just like, oh, fuck. These are the people taking our jobs. Like, this is just not another one. And you're like, hey, honey, I'm home. I lost my job to another woman. She wanted to do some masculine shit. It's like a sci-fi movie I'm describing. Like, when the fuck has that ever happened?
You behave under God. That's what God gave us, free will.
But also, like, I think that the religious beliefs should not be used to, like, dictate how other people identify or how other people live their lives.
Humans need predictability, and when we put each other in these boxes, it gives us the opportunity to make decisions quickly. And I think that's what we're fighting is as a civilization at the moment, is the desire to put 7.5 billion people in specific boxes. So
wait, 7.5 billion people in specific boxes? Huh. Did I not call it, dude? When this guy, before he even started talking, didn't I call this shit? He's like leaking. This is Freudian. He's leaking right now. I call every time I sense an anti-Semite, I just nailed it.
so that we can have some.
No, but doesn't he look very racist? Like his eyes just rah! Doesn't he look very evil, or am I being mean?
Some sort of predictability or stability in our lives. I was an emotionally abusive young man in my 20s because I had an idea of what my wife should do, and it caused a lot of stress.
Why were you the way you were?
I had a lot of anger. I had a lot of pent-up rage. I had some combat stress that I had to deal with also that I wasn't dealing with because men don't show emotion.
There is a social construct.
Hey, that guy's seen some shit, bro. That guy's having Vietnam flashbacks. I call it every single time, right? Like, that guy's thinking this Asian guy is Vietnamese, right? That guy has PTSD. That's not someone you want to be around, okay? This is a terrifying place. Imagine you're sitting in front of that guy. Like, does he have a wire? Is he... This fucking chokes you to death. Anytime someone talks to me about their combat stress and all that, I go, oh, fuck, this guy's going to kill everyone here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm paranoid, but hey, I'm still alive, and that's all that matters. Is like, my paranoia has kept me alive. I would never sit in front of that guy, right?
that benefits men.
I wouldn't sit next to this guy because his retard looks contagious. When he's like trying to think.
And so the responsibility that I've learned as I've gotten older is learning how to not enforce my power, learning over women, over people.
You're saying that that role gives men more privilege, like an advantage and privilege. I'm saying that it is more self-sacrificing. I do not have free time. I do not have hobbies. I do not wake up during the day and do what I want to do ever. I'm thinking about my wife, my kids, my business.
But that's your decision, and that's not like a mandatory thing of your masculinity.
Well, if you believe that God is true,
I don't.
and you believe that He is God, then you do have that responsibility.
What privileges are you referring to? Like, what privileges do men have?
We've constructed this entire society to benefit us.
Break it down.
Holy shit.
Exactly.
You leave men in a room long enough and everyone turns into a sexist. You leave men in a room for longer than 20 minutes and it starts to get very 1939, bro. You know, you got black guys wearing swastikas and shit. Like, it's something weird that happens when men are in a room together. Like, everyone's like, whoa, are we doing masculine? Who's the most fucking dominant on earth? Actually, if I pick a villain, I'm even more masculine. And then, you know what I mean? This is how it starts, right? This is why you need to, they didn't hit the diversity quota. They needed some women here, right?
Like, we talk about the wage gap, or if you look at Roe versus Wade, men controlling women's bodies.
Even if there might be those privileges, there's also more men who commit suicide, more men incarcerated.
I think when you talk about like incarceration rates,
I feel like here's a message I want to send to women is like, don't you get tired of opening your legs? And I don't mean that in like a mean way. I mean it like, it can't be that easy to get you pregnant, bro. There's no way it's that fucking easy where it's like, oh, another abortion. You know, if I'm the lazy guy, right? I'm lazy. I don't even want, I always want to fuck until like the girl will be like, okay, John, come fuck me. Like, okay, I'm tapping out, whatever. I'm going to bed. But I'm glad that it's up in the air and we thought about it for a few seconds. And I'm thinking like, don't they get tired of like getting fucked? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm tired, how the fuck are they not tired? I don't really get that. Like, if I was a woman, it would be very hard to fuck me. I'd be a promiscuous little fucking skank. But I would definitely be like, later. You know, like, my body count wouldn't be that high. Just out of laziness.
and things like that, like things that men are a victim of, I think that it's important to like recognize, like, I don't think that men are oppressed solely on the grounds that they're men. I think that men like experience oppression based on like the intersections of their identities, which is, you know, why we see like different like lower class jobs being worked by men, or like higher suicide rates, or like incarceration rates going up, because like men, like black men, brown men, indigenous men, queer men, trans men, etc. Those people like face oppression, they experience oppression, but it's not solely due to their identity as a man.
But I think dating and sex is probably a very interesting place.
You know what I find weird about when people are like, well, a black man, a gay man, this guy, you know, they deal with a lot of misery and stuff. And I'm thinking like, there's no way you want to be this guy, right? Let's say there's just some straight white male, right? And they commit suicide, right? They're on the verge of suicide. And then every channel they tune into is just talk about minorities and minority struggles. And I'm thinking, you know, the scariest thing for me would be like, some dude is grieving hard and hating their life, and they tune into my channel, and I'm like, you know, like, being a minority is so tough, and like, if I was just like, you know what I mean? I was like, how the fuck are you turning misery and suffering into like a racial thing or a sexual thing? You know, that's so weird to me. It's just weird that like, dude, there's people suffering listening to you say that. Like, don't you feel fucking retarded? Don't you feel fucking retarded always making about color and
place to think about this, because it's changing field as far as like what people expect of each other.
I date in New York City a lot, and dating wise, there's a lot that's like asked of a man. Like first dates are like nightmares.
I got a question on that, yeah.
Dude, it's like, I'm like, what do you want? They got like a checkbox like, are you gonna pick me up? Are you gonna are you gonna walk on the outside of the sidewalk? Are you gonna open the door? Are you gonna
Holy fucking Vietnam flashback.
gonna pick me up? Are you gonna
Look at his
Are you
face.
gonna walk on the outside of the side?
Play the fucking Joker music now. There's no way this guy's not a racist. I don't even like Asians that much, and I don't look at him like that. What the fuck? Didn't I call this? I was joking about the Asian thing, but didn't I call this? I called this, didn't I? It's fucking heated, bro. There's something there. And there's some sadness too. Like he got some like Vietnamese lady pregnant in Vietnam, and he's also sad about missing out on his hybrid child. You know what I mean? This is not just anger. There's something else here. Like the face says everything. I called it, bro. I don't sit next to this guy. This is the scariest thing is when the white guy starts suffering. Right? There's nothing scarier than when it's the white guy's turn to suffer. He just slams the textbook at the back of the class. But yeah, didn't I call this? Like, he looks fucking terrifying to me. That is scary, bro. Holy shit.
They got like
That's
a checkbox. Like,
PTSD.
are you gonna pick me up? Are you gonna walk on the outside of the sidewalk? Are you gonna open the
Look,
door?
this guy's... I know what he's thinking.
It's like, are you gonna pick me up?
Look, he's literally thinking, so our New York white women go with you, sir?
Are you gonna walk on the outside of the sidewalk?
There's no way this guy's not pissed as fuck. Like, he's even frowning like he's like he's an emoji. Bro, this guy should be an emote from this shit. Holy fuck. Remind me to upload this VOD. This one's... What is this called? Is this Vice? Jeez.
Sidewalk. Are you gonna open the door? Are you gonna pull out the seat? Are you
He's
gonna
snapping out
pay
of
for the
MK
meal? Are you
Ultra.
gonna be interesting during the dinner? Are you gonna be funny during the dinner? And then when you walk home, are you gonna drop me off? Are you gonna watch me walk inside? And then are you gonna text me after? And it's like trying to defuse a bomb. Like, if you think you're like red wire, blue wire, and you're like one little thing and you're just done. And it's like, I'm to the point where I'm like, I'm so tired of like paying $150 for a first date, and then you just ghost me. And the next week I'm like hurting for cash. I'm like, I could have really used that $150. Like, why did I have to? You know what I'm saying?
Like, the trade-off of like going on a date and as the man being like, oh, this sucks, I have to pay, or as the woman being like, oh, this sucks, I might get murdered, is like a pretty big, you know.
Okay, thank you for that. Guys, there's really no point in spending that much money on a first date, because let's say you get what you want. The way women operate is that it's always going to be $150 minimum after that. So if you're starting at that baseline, I'm telling you, dude, you're not going to feel okay lowering it the next date, because the next date has to be good and better, and you know, you guys are building momentum and shit. So if you pay $150 the first date, you just, bro, just leave. Don't pay, just leave. It's not worth it. Okay? The pussy has to come free. Right? The pussy has to come free. And honestly, there's nothing, you know, we say get your money up, get all that up, but really the highest level is Riz. You know, I hate that word, but dude, there's some people in New York who just got out of fucking prison who fuck every hot bitch and don't have a job, and they play Mario Kart all day. Riz is the money saver, believe me, dude. It's like, what is Riz besides taking a few notes when a woman's talking to you? You just take some I just pull my phone out and take notes as she's talking, just to see how to fucking manipulate her better. I mean, to like, you know what I'm saying. You know the thing. Okay.
Imbalance.
On a first date, should the man, or whoever identifies as the man on the date, pick up the check? Show of hands, who thinks yes?
Yeah, should is a weird...
Yeah, should's a weird way to put it.
Okay, sorry. How would you put it?
I very much love gender roles. I like masculine men, and I want my masculine man to pick the check up. My friends seem to be the same. My girlfriends seem to want that
Look back here. There's the frown again.
as well. But I have a male...
This guy has a problem with the gays, too.
friend who was naturally doing that, and with the dates he was going on with women, they were offended that he like took the check. So I think like, hey, if this woman doesn't want him to pay and she wants to—
It's so fucking simple. If she's not touchy with you on the date, don't fucking pay. She's not that into you, bro. There's plenty of dudes she's been touchy with on first dates. You're not that guy. You just call a spade a spade. You're not the dude. Okay? And I even say, you know, if they're touchy on the first date, I go, oh my God, you're so affectionate. I think I am going to pick up the bill. You know, as in like I'm rewarding this behavior. Like, John, like a dog? Yeah, like a dog. Before you guys try and cancel me, like a dog, John? Yeah, like a dog. How about that? Can't even fucking speak anymore without being canceled. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Don't say it in my chat.
to show, she can pay, go off.
I think it's a matter of preference. Like, you know, if someone picked it up for you, like, you develop a kind of rapport, respect with that person. Like, so be it. If the other person,
you know, a robot,
the woman you're with doesn't want that, then maybe it's not the match for that person. So I think it's—
if it's repeat pussy, meaning there's potential you actually like have something with her, then you can pay. But if there's no repeat pussy, what the fuck is the point? Also, I don't really get this hookup thing. If you farm a lot of hookups, you're not actually farming confidence because you're kind of reminding yourself she's never texting you back. So you're like, oh, is my dick that bad? You know, you're kind of farming everything you don't want. It's like hookups ain't it, dude. I say it's not a hookup unless you smash her 10 times. Right? If you're gonna be a DGen, she better be yours. Like she better belong to you.
it's dependent on the situation.
But I think that there's such a thing
Almost
as
there.
financial abuse. And men seem a lot of time, because they spend, that a woman has to be under them or owes them something.
I think that's when you get toxic.
Me personally, I love to take care of my partner. I love that feeling that I give them, that they're taken care of when they're with me. And that's when it's with friends, anybody. If you're with me, I got you.
Like, I guess what I'm hearing from you, Andre, is that there's like a lot of pressure to inhabit the masculine side of the social expectation, and yet you might not get the benefit that you would have expected generations ago. And that puts you—
Here's the weird thing. How can you be on a first date if you're not talking about getting some pussy with her? How are you on a first— Bro, at the bar, I'm like, yo, we're going— let's say I'm at the bar. I go, oh, okay, we get some lobster dinner and stuff like that. And then I get some, huh? And she looks at me like this. No, John, you don't. I go, yeah, but when? And I don't care if it's awkward, bro. Like, I need to know what the fuck am I paying for, you know? Are we going to date or are we going to be friends for a few weeks and then date? Like, you better... See, dude, let me tell you, I don't look like this to be waiting a few weeks. Like, I got options, bro. Yeah, and then you pay $7.50 on Wagyu.
you in a weird position.
Yeah, well, we live in a city where there's 8 million people, and
Jeez.
you know, a lot
Is
of
that
these
true?
girls, especially if you're really attractive, guys are hitting on them all day. So they feel like celebrities. You got so many options. I don't blame you. I'd be the same way. Becomes like
always somebody better.
I think technology has a big—
You know what people don't understand is like, yeah, the women feel like celebrities, but they still, and I'm telling you, even the most confident ones cry themselves to sleep. I know a lot of women, all shapes and sizes and colors and whatever. My dude, there's this loneliness, right? There's this loneliness women are at in their life right now that if you kind of fit this long-term partner thing in their head that they'll never tell you they want, but they do, it's like game over, dude. She belongs to you. She's like following you for life. And it's like, dude, stop believing them when they say a lot of like single girl shit. My dude, no girl wants to be single after 20 years old. Ever. Why do you think there's no women philosophers? Because philosophy requires an organ between your ears. I'm a sexist. Cancel me. I don't know, bro. Like, the fuck. I'm not a scientist, bro. I'm not a philosopher. But most importantly, I'm not a woman. Actually, you know what? I can't be sexist because I identify as a woman. I identify as a woman. So guess what? I identify as inferior to men. I'm fucking with you. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, are you guys really not on a first date going like, yo, man, what that fucking mouth do, bro? Like, how are you talking to a Western woman? You know what I mean? Like, how do you not know if you're getting some? It's a Western woman. Like, this is what a Western woman does to tell you she's horny. She just starts twerking in public, right? Like a fucking animal, right? Some of these white bitches twerk to flirt. I'm thinking of Canada. They come up and they twerk on me to like flirt. And I'm like, oh, wow, is this like a mating call? And like, how do you not know you're getting tail if you're in the West? You know, you're not in Colombia where you have to talk. It's a mating call, right? And it's like, if you're not getting pussy, why don't you just start talking about their father with them? Why don't you speed it up? I'm kidding. You know, I don't get it, dude. If you haven't talked about smashing on the first date, I don't know if you guys are that comfortable with each other. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are awkward, right? Like, you don't have to talk about smashing, but you can talk about sharing a bed. People do that all the time. All right.
Big part to do with that now. Like modern times, like online dating, Instagram.
Especially as a girl, you're gonna have 30 DMs a day.
Yeah, the
You know what I'm saying? Swipe it up on your picture.
I think that's a bigger reason why it can be tougher for some men.
Not successful.
I think what he's saying is there's a toxicity to femininity as well. There is a toxic side to both genders.
Well, I think anybody can be narcissistic, but I think that it's like weird to randomly attribute that to like women in New York because they're being complimented all day.
There's a term, it's called absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, but that is, when we're talking about masculinity, that's what we've had. We've typically had that. We can do whatever we want, and we do it because we squeeze, we corrupt, we take. Historically, you take over things, places that you don't like, and you rape the women, and you take the gold, and you...
Hey, man, you shouldn't be laughing saying that, dude.
And, you know, you do what you want because you have that...
Look, all men are in their fucking rape posture. How are none of them calling it out? Like, yo, chill the fuck out, bro. You're literally on Vice. Like, they're gonna fucking ruin all of us, not just you. You can't talk like that. And, like, someone's gotta... Right? Like, if I was there, I'd be like, I'm not going down with this fucking retard. What are you talking about, bro? I'm not going down with this fucking retard. Everyone's just chilling there thinking like, hey, you know, we're in this together. No, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about.
Power. Now when we see women have that power, we're like, whoa, she's literally just getting a taste of the power that men have had for centuries.
But on the flip side of this
Yeah, but who is giving women this sexual liberation taste of power? It's men in suits that said strip and make an OnlyFans for $5.99. Like, a corporate male told them how to like destroy their life. And none of them look at you in the eye and say, this is the right way to live. They just say, I'm coping to pay bills. Like, no woman actually says, this is the right way to live and I'm going to be just fine. They just say, hey, it's money, bro. That's the argument. It's money, John. All right, I need money. Yeah, Andrew Tate's next.
Perspective of dating, of like the poor guy who goes on these dates and gets ghosted, and it's a struggle to date. On the other side of that is men have more sex, men cheat more, they have more affairs. So if I'm a woman and I'm looking for a guy, I would be really selective. I would have a list of what I was looking for, and the guy would have to meet those standards and they would be high.
I think over the last several years, the Me Too movement has given a lot of insight into what women are feeling in the workplace, what they're experiencing, how they're being abused and otherwise silenced, how institutions of power have kept them silent. And we've heard some really awful stories and some terrible shit. I want to hear from you guys what you think about what the Me Too movement did. Has it gone too far? What does it mean for you?
I think it's good for women to expose men who are doing evil things in the workplace. I think it's been a good thing in exposing sexual abuse. There's also the opposite side of that coin where women are allowed privilege to do certain things that men are not. So in the workplace, I was working at a place where a woman was grabbing me inappropriately, doing things that were inappropriate, And when you bring that up to your coworkers, you know what they say? They laugh and they say you should be excited, right? So if a man is sexually abused, the stigma totally changes.
Well, I don't think Me Too necessarily like is what prevented people from believing you in your story. And like your story is valid. Like I'm not here to suppress that, but I do think that like it's.
I don't know. Me Too movement left a bad taste in my mouth because most of those Hollywood girls were actually complicit in the rape of other young women to further their careers with Harvey Weinstein. And you can say I'm victim blaming and stuff, but there's women who didn't feed the beast system. There's women who said no. There's women who were like, whoa, what the fuck? Yo, stay away from that guy. So I'm like, dude, most of that fucking Me Too movement was like a rape system of victims who, after being a victim, let the fucking goblin eat everything else. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth about that Me Too movement. You know? That's like, hey, it's been 30 years after me feeding young women to Ghislaine and Harvey Weinstein, and now I'm coming forward. It's like, dude, you better come forward and say, hey, you know, I introduced Harvey Weinstein to a lot of my girlfriends who were touched by him. That's how you want to do that. You want to go all the way. It's very weird to come out with like half truths and think you've done something. It's like, dude, there's a lot of harm there. You know, these men were surrounded by women feeding more women to them. You know what I mean? You gotta like understand your sins and your greed.
Worth noting, women are far more likely to be victims of sexual assault.
You just experienced a little bit of weakness that women feel most of the time.
When we're talking about constructs, you know, you guys are saying we need to deconstruct masculinity. I'm saying there are unequal biases with both genders.
When it comes to it not necessarily being as viewed as valid, it happens to be the case because of other men, though. You know what I'm saying? Like other men are the people that downplay that, and that's where we come back to the talk of, you know, patriarchy and things like that.
Was put in place by men and is enforced by men.
Oh, and I went for a walk to get dinner last night. And I walked several blocks because I wanted to check out a few things. And it was dark. Not a single time did the idea that I would be physically or sexually assaulted cross my mind. Not a single time. Now, I can imagine that doesn't really work out for women.
It comes down to biological differences. As a man, you're more likely to be able to have more of a chance to fend off someone attacking you. As a woman, not really. So that's why, you know, we have things like mace and tasers or having a gun.
Is it something about it's hard to admit that you're a victim?
Yeah, for sure.
And to complain about it. People look at you like, remember Terry Crews? He can get his nuts squeezed and shit.
Right. It's like, why don't you do something? Why'd you let him?
Look how the world ridiculed him. You know, oh, you ain't do nothing. Like, oh, you a bitch. You know, so we as men, especially guys that grew up in a super masculine house, we don't really like to admit weakness.
Well, and it's in our language, right? Like, don't be a bitch. Like, don't be a pussy.
Right.
Like, it's very real.
We internalize that.
Yeah. That's all examples of like toxic masculinity. Like it's never to invalidate somebody's experience, but like it must be obvious that like these are rules and roles enforced by men and created by men.
Well, in toxic masculinity and power kind of go hand in hand. I mean, we're talking about peanut butter and jelly.
You know what it is? I think sometimes we got to go to work and like if we're caught complaining about it, we're like admitting weakness, it's like you're not a man.
How does that feel?
It doesn't feel great, but that doesn't stop me from doing what I need to do. If you talk about a little bit of pressure that goes with it, yeah, there's a little bit of pressure. If you can withstand it, you become a successful man.
But what does that have to do with being a man? Like, surely like a woman can do all those things, so why even attribute it to your gender?
That's a good point, but I think also, if you're talking in terms of biological differences, generally, men are more logical, right? More reasoning, more factual.
I disagree.
Based.
There's no scientific backing for that whatsoever.
I just think it's a commonly used stereotype.
Okay, no one's answering it correct. I need to get one in the chat if I should just jump in the show. Okay, this is what I would say, okay? I mean, when we look at every avenue of life, right? Hi, I'm Jon Zherka, guys, and I don't really believe in this toxic masculinity. And I'm here to reject modernity. I've noticed one thing that I think everyone else noticed. I think it's politically incorrect to say, but men are better than women at literally everything. Even a male nurse can lift more. Like if I'm really like collapsed on the floor, I want a male nurse. Even teaching, if the guy puts his brain to it, he goes Play-Doh mode, you know? And I really want to be on shows like this to see how my opinion does with these guys' faces. Right? Yeah. But Yeah, no one can just say it. Oh, here it is. Here, he's thinking of Frogman.
So maybe talking about, okay, you guys can say that. I think more about me. Like, I'm more of like a logical.
That guy, he's having non-flashbacks. But what's funny is he's actually less radical than we thought.
Based guy. Like, I have emotions, but, you know, I don't let that deter me from what I need to do, like my reasoning.
Do you talk with people about your emotions a lot?
I mean, I have friends. I have close guy friends I can talk to.
You do?
Yeah.
There's an interesting thing came out where, like, guys these days have fewer than 3 friends. Like, it's hard for men to make friends with each other.
I think that's a big problem now in modern times. Because you hear about, you know, the suicide.
If you got more than 3 friends as a man, are you a fucking Teletubby? Like, how did... Bro, I have 2 friends in my life, and one of them is my brother. Like, how the fuck are people doing this? It's just weird to me.
Rates going up. I think that's a big reason for it. Men aren't allowed to talk about it with safe people. So if you talk about masculinity crisis, that's a crisis right there.
I think that men find friends very easily in terms of like, oh, yo, you lift 240, I lift 242, let's like spot each other like basketball or whatever. But I think that we have superficial relationships in those friendships, you know, in which like it's very like surface level, like coming back to what you're talking about. We don't talk about feelings and things like that. That comes back to how, you know, you're brought up and how like boys are taught in certain ways, how we go about talking to each other and how we go about expressing ourselves.
How much of this is men putting ourselves in a little box? I can tell you, I wouldn't have shared my emotions with people when I was younger, but I have people in my life now who I feel completely comfortable sharing.
Here's how important masculinity is that if I was there and I said, yo, guys, what the fuck is everyone talking about? Men are literally better at everything, right? They're literally better than women in everything. Immediately, that raises the bar of honesty, where everyone tries to compete with the correct take, where then the rest of the questions stop sounding watered down. And everyone, first of all, they're rattled when they hear it, but it really raises the bar. And you just got to be that villain sometimes, you know, in the room. You just got to raise the bar of honesty in the room. There's be more goodness, more truth. And no one wants to do it here. They're all being cowards.
My insecurities, my vulnerabilities, you know, how I'm feeling, that ends up being one of the reasons why men end up with limited friends. Because, I mean, how many people can you actually feel like you can be open and honest with?
But there's something holding people back.
Yeah, and I think it's us. I think we're doing it because we're putting ourselves in this masculinity box, if you will.
I think that vulnerability for men oftentimes is viewed as surrender, and like that is you know what I mean, that's an example of weakness in which like someone can possibly take advantage of it, or it used to be viewed as such, you know, where it's like, all right, cool, like he cried, oh, that means he's soft, so now I can challenge him.
And this is something that I really struggle with. As a black man that grew up in the hood, you couldn't be soft. You couldn't come outside. You know what I'm saying? So you had to take on this persona in order to be a quote unquote man. As I got older, I realized I still had to do that with women. I had to be a certain way for them to look at me as a man. And if I didn't perform in that manner, they also called me.
See, something nobody talks about is a lot of times you do everything right and then you're wondering like, whoa, what the fuck is up with this chick? And dude, a lot of these women you guys are going to meet are broken souls. So if you're, John, I don't know if I was like red pill enough. I don't know if I was blue pill. I don't know. Bro, sometimes you're, what these guys don't like, the greatest question you can ask yourself is she healthy? You know, is she broken? Because if she's broken, she's going to make you question how you live your life. You'd be like, I wonder if I should change and stuff. And it's like, dude, some broken people are gaslighting you into thinking you're living life the wrong way. But you ask yourself if she's broken, dude. Like, and you know, most of the time they, unfortunately,
me a bitch.
Yeah, they want
a
a real
bitch.
like
right. So it's like,
hey, yo,
as
bitch.
progressive as I may want to be, is the world accepting of that as a whole? Because even if the other men don't like it, but the women like it, I might be like, I don't care what the guys think, as long as the women like it. But there are spaces where the women will be like, look at him, he wants a finger in his butt. Sorry.
No, let's talk about fingers
like
in the butt.
you know what I'm saying? Like that's not my type of guy. He's not my type of guy, and I can't be open with sex or accepting having gay friends.
Bro, this guy gets a finger up his ass. Holy Freudian slip.
It's part of, you know.
That's what you like?
But I can't, right. You can't be open about certain things because then you become questionable and you're pushed out of the safe space.
You know, sex is a difficult thing for men to talk about, even with.
No, it's not, bro. Sex is not difficult to talk about. Don't have orgies. It's weird. Don't have weird fetishes. It's weird. Hit it from the back. That's it. That's like real men. That's all they do. They hit it from the back. Sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes longer, sometimes a long time. But that's it. There's no positions. It's not an art form. It's not really about anything. Really, if you want her to come, you talk to her, bro, because they're more mental. If she needs you to lick her toes to come, she's gonna need a lot more than that very soon. That's retarded. Don't go down that rabbit hole. That's stupid. And yeah, just like never hit it in any other position. And people ask me, like, I wonder if you walk the walk. Well, actually, someone leaked that I hit it doggy for a year only. Someone leaked that. I've never tried anything else. And yeah, like I don't just. Would it be funny if I didn't walk the walk? You know what I mean? It wouldn't be that funny. I think you're supposed to enjoy doggy. You know what I mean? 5-minute doggy is supposed to be the only thing you enjoy. Yeah, I said on my first day on Twitch, but like, someone leaked why they thought I was a psychopath is because I only hit it in one position for like almost a year, and really, it's like I'm a straight male. Okay, like what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to suck toes? You know what I mean? Like, it's rare you meet a straight male. That's why you're coping. And of course they miss me because I'm just such a cutie pie. And then they DM and I'm like, I thought you didn't like this doggy shit. Why are you DMing me this shit? And then I realized, you know what? They don't even know what the fuck they want. They want what I want. And I want some 5-minute doggy one in the chat. If you're having this weird 10 positions when you fuck someone, how do you not feel high school doing that? It's like some weird shit, bro. Like, just hit it doggy and squint your eyes so she looks like her sister. I don't know.
With each other, especially if you do have some kind of kink.
Because you're not allowed to be vulnerable. You're not allowed to be weak. You're not allowed to fail. And a lot of people that when you say
fuck no, you're not allowed to be weak, man. Here. Let's just reword this. Chat, you're not allowed to be weak because that's when demons come for you. For some reason, they see you low HP and they just stay in your room all day. Oh, he's going to cry. He's going to cry. I'll send him some more bad news. And it's like, don't give it to them, dude. It's a lot easier when you realize you're at war. When you don't realize you're at war, this doesn't make sense to you. But when you realize you're at war, they're coming for you, dude. And stop thinking they're not in my room. They're in everyone's room right now. Fuck off me! And they're not allowed to touch me like that. They're not allowed to tap my shoulder like that and ask for, the fuck is it trying to ask me? I don't know it. I don't know anything about these demons. I don't look them in the eye. They're not allowed to touch me. They're not allowed to ask me shit. You ain't asking me shit, bitch. And if I'm really horny, I'll fuck one of these things. That's when they leave the room, right? What you gotta realize is weakness arouses evil. One in the chat if there's value to the stream, if this is not Logan Paul energy, if you're learning. Yeah, little ones. A lot of fucking
the suicide rates, you give up because you have nowhere to turn.
I kind of disagree with you on the fact that pressure is causing. I think it's more the lack of support and guidance for a lot of guys. Like, they don't know where to turn. Like a lot of guys, suicide, I think, is like when you lose hope, right? So they just don't have hope.
What about not wanting to go get it? Because there's places to be. There's people to go. You can go to church. I mean, you can go to therapy.
As
There's
much as
places
you
to
say
go.
that, but I don't feel like, when you say guys don't want to express weakness, I think taking that step is hard for a lot of men.
Listen. If you're sad, go to church, then go to your therapist, then tell your therapist shut the fuck up, and then call the Discord boys to play California kickball and just knock it out of the park. One in the chat for mental health, bro. Best mental health in the game is this fucking chat. We killing it.
Expresses weakness. It's hard for a lot of guys.
You know what's interesting? What I'm hearing is that as men, you also are...
This guy behaves like how I want a woman to behave, right? Like it's turning me on. Like if a woman just spoke and talked like this,
Demised by the sexist
find those
expectations
women.
of masculinity.
It also makes it hard for men to love themselves and love themselves enough to understand that they're in trouble, you know, and I know that's something that happened in my life. It was before I did finally go to therapy and get the demons out that I needed to get out. It took me meeting a woman who actually made me want to love myself.
You found a woman who gave you peace and changed you a lot. Well,
that woman leaves you, you're now a school shooter. Listen, chat. If another soul completes you, you're in trouble. You are in so much fucking trouble. You see influencers go through breakups and they don't go live for like weeks at a time and stuff. They can't go live the same day they break up. It's because they're half souls. They're not full souls. They're like, I need someone to complete me. Dude, they need you. You don't need them. Matter of fact, is there anything more dangerous than dating when you're not like complete? That's a terrifying place to be. You know what I mean? Be complete, and I don't know, or else they're gonna make you wear a pink shirt.
great if a man is dating a woman and she doesn't like that he's not masculine enough. It's kind of like, to me, I feel like too bad for him. He should go find someone else. That's part of the dating scene. Everyone has things that they like and things that they don't like.
I feel like your preference is your preference, but at like some point I think it's like noteworthy and responsible to like understand where those preferences or like originate.
Not necessarily. I think our life experiences form what we really want in our dating life. And because I grew up in a broken home and I didn't have a man in the house, I want a man who gives me security and protection. I don't think me deconstructing masculine is gonna do that for me. I was missing that in my childhood, and that's what I want in a man.
I tend to diverge from like the Freudian daddy issue stuff when it comes to like what
Congratulations, I'm so happy for you. I want a man who gives me security.
Thank you.
I think
Freud.
if I'm with a woman and the bad dates I've had is when I'm...
Whoa. Whoa. Wow, wow. What was that? This one's XQC versus Myth. What the fuck? Yeah, they're arguing over their impersonation.
Like, talking about my problems, I'm complaining about something, I'm not gonna see that woman. If I'm projecting more strength, I'm more charismatic, I'm positive, I'm probably gonna see that woman. So I think as much as like, guys, you know, you want guys to be vulnerable, that doesn't work a lot of times. And I think it just comes down to that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what it is. Like,
And it sounds like a lot of you are saying that's wrong.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I think it is what it is.
I just think that society teaches you.
You're never allowed to be vulnerable around her, even when you're coming. When you're having an orgasm, you put your hand over her face like this. You just fucking just put your hand over her face, and she'll be like, oh my God, I'm fucking coming. I'm coming. And your hand will be over her face. She'll be nutting, and you just fucking hide her from your vulnerable moment, right? And then, because a lot of women, when they see a man orgasm, they go, now's my chance. And that's when they can... That's it. It's over. Your soul's gone. And then you sit there like this. Maybe I don't want to go to work. I wonder what she's doing right now, bro. I wonder what she's doing. She's getting fucked! One in the chat, if there's value in this stream. One.
You have to be a certain way.
And that's really...
And
wrap it up.
That's my issue. Because if this is who you are, your character, right? It just blossoms into this person that loves to pay for dates, loves to open doors, and loves to walk in the house, then that's fine. But when society tells you that from a young boy, that's the only way to be as a man. This is the only way to be. And you think about things like, say, people on the down low that don't want to come out till later because they're scared of societal pressures, right? You should be able to be whoever you want without society telling you you have to be this way in order to fit in this box.
Pressure is on like the body. Like pressure is to be buff, to like look good.
There is a certain pressure, I guess you can call it, for guys to look a certain way, especially if they're trying to attract women. So I think it comes down to just men who look a certain way tend to look more competent.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I spent my whole life average. When I became an attractive male and noticed, I just spent the whole fucking first year rejecting women so they could know how I felt, like some vengeance shit, right? I'd be like, actually, you've got a pimple. It's like right here. You gotta like work on your like. I don't have a skincare routine, but clearly you need one. Yeah, you're actually kind of fat. You're getting a little fat. And I spent the first year just straight up vengeance mode because I'm like, oh, I get to be a woman now. They did this to me when I was a fucking schmuck, and now I get to do it to them. But here's why that's cruel. Because it doesn't really hurt you as much as it hurts them, you know? If you attack a woman's beauty, you know, like a lot of people think if she attacks you for being ugly, it's the same if you attack her. No, it's very different. It's very satanic when you do it, actually. That double standard. It's so satanic. Don't do that, bro. They'll, right? Very few guys will kill themselves for being called ugly, you know? But a lot of women would do it. Being called ugly by someone they, like, respect and stuff. It's so bad. And what I want you guys to avoid is, like, I spent a lot of my life thinking, there's gotta be the gayest fucking comment, bro. I noticed you never take your shirt off on stream before. Actually, I did that a month ago, and that was the gayest fucking... I think we talked about nipples for 2 hours. It was the fucking gayest shit. This is the gayest fucking comment, but listen. What a real Chad will never tell you is how many women harm themselves if you make the wrong joke. You know? And then you go, fuck it, I'm not dating. Like, I had no idea she thought that of my opinions. Like, that high of my opinions and blah, blah, blah. It's fucking satanic. Like, there's some jokes you can't make, especially for looks, bro. You know, for their face and all that shit.
I was just going to add on to what you were saying. If a guy looks fit, if a guy looks strong, okay, as a girl, she's probably thinking, if I'm on the street and somebody tries to do something to me, I know that he can handle it.
I also think generally, like, guys who don't have the body that they're looking for, or generally, they're not as healthy. It's not just a look thing, it's just a health thing. Yeah, you know, the body and mind are connected. If someone is strong, they're probably gonna look strong, and they're probably gonna feel strong. So I think when you say it's a pressure, I think it can be construed as a healthy pressure. Hey, get strong, be strong, because you're gonna be a healthier and more mentally fit individual.
For example, I was a gymnast, and I think, you know, the training that I did not only trained my body, but it winded up training my mind and making me a stronger human, period.
As the skinniest person here,
pretty skinny.
You skinny? All right, as the second skinniest person here. No, it's like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, you do. I've had a bunch of girls. Like,
okay, here's what this group needs, okay? Someone just needs to enter with sexist and racist jokes. Like, someone got to get this party started. Because, like, if you're in a group filled with men and there's no masculine energy, and look, man, I know my sponsors don't like when I say this, but the only people who get offended by dark comedy are women, and women poking their men to be offended. Men behind closed doors are very, very into dark comedy. I don't think there is a different type of comedy when you're just surrounded by men. One woman walks in and everyone holds their power level back 1,000-fold. And it's so funny because she's always like, guys, I'm in the in-group. Like, we're being toxic together. And we're like, no, really? Because we're literally Nazis when you leave. You think you're in the in-group? You have no idea what we get up to. We fucking hate when they pretend they're in the fucking in-group, bro. Are you serious? You think we're goose-stepping with you? I'm kidding. But you know what I'm saying? It's like women always think they're in the in-group and then they leave the Discord call and then everyone unleashes the nightmare, right? And then all of a sudden, everyone's talking about...
Like, friends...
All right, let's go.
...on me, and I'd be like, why? And they're like, you're just too skinny. And I'd be like, damn. I mean,
this is fucking scaring the shit out of me. Bro, this is so fucking creepy, bro. There's no way this guy's not angry, dude. Look at that, man. It's like when you pee out all the fluoride and realize they are coming after the Gentiles. I'm kidding. You're done being programmed by society. You've had enough. All right. Yeah, this guy's clearly a racist.
Damn.
Look at the frown though. How did no one call this out?
I mean, they kept it so real. I can't.
That's kind of him to say that. Yeah, is saying that there is a good and natural connection between like feeling good, healthy habits, looking good, and that there's a masculine ideal to that of some sort.
Sure.
Does anyone disagree with that here?
I do. Body diversity exists across like multiple spectrums, and I think that it's unfair to like only attribute like mental fortitude and like mental strength to like physical strength. Not having like a perfectly in shape body doesn't necessarily mean you're unhealthy by any means, and I also don't think it necessarily means that you like lack mental fortitude.
I don't think I'm saying that to look strong is the only way to be mentally strong. I think as long as you feel like you have a competent physical body, I think that's going to benefit your mental health.
How do you define
Here, something no one will tell you is like the fittest guy, Wake Wilder, who like women love him and stuff. He's still not fought over by girls on my podcast. The girls only fought over and DM'd the most this guy named Haas. And that's when I realized there's something about our politics that like it makes women really wet, because it's not like Haas is a better looking guy and more fit and blah 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 than Wake, but there's something about our politics where it's like, and I used to say this all the time. I'm like, look, if you want a woman, adopt Zherka politics. Some guys in chat really don't like my politics; they just use it to get pussy, and it's satanic. But you know, at least you guys admit it in chat, and. Yeah, if you ever just want to get laid, you just start dropping some more right-wing takes on her. I mean, who in chat has done that and it worked? I know a lot of people like don't want to admit it that they used that, but yeah, it's like overpowered, right? I thought it was just me because I was the first one on Twitch to do it, and I didn't even know it would work. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to win girls over with my charm and shit. But no, it works. So, you know, sometimes I'm not even funny. Sometimes they're just like, and what's funny is I'm not going to take them to a farm and marry them, right? These bitches are delusional. So it's like, they're kind of, oh, it's Zherka, the conservative guy. And that, what are you fucking talking about, bro? I'm totally lying. I'm living the least conservative life ever. I'm on Twitch, bitch. What the fuck? I'm literally on Twitch, you know, but they fall for it. Yeah. John, why do you date disgusting girls? Every single girl I've ever put my dick inside is hotter than literally any woman you've ever talked to. And that's I put that on God. I put that on God, right? What's your opinion on men that say period at the end of every sentence before climaxing? I don't have any opinions on Dunkel right now. Avatar, that's off topic. I'll do that after.
But yeah, I think in terms of what you're trying to do. So are you a student? Like, what are your endeavors in life?
XUC.
Me?
Yes.
I'm a student athlete.
Okay. What kind of sport?
I'm a springboard diver.
Okay. Do you train to do springboard diving?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you feel good when you train and you do well on the springboard?
Yeah.
I think that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. And if you feel competent at the endeavors you're trying to do, I think that's what contributes to it.
Lots of like non-athletic people.
Here's the greatest take I can ever give for attracting a woman. If you can give her some kind of thing to remember you by, you want her soul. So if she goes, oh, that's that fucking Trump supporter with the mustache who like yells a lot, boom, I can fuck her. Oh, that's that fucking guy who if she can kind of categorize you into some kind of character, right? Then she starts building lore. Like, I wonder what he's like at home and blah, 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 blah. But, man, if you're forgettable, right? So, a lot of times they'd be like, oh, John's that fucking flat earther guy who never shuts the fuck up about Trump. Every girl wants to date him. But if they say, what about Tom? She goes, Tom is that, well, he didn't really leave anything impressionable, right? And so sometimes you literally just got to open with Hitler on the first date, right? Nice to Hitler. Or something just to fucking shock her out of the Matrix. Or nice to meet you, Hitler. Drop the fucking NPC breaking word. And then now she's always going to remember you as like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy, dude. Like, this guy's, he really wants to get canceled and all that. And I don't know. I'm kidding. And Dude, one in the chat if I'm actually funny, or are you just typing lol to like gas me up? Like, because I want to know if am I funnier than most influencers? I want to know if I'm funnier than most. And it's like, it's not enough to be funnier than most. Like, I want to be up there with like, I can make this really funny. I'm not going to, because we got a stream to run. Right? I want to be up there with up there. I'm trying to say I want to be up there with Dave Chappelle. You know what I mean? Is that pushing it?
Who may not be in like the same physical shape as like an athlete would be, who are competent in what they're trying to do because that like action has nothing to do with
Holy gay hating stare. Look at this guy.
shape as like an
Look at this guy.
athlete.
Look at Pink. Look at Pink, bro. This guy's ready to sacrifice to Moloch, bro.
Who are competent in what they're trying to do because that like action has nothing to do with like their
Look, the cowboy guy is your disappointed dad, and then the fucking pink shirt guy is your extremely racist drunk uncle. Right? This guy's fucking been watching Hannity on crack.
would be, who are competent in what they're trying to do because that like action has nothing to do with like their like
So that's where I disagree with you. That's where I disagree with you. I think some people who don't realize the potential for their physical to blend into their mental is something that needs to be talked about. I think it's undervalued.
It's not that you have to work out to have a competent mind. It's that working out does help with competency. We already know when you work out, endorphins are released. People feel better. There's so many times I wake up, I don't want to go to the gym. It's going to be the worst day ever. I'm in a bad mood. I go, my endorphins are released. I'm great. I'm woken up. Like we have the
Kill me, bro. In a video.
science for that. So
I think it plays very little. We've had presidents in wheelchairs that were very confident, successful men who couldn't walk. And so I'm going to say that it doesn't define you as a man.
But is there societal pressure to be in shape for men?
I don't.
And then I don't like when I'm having sex and my stomach like is over her butt or whatever. Like I want to eat less. Me, but
Paul can
nobody's
change
like,
that.
You're fat.
We've spent all this time like deconstructing masculinity and all these things, but then it seems
That's why you hit a doggy, right? Because when you hit a doggy, you just realize only she's fat. I'm fucking killing it, bro. First stream in Austin. I'm fucking killing this shit. Woo! I'm fucking murdering this shit.
So if a woman or someone dating says, hey, I want a swole guy, suddenly it's like, sorry, I don't think that's a societal pressure. That's what that woman wants and she's entitled to have.
But I also, you know, I have body type.
Yeah, I agree with
preferences.
that.
Like I'm not gonna say what it is, but there's certain girls where I'll go on it and I'm like, you don't really have what I'm looking. I don't say that because that's the dick, but in my head, I'm just like, this isn't gonna work.
So it's one thing to have a preference and another thing to make like a sweeping like conclusion and then like broadcast it everywhere.
No, people are entitled to date their preference.
Because when you look at statistics, they say that, what is it, like 70% of CEOs are over the size 6'4", for example. So there is amongst men a pressure to be bigger, and bigger men tend to be in charge. And that's proven, statistically proven. And so there is a pressure for men who are naturally smaller, naturally overweight, naturally not as fit, to become fit or to become bigger.
Well, and every one of us here have heard little man syndrome.
Oh yeah,
We've all,
who hasn't heard that
every one of
saying?
us have
He's got Napoleon syndrome. He's got little man syndrome.
Yeah, that's the thing, though.
There's nothing you can do about it, and that's where it becomes harmful. Specifically, like, you know,
if you're short, God hates you. Okay, sorry for ruining your day. If you're short, God hates you. Cope harder. Nobody gives a fuck. Can't even hear you cry from up here. Don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Cope harder and just grow, bitch. Grow. Fuck you doing down there, chat?
you know, short king spring or whatever, like a person, I mean, you can't, like, I mean, there is, like, I guess, like, on Twitter, I've seen, like, oh, people getting a surgical procedure to break their legs and add 6 inches to their height or something like that.
It's stuff you can
You know what I mean? It's like...
Short people only look up at tall people with two faces. It's either one face where they go, keep me safe, and the other face with, you don't need to keep me safe. I'm tough. And you're like, damn, bro, we're just having fun. Why are you looking at me like that, shorty? They got two faces. That's the only two faces they got, right? There's a frantic, keep me safe, taller man, and the, I don't need you, taller man. Yes, you do. Yes, you need me. I don't need you, okay? You're a woman size, actually. You know what's the funniest thing ever? Short people think tall men think about their shortness, so they say it out loud. They go, geez, John, I'm so short compared to you. Bro, we tall men don't even think of you guys as the same species. We don't actually think. If you're insecure that John is thinking in his head, whoa, this guy's short, we don't think that. We don't even think about you, dude. We're like indifferent to whatever the fuck is going on in your life. You know what I mean? They're like convinced I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking of tall people things, bro. I've got other things on my mind, man.
You know, like, but like besides that, which is like a really expensive procedure, is also like comes into socioeconomic background and things like that as well too. It's like you literally can't do anything about that. I think that's where it becomes harmful. Which like, all right, like if there is the pressure in which like I can't date a person or I can't like get a position or I can't do X, Y, and Z because I'm not a certain height or something I literally cannot change about myself. What now?
What is big dick energy?
It's when confidence crosses the line of arrogance. That's exactly.
People have told me I have BDE.
You have BDE?
Yeah, people told me I had BDE.
You did in that back room.
Not to show off.
Even he said, look at that.
I think BDE is like just a confident man. I don't think it's an arrogant man. I don't find arrogance to be.
Here's what big dick energy is, right? Big dick energy is when you've had a lot of women, but you're fucking ugly. So everyone in the room knows your cock is huge. Right? And you have this silent confidence you have like the ugly man confidence. Like it's a nasty level of confidence, right? Because then you got like average Jones like me looking at you like, what are you? Yeah, Skeet Davis, like, what are you packing, bro? All right, let's wrap this up.
Big dick energy, I find it to be insecure. If you're arrogant, you're trying to like, I
find it so odd to equate somebody's like the size of their genitals to like the quality of their character. Like what? That has nobody's business.
It's more of just like a metaphor.
I don't know.
Yeah, for confidence.
But then it comes back.
Bro, nothing worse than when your buddy got the biggest fucking dick and he pulls up next to you in the urinal. And you don't look, but you can feel reflections, and it makes a sound, and it hits it, and it's heavy and shit. And the first thing you're thinking like is like, bro, I'll be peeing, I'll be like, you trying to fuck up my weekend, bro? Like you had all the urinals, and you chose this one? Like hell no, man. Because first of all, aren't you supposed to be flaccid? What the fuck? It's just big dick people just need to like. They need to go stand in the urinal alone, or they gotta just not. They gotta just not come around me and all that.
Now we're getting into like a deeper conversation, which like some men see a value based off the size of what they're carrying between their legs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that's why the conversation of big dick energy comes into place, because people feel as though like a man that's like more. That's packing more down there, you know what I mean, is more like, one, they're better in bed, they're like more confident people, they're exuding a certain energy. So that like, stereotypes. So the stereotypes associated with having a big dick.
It's a lack of a need to overcompensate to society because you're adequate.
You know what you got.
You walk with confidence because you can tell when somebody's putting on because they lack in certain ways. And men, me, and people I know.
If you want to know if you want to know someone who doesn't have a big dick, those guys can fight. Like if you ever see a dude who's ruthless, can beat the shit out of like 3 dudes at the same time, that guy 100% has a not a big dick. Those guys can scrap. Right? They've been through some shit. That's worse than Nam.
No. Equate manhood and masculinity to their dick size and how much money they got. Like it's like, yo, you feel more confident.
And sometimes that kind of stuff bleeds into violence. And you see that in domestic violence situations, like men are like the perpetrators of that by and large. There's something wrong with masculinity when it becomes violent.
100%. I also think because of testosterone and a number of different things, men are inherently more violent.
But being able to control it, that's
we should
important. It's being able to control.
That's where the responsibility comes in.
Yeah.
I think you hear the whole saying like it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, and I think there's a lot of wisdom behind that saying.
Oh, George Orwell said people sleep peaceably in their beds at night because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. I think that's a big thing, but the key is to be ready, to have the ability, and also the humility and the confidence to not use it unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't think we teach boys that enough because I think promoting violence is extremely toxic.
Is there something inherently violent about masculinity?
Inherently violent? I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. If a majority of men were bad, evil, violent, a lot of us would not be sitting here today. Okay, we'd still be in the Stone Age. You know what I mean? That's why I kind of push back against that idea that inherently men are violent, inherently masculinity is bad, is violent, because I don't believe that that's true.
Why do you think that such a vast majority of mass shootings are done by men?
I think that's a mental health issue. I think that, and this is why we're talking about men in crisis. Yeah, because men are more willing to do what they have to, to not do what they have to do, but to take action in terms of that. And that's how we talk about this, men in crisis. A lot of those mass shooters are males, because a lot of males, they don't know how to have an outlet or to find outlets to talk about what their issues are. That's what it comes down to.
We know that these mass shooters, most of them are white males. We know that. So when I talk to a lot of white males that have traditional values, say, or maybe a traditional upbringing, they feel like they've been made to be the villains of society. And so I feel that pressure a lot of times. I feel like, hey, like when we're having this conversation, even I hear words like patriarchy, traditional society, right? So I feel like I'm being put in a box and made to be the villain. And I hear this from a lot of white males. I feel like I'm the bad guy. I feel like I'm the villain. So maybe at some...
The Joker movie is about a white dude. The Jacqueline one. That's why they attacked it so hard. Critics went after it so hard. But the Joker movie is about a straight white male. So people who say they don't believe in that, oh yes you do.
Mentally, they're breaking and becoming that villain. They're becoming that monster that they've been made out to be.
Be the exception. If you're worried about being put into a box that is one that is clearly harmful based on what people are doing, then don't do that. Mass shooters is obviously a sensitive topic, but a lot of them are men with little to no friends who go out and in a burst of rage commit atrocities. And I don't think that it has to do with how they're hardwired as men. I think that it has to do with how society treats people like that.
I agree with you on the point that men need support and they need someone to talk to and talk about these issues.
I don't think that men have been taught emotional intelligence throughout life, right? We know, so we respond with anger. All right, if I'm disappointed, if I feel resentment, or I feel contempt, or I feel embarrassment, or I feel jealous, or any of these things that fall under that one thing, we respond with one way. And if we learn how to communicate better, if we were able to say, yo, you know what? I resent that you spoke to me that way. Or, I feel jealous, of whatever. If it was okay for men to express those things, we wouldn't feel the need to just go, you know what? Fuck you.
You take any two 3-year-olds. You take a 3-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl. I have 2 girls. Their first instinct is to lie to me, to manipulate me, to say their sister said this when she didn't. I have a friend that has all boys. You know what they do? They throw a fire truck at your head. Bam. That's a natural response. That's not a learned behavior. They're taught.
That's totally a learned behavior. You give kids only cars and gun and G.I. Joe action figures and give girls Barbie dolls.
I don't think you could say it's one or the other. I think there is some interplay between both.
Thank you guys for your honesty, your willingness to go to uncomfortable places, willingness to debate one another. Yeah, I'm interested to see what sticks with me in days to come after our conversation, because I think so many.
If anyone here was a real man, they'd start fucking fighting. Okay? They'd start all fighting about something. They'd all start punching each other and challenging each other to a duel. None of these guys are real men, okay? To be a real man is to find war everywhere, right? I'll be at Walmart and I'll find problems to, find things to piss me off. Right? Why is everyone so ugly here? And then I walk by that kind of Walmart lighting mirror and I go, oh fuck, I'm one of them. Bro, if you ever seen yourself in a Walmart mirror or reflection and you go, I'm gonna kill myself and jump off a bridge if anyone ever sees this side of me. I don't know why they do that kind of lighting in a video game and all that, but wow, bro, that is. I used to work at Target, so I remember those days. You know what I mean? Wow, chicken strips. Wow. That's good white meat. That's good eating, man. I don't know if we have this in Canada, but Jack in the Box ain't that bad. I know it sounds gross, but it's kind of nice. A burger is kind of, you know what I mean? It's not bad. That's good chicken too. The chicken's great. Jack off in the box. Oh yeah. That's good stuff. Okay. Andrew Tate and then bed. Andrew Tate and The Matrix is attacking me.
Right influencer Andrew Tate was in a Romanian court on Monday asking to be released from a 30-day hold. Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, and 2 other people were detained on December 29th with charges related to human trafficking, coercion, organized crime, and sexual assault. Romanian officials say the 4 people have been exploiting women by forcing them to create pornographic content meant to be seen on specialized websites for a cost. The Tates went to court to appeal a judge's decision to extend their arrest period from 24 hours to 30 days. Prosecutors say since the arrest, they have seized several vehicles belonging to the Tate brothers, reportedly worth up to $300,000.
We're now living in a world where there is an endless battle ongoing for your mind.
Tate, who holds British and American citizenship, was banned from Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram for violating policies against hate speech and misogynistic comments. His Twitter account was reinstated in November 2022 after Elon Musk became CEO of the company. In regards to the human trafficking and sexual assault charges, a lawyer for the Tate brothers told a Romanian news outlet, "In my view, there is no evidence there. Both men have denied wrongdoing." He also said the controversial Tates play characters online, which should not be used as evidence in a criminal trial. A tweet on Andrew Tate's account posted January 8th claims, "It seems every generation's great revolutionaries suffer from unfair imprisonment." This is
She said he suddenly stopped and laid back on the bed. I got up and looked at him and went, "What's wrong?" She said this guy literally laid there and went, "Holy I'm just debating whether I should or not." New updates on Andrew Tate just came out. But here, let's start with the updates from yesterday. The defense of the Tate brothers is that they have children. In his appeal, lawyer Eugen Vidineac said both the Tate brothers have small children in Romania and they
What did I miss? What do you say?
They should be free to care for them. Okay, so that was what they were talking about. Remember, we made a joke about it. We're saying like, you know, or Coffeezilla made a really funny joke about it, stating that the children in mention was Aiden Ross and Sneeko. So this was like a random account, I guess, having been friends with for years. I can say they're respectful, kind, charismatic, and considerate human beings. 100 followers, 18,000 likes. That's crazy. Check our Instagram, 100K plus followers. Footage has emerged of Andrew and Tristan Tate arriving at an appeals court yesterday. So this happened. This happened yesterday. He brought a Quran out. New info: whatever medical problem Andrew Tate had get checked out is reportedly lung related. Okay. I mean, he does smoke a lot of gars, so smoking a lot of lung darts. What is this? He mentions his kids.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Why wouldn't I?
Do they all have different baby mothers?
Not all different, but there's been a few ovens to bake the bread. Women are slow, G. Like, I say this all the time. I'm like, listen, I have no problems having kids with one woman. It's fine. But if you're going to take 9 months to grow a single, simple baby, then you're just messing about. That's your problem.
Come on, bro.
From a couple ovens. I've got babies from a couple ovens. Yeah, so there you go. He has a lung problem with all the gars that he's been smoking. You know, he's been ripping those lung darts. He's been ripping those gars, brother. Big update: Tate brothers' appeal rejected by the judge in Romania. By the way, they are remaining in custody for the full 30 days. Brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate remain in custody. The Bucharest Court of Appeal rejected the appeals of the preventative arrest, and the lawyer says, "I'm very disappointed. The measure seems excessive to me." Anyway, he goes back to like talking about his confessions. Bad translation, but money and religion are a part of the investigation. Andrew Tate's conversion to Islam to the attention of the U.S. authorities. DICOP prosecutors are looking at 19 countries for accounts where Tate brothers allegedly stashed their money. Wait, what? So he didn't do it for clout?
Is it a real conversion? You think it's a real conversion? I don't go back and forth on that. Like, I don't think it's real. Like all the Muslims in my chat, I have no reason to say this. I'm just saying the way I sense it. It doesn't feel real. He's definitely not Muslim. He drinks alcohol. So do most Muslims, actually. No, I'm saying there's something strategic about his conversion. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah.
He did it for like what? No, I think this guy's just hyper focusing on the Quran thing because he's like, again, Islamophobic conservative. Daikao prosecutors are trying to convince the court that the brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate must remain in preventative detention for the continuation of the investigations. Yeah, in fact, Andrew Tate left custody on Tuesday. Wait, that's it? Oh, moreover, the major interest in the U.S. would be related to the conversion of Andrew Tate to Islam in November 2021, and the investigations would be channeled towards his possible links with terrorist groups. Wait, what? This article is insane, bro. What? Because he converted to Islam, he's actually a part of terror cells? Bro, what are they doing in Romania? This is like, yo, this is the type of article you would read in like 2002 in the New York Times, okay? Shocking new transcripts from the Tate brothers. Do you want me to be your slave or your wife? I didn't like the girls called you our king. Where is this from? Where is this exclusive from? Vice just came out with WhatsApp messages and voice notes sent by Andrew Tate to a woman who accused him of a 2013, including a message from Tate that said, I love R-wording you. She said authorities have declined to prosecute. Dude, that is crazy.
Okay, pause. My ex and I have said that I love R-wording you, right? We've talked like that in our play, in our text messages, like 1,000,000 times. Like 1,000,000 times. So sometimes I wonder, like, is that normal? Hey, she started it. She said it first. Like, we have a bunch of videos talking about how it's like, that's just how we talk and stuff. But it's not normal, right? That could end very bad. I don't know. I feel like I have too much proof against it anyway. Yeah, the way we talk is like, can you R-word me? And I'll be like, okay, I'll, like really toxic stuff. But she said it live, I said it live, so I guess just remember me saying his final words. Goodbye, guys. But I wouldn't do it with like, I don't think Tate has proof of anything against that. So I don't know. I think it's not going to help him.
Crazy. In England, you can just like literally have footage, have text message communications, have back and forth conversations, and even a kit, and the British authorities be like, "Oh, just having a bit of mint shanking. It's consensual, yeah." What's going on in England, man? The police there there's nothing that will get them to call. Okay, just a bit of banter. It's a day in the life of a true Brexit geezer, right? What is this? What is happening in this country, dog? Simple as. In 2015, controversial alpha male influencer Andrew Tate was arrested over an allegation in the UK following.
Okay, the thing I hate most about Hassan is when he pretends the police are on our side. Come on. Of all things, you want that? Come on, dude. It's getting boring.
Complaint one woman who supplied the police with messages sent by Tate in which he wrote, "I love R-wording you." Vice World News reported earlier this month that Tate was arrested on suspicion of assault and physical abuse in 2015. In 2019, the CPS declined to pursue charges against Tate for any of these allegations. The woman who supplied the police with messages sent by Tate said the police told her charges were not brought because there was an ounce of doubt in the case. Among the dozens of messages and voice notes received by Vice World News that Tate sent the woman is a voice note in which he appears to admit to saying, am I a bad person because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I loved how much you hated it. It turned me on. Why am I like that? Why? The woman who will refer to as Amelia is the third woman revealed to Vice World News that they had filed police complaints alleging physical abuse by Tate, an American British social media influencer and a former professional kickboxer who was arrested in Romania last month as a part of a separate human trafficking investigation. This is like the SpongeBob meme, you know what I mean? I know this is like such a serious topic and you know, turning it into like lighthearted commentary is like crazy, but it's like literally, what is it? Like when you're the Patrick meme where it's like you're showing Patrick the thing, the wallet. It's like, dude, how many instances will it take for a tater tot to comprehend that this guy is no good?
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Why am I like that? Why? I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet. Sometimes you forget exactly how lucky you were to get by me. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather you didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to? That's what it is. I'm the smartest person on this planet. Are you seriously so offended a little bit? You didn't ass out. Chill the out. Jesus Christ. I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
That's insane. Like, so British authorities saw that and were like, no, he's all right. That's crazy. Just a bit of banter. Okay, got it. What needs to happen for British police to be like, okay, I guess that's like, you know, non-consensual. Which, ironic, by the way, Andrew Tate was able to avoid sexual assault charges in the UK. Even then, it wasn't enough for him because, and these are not my words, this is not my assessment, these are his words, he moved to Romania because they were even more lax in Romania about sexual assault. Remember that. That's what he said. He literally said he went to Romania to avoid the strict sexual assault standards they have in the UK, which is ironic because now he's in Romanian prison. Turns out the Romanian sexual assault investigation is a little bit more serious than the Oibrovs, dude. Holy shit, that's crazy to me. That, like, UK police literally was just like, yeah, see nothing wrong there, lads. I see nothing wrong there, lads. We don't care. Now, here is the clip, of course, famously, of Andrew Tate explaining why he moved to Romania. Now, that's the wild part about this, is that, like, he got away with doing, like, multiple times in the UK, and still was like, that's not enough. The demonstrable, abject failure of the UK police force in prosecuting Andrew Tate for his crimes was not enough for him. He still felt like there was scrutiny. So he was like, I'm going to Romania instead. And if you don't believe me, listen to the man's words, okay?
This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania, because in Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. If you're going to go to the police and say, back in 1988, they're going to say we should have done something about it then. If you go to the police and say rape, they say, okay, if you've got physical evidence, or is there CCTV proof? Where'd it happen? Okay, let's go interview him right now. And if it wasn't really right, we went to the club, we got drunk, she agreed to go back to my house, we started having sex, and then we carried on having sex, and then we had sex, and she didn't say anything wrong, and then she texted me afterwards, and I didn't text back, and now she's the police will be like, okay, she's an idiot, bye. But no, not in the West. In the West, you can tell them that exact story. You're the West. When people say, why did you leave Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, but you're a racist. I say, no, I'm not a racist. But I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. I like being free. And if you're a man living in England or Germany or America or any of the Western world right now, you've decided to live in a country where any woman, any ex, any who works at Greg's who you bought a pasty from, at some point in the future can destroy your life. This Me Too era has not protected women. It's just destroyed the safety of men.
There you go. JPB on Tate. Gaston or the Redeemable Beast? I stand for the latter, and so do the wise beauties. I mean, this is January. Wait, he tweeted this today? Bro, that's not real, right? You're joking, right? There is no way this is real. Oh, my God, it's real. He posted this. Oh, my God. I mean, listen, everyone is redeemable, okay? Everyone. That is at the heart of rehabilitation, having a rehabilitative approach to justice. But, like, you pick and choose, okay? You're picking and choosing when you think rehabilitation is achievable and why you think rehabilitation is achievable for a particular person, for you, Jordan Peterson, is very clearly motivated by how right-wing they are, okay? So Amelia, let's get back to the voice memos, right? We are withholding the woman's identity as an alleged victim of offenses and to prevent harassment by trolling by Tate's supporters. Two other women, one of whom says she was and the other whom says she was repeatedly strangled, went public with their experiences last week. They revealed that their initial complaints in 2015 to Hertfordshire police took 4 years to pass the case to prosecutors, who then declined to prosecute. Nice. Amelia, who to this day does not know the identities of the other women, had her complaint handled as a part of the same investigation before CPS told the women in 2019 that there was no realistic prospect of a conviction. Amelia's experiences from the alleged 2013 to learning that Tate would not be prosecuted to then watching him become one of the most famous people on the planet have left her feeling as though she is struggling every day, but she felt emboldened to go public with her story after seeing 2 other complainants speak out. She said she no longer wanted to live in fear of Tate and that she felt she had a duty to tell her story to potentially prevent other women from being hurt. Here's some evidence presented by the DICOT prosecutors that Tate was behaving in an engaging in an aggressive behavior on a regular basis. It's tough since it's her word against his. No, as a matter of fact, it's not tough. Okay, first of all, you think that that's tough. That's a you situation. Okay, but it's not just that. In so many of these instances, it's not just like a third party being like, this person is a bad guy. Okay, it's literally first party accounts, sometimes eyewitness testimony that is like corroborating the actual events that unfolded, and then also, and guess what? This is a really rare one. An admission from the perpetrator. That's it. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you see an admission from the perpetrator and you go, I can't get my mind around the fact that this guy who admitted to this person, well, he admitted it. What's wrong with you? At that point, you're not writing for Andrew Tate. You're just writing for, okay? You're not even a stan of Andrew Tate at that point. You're just a stan of, you're like, I'm a fan and I'm defending the integrity of the concept of, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'll look into it. For sure. But that's 6 hours. We gotta stay on schedule this year. We gotta stay on schedule this year. That's 6 hours, and we gotta win. We gotta win again. Publishing now.